Wen Chuchu was pregnant. A thunderous bombshell. Her eyelids twitched rhythmically as she stared at the pregnancy test stick in her hand. 2 lines. 2 lines. Yes. With trembling hands, she picked up the instruction manual, reading it over and over until the paper was nearly crumpled. The 2 lines still meant pregnancy. What the? How could she be pregnant? How did it happen? Who was the father? Oh no. Why couldn't she remember a thing? Suddenly a flash of insight. 2 months ago her best friend by Z was heartbroken. The 2 of them cried and laughed in a bar, downing a dozen bottles of beer together. After getting drunk, Wen Chuchu felt dizzy and slept soundly in the booked room. Later in the night her bladder was too full, so she stumbled to the bathroom. When she came back she saw a figure lying on the bed and collapsed back in relief. When she woke up clear-headed in the morning, Wen Chuchu was dumbfounded. Bare arms covered in tiny red marks reminded her that her 20-year virginity was gone. Utter humiliation. Gritting her teeth, she supported her sore waist as she got up. As soon as her feet touched the floor she saw a tall man half-wrapped in a towel, drying his hair with his back to her. After a passionate complaint, Wen Chuchu with red-rimmed eyes tossed a bill at the man. The moment he turned around her eyes went wide and her breath caught. Only one thought filled her mind: worth it, totally worth it. Even though the bastard had made her whole body ache with that godlike face, she had hit the jackpot. The man was only wrapped in a towel, but was unbearably handsome. His solid chest, broad shoulders, narrow waist like a greyhound, and long straight legs. Every part of him was a limited edition that could steal anyone's gaze. The man held the bill she had tossed between his fingers, his eyelids half-lowered, a sly and lazy gleam in his eyes. Just one. That's a bit short, isn't it? Wen Chuchu's anger surged in her chest. Hey, if I weren't someone who doesn't take advantage, I wouldn't even give you this $100 with your lousy skills. Do you want it or not? The man raised a faint smile, his eyes cold and indifferent, as if an adult looking at a tantrum-throwing child. Damn it, he was actually looking down on her with his eyes. Wen Chuchu hated being looked down on more than anything. Furious, she strode forward and snatched the bill back. Greedy. Too greedy. To avoid your greed, swallowing the elephant, I declare sorry, I'm taking this $100 back. Isn't it better spent on meat? Her gaze swept over the man, and her rosy little lips parted. This piece of meat of yours looks good, but your skills are terrible. Negative review, 0 points. As she spoke, the man's expression visibly changed. His eyes became deep and dark, swirling with whirlpools that seemed to demand she be stripped, dismembered, and devoured. Wen Chuchu hadn't known many men, but even she could tell things were about to go south. The thick predatory aura set off alarm bells. The moment the man scowled and took a step toward her, she bolted like greased lightning. The door slammed shut with a bang, blocking all danger. Wen Chuchu patted her chest in fright and fled the hotel in panic. Snapping back from her memory, her face flushed red. If she had known she'd get pregnant, she would have definitely added that limited edition guy on WeChat. While she was hesitating in the bathroom, a female voice suddenly called out, "Chuchu!" Thump. The pregnancy test stick slipped from Wen Chuchu's hand and fell into the trash can. At that moment, the door opened, revealing her mother, Zhan Heng's suspicious and dissatisfied face. "What are you doing dawdling? Are you planning to sneak out again and skip the blind date? I'm telling you, you're going whether you like it or not. If you don't, I'll drag you there." Wen Chuchu's heart pounded wildly. The moment she met Zhan Heng's eyes, it felt like it would leap out of her throat. The pregnancy test stick in the trash can felt like a ticking time bomb. Her eyes darted nervously. Before Zhan Heng could speak, her mind raced. Huh. Oh, Mom, can I think about it? I'm only 23. Sure, many parents urge their kids to marry, but aren't you two a bit too eager? Zhan Heng slapped Wen Chuchu on the head. What? You dare to have an opinion? Wen Chuchu rubbed her aching head, all her attention on the trash can behind her, afraid Zhan Heng would notice. She subtly shifted to block the view. No. Let's go. Zhan Heng didn't notice anything amiss. Using her maternal dominance, she forcefully dragged Wen Chuchu away. In a high-end restaurant. Inside the private room, after the two families exchanged pleasantries, they knowingly left the two alone. Because of the 2 lines on the pregnancy test, Wen Chuchu had been distracted all day. Once the maternal suppression was gone, every cell in her body went into free-spirited mode. First she stretched her arms, and then her chest. Finally she lifted her eyes, which had been too shy to look at the other person, and got straight to the point. What was your name again? Zhan Heng. The man's voice that entered her ears was mellow as fine wine, surprisingly pleasant to hear. Wen Chuchu scratched her ear awkwardly, not even lifting her eyes. Oh, mister. Zhan Heng raised the deal. You can probably tell I was forced into this blind date. I don't have marriage on my schedule. So how about we be smart and not hurt each other's pride? Just say you're not interested, okay? She chuckled sheepishly, her smile innocent. Anyway, I'm too ordinary to even look at. You definitely wouldn't be interested. Sorry, but I am interested. The mellow male voice carried a hint of sinister and ruthless tone. The unexpected answer made Wen Chuchu freeze. She abruptly looked up at him, and when she saw him it was a shock. The man's slightly narrowed eyes entered her vision, and Wen Chuchu's nerves exploded. Thighs. This man right in front of her was the very dog who had done the deed with her. Blood rushed to her head. She ground her back teeth, feeling anger surging in her small chest. She instinctively glanced at the door. Before the man could react, she kicked a chair to block the entrance, then darted over and grabbed the man's expensive-looking suit sleeve with lightning speed. Zhan what? She stuttered in excitement. Zhan Heng. The man kindly reminded. Wen Chuchu tightened her grip on the man's sleeve, her big, beautiful eyes narrowing seriously, her gaze sharp with a hint of a forced marriage. Quick marriage, want to hear about it. Because of her nervousness, her white fingers sank deep into the fabric, afraid he would run away. She pinched him so hard it hurt. Zhan Heng lowered his gaze to the delicate hand on his arm, and the image of that night's unspeakable moments flooded his mind. He exuded an imposing aura that commanded respect without anger. A mere glance from him made Wen Chuchu shrink back and withdraw her fingers. This man seemed not so easy to coerce. A flash marriage. That cello-like deep voice resounded again. Wen Chuchu composed herself and flashed a sweet smile at the man. The moment she focused, she was once again stunned by the man's unearthly handsome face, which outshone all younger and older men, causing her body to tremble. Too handsome. Her eyes kept sparkling with little stars. If I remember correctly, Miss Wen seemed dissatisfied with my abilities. Are you sure you want to marry a man with inadequate abilities? Vortices emerged one by one in the man's calm eyes, each screaming to tear her apart. Wen Chuchu froze. TSK. She almost forgot that she had mocked the man's skills that day. She let out two nervous laughs, rolled her eyes, quickly thought of a retort, and mustered her courage to pat the man's expensive-looking suit. What's there to fear? You're inept and frigid. We're a perfect match, no need to bother others. I don't mind you, really. To prove her sincerity, she batted her beautiful big eyes at the man. Despite her calm exterior, inside, she was a complete mess. Because the man in front of her seemed angry, the air in the private room dropped several degrees. The man's beautiful pupils constricted. Before she could retreat from the danger, he grabbed her arm, lowered his handsome face, and parted his lips. It seems Miss Wen is very certain about my abilities, and extremely dissatisfied. Cold wind mixed with the man's breath invaded her nostrils, making every hair on her body stand on end. Tisk, he really was angry. Wen Chuchu's internal alarm blared. She stiffened her neck desperately, avoiding the man's pervasive breath. Haha, how could I not be certain? After all, we've had real combat experience. But it's not to the point of dissatisfaction. Haha. The man squinted at her, his gaze roving over her body. That gaze was like little knives stabbing and pricking, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. Wen Chuchu suppressed the urge to run, stepped back 2 steps, and tried to soothe the man's mood. Don't be discouraged either. Although you performed really poorly, maybe you just lack experience. After we get married, we can try a few more times, and you'll get the hang of it. The air suddenly dropped another 2 degrees. Goosebumps rose on Wen Chuchu's arms. When she looked up, the handsome face before her had darkened several shades. Oh no. It seemed she had touched a nerve. Wen Chuchu's brain cells went into overdrive. Panicked, she began to comfort the man. Actually, maybe you should see a doctor. The man's face darkened further. He took a murderous step toward her. She retreated repeatedly, getting more wrong with every word. Don't be angry, this kind of illness isn't terminal. It can definitely be cured. The murderous intent seemed to thicken. Zhan Heng advanced with overwhelming presence. She had nowhere to retreat, her small back pressed against the cold wall. Looking at the dangerously close man, her beautiful big eyes were filled with despair. Don't get excited. What was your name, sir? Medical technology is so advanced now, I'm sure you can. For the last time, my name is Zhan Heng. The man stepped forward, one arm lightly resting on the wall, trapping her in an enclosing posture, while the other arm pulled her waist firmly against him. The moment of intimate contact, Wen Chuchu trembled. The next second, a wave of heat rushed to her face, and her eyes widened. The man removed his hand from the wall and gently rubbed her red lips with his fingertip. The rising ambiguous atmosphere made Wen Chuchu want to flee. She dodged his warm fingers, slightly breathless. Mr. Zhan. Good, keep that voice. Before Wen Chuchu could react to the man's words, he lowered his handsome face, pressed his lips, and kissed her heavily. Wen Chuchu's eyes widened. Then under the man's skilled kissing technique, her legs turned to noodles, and she fully experienced what skill meant. When the man let go, her pretty face was flushed, her eyes misty, as if veiled with moisture. Zhan Heng's lips curled slightly. Miss Wen seems very satisfied with my skills. The lingering tingling of the kiss still buzzed in her nerves, and her lips were swollen red. But facing the man's provocation, she stubbornly clenched her fists and said, "It's just okay." Since Miss Wen is not satisfied then. The man's handsome face pretended to lean in. Wen Chuchu's hair stood on end. She quickly reached out to block his face, and in doing so his lips pressed intimately against her palm. The touch was warm, soft, like a feather tickling the itch in her heart. She gasped, eyes wide, quickly pulled her hand back behind her and frantically rubbed that spot with her thumb. Where the man had kissed her, numbness ran wild, and her nerves were about to lose control. "Don't, mister. Zhan, don't be impulsive." "I'm satisfied, completely satisfied." Her face flushed with shame, suppressing the urge to run away. Then, "Mister Zhan, are you satisfied with me?" Arg. What kind of bizarre conversation was this? It sounded like a prostitute. Wen Chuchu quickly dismissed the thought. Unexpectedly, the man's answer left her stunned. "Not satisfied. Not satisfied. What more did he want?" Wen Chuchu's eyes widened, her expression indignant, as if she wanted to pry open the man's skull and study it. But thinking of her life's big event, she had to suppress her fury. Biting her red lip, she said pitifully, "Oh, then what exactly is unsatisfactory? Although this piece of meat of yours isn't ugly, the technique is terrible, negative score." The man returned her previous sarcasm word for word. "Petty." Wen Chuchu's small chest heaved violently, her big eyes filled with disbelief. A man who held grudges to this extent was too shameless. "So, Miss Wen, your suggestion of a flash marriage is not appropriate. Thank you for your affection." Zhan Heng finished, picked up his phone, and prepared to leave the room. Seeing the father of her child about to flee, Wen Chuchu snapped back to reality and immediately grabbed the man's sleeve. "Wait, you can't go. I'm determined to marry you today." Her tone was fierce. "You seem quite confident." The man's gaze swept over her. Feeling guilty, she masked it by lifting her chin defiantly. "Of course I am, because I have a trump card." With that, she thrust out her barely noticeable belly, her expression proud, yet tinged with obvious unease. The man's eyes roamed over her figure, a cold sneer curling his lips. "Miss Wen, your figure is as unremarkable as your skills. Nothing to write home about." "What?" Wen Chuchu's face flushed with anger as she glared at Zhan Heng. "What nonsense are you talking about? Who's discussing figures with you? And besides, I'm not that bad. This figure is already smoking hot, okay? Miss Wen needs to schedule an appointment with an ophthalmologist." With that, the man slipped a hand into his pocket and turned to leave. Seeing her target about to escape, Wen Chuchu quickly steered the derailed conversation back on track. "Stop. I'm not discussing my figure. Even if you don't appreciate it, I regret to inform you. You have no choice but to marry me. Does your family own a mine? Or do you have a powerful relative? Is Miss Wen planning to coerce or bribe?" Wen Chuchu's thoughts couldn't keep up with the man's. She only watched his thin lips move a sarcastic curve at the corners, every line of his face exuding disdain for her. "Sorry, but I'm impervious to wealth and unyielding to force." Seeing the topic veer uncontrollably again, Wen Chuchu quickly made a stop gesture. "Stop. Who's coercing you? Who's bribing you? That's not it at all. In your mind, am I really that despicable a person?" Wen Chuchu shot Zhan Heng a glare. If not for her image, she would have rolled her eyes to the heavens. "Oh, does Miss Wen have some extraordinary means?" "No." Fuming at the man's insults, Wen Chuchu fixed her eyes on his handsome pupils, speaking earnestly word by word. "Listen, I'm pregnant." She blurted it out in one breath. "So you have to marry me. I have no other tricks. Only this child in my belly." As the words fell, Wen Chuchu noticed the man's expression shift. It was as if he had been forced to eat something foul. A mixture of complexity and indescribable bitterness with a hint of grimace. 1 second, 2 seconds. The man remained frozen in that expression. Wen Chuchu waved a small hand before his eyes. His expression changed, reverting to its cold composure. He furrowed his long brows. "Congratulations, Miss Wen, on your blessed child." Wen Chuchu chuckled sweetly, unconsciously touching her belly. Nothing much to congratulate. It's my first pregnancy, and I'm rather panicked. After all, if my parents find out, they'll break my legs." Frowning, she stared at the man's dark, handsome face. "And you're acting strange. Why congratulate me? You should be happy too, since this baby in my belly is yours." "Mine." Chewing on this bizarre phrase, Zhan Heng's expression was far from pleasant. After all, no one feels good being declared a sudden father. "Exactly." Wen Chuchu replied cheerfully and swiftly. "Evidence." Zhan Heng looked at her with suspicion. It wasn't that he was shirking responsibility or deliberately provoking her. The circumstances of their meeting were simply too unbelievable. After all, Wen Chuchu was a woman who had thrown herself at him. Though she was a virgin when they were together, who knew if she'd been with other men afterward? Dark turmoil churned in Zhan Heng's eyes. "Evidence." The word left Wen Chuchu speechless. Seeing the doubt in Zhan Heng's eyes, anger surged in her chest. You? Outrageous. Too shameless. Her pretty face flushed, crimson lips puckered, cheeks puffed. She pointed a slender finger at Zhan Heng, too furious to utter a word. Zhan Heng looked at her stunningly beautiful face, even in anger, and an unexpected wave of guilt washed over his chest. As if he had said something he shouldn't have. He even felt the urge to hold Wen Chuchu in his arms to comfort her wounded heart. Under this sudden strange emotion, Zhan Heng's brows knitted deeply. Lowering his gaze, he grasped her fingers with his large palm, enveloping her tiny fist in his hold. I understand. The moment Zhan Heng's fist closed, warmth seeped through. Wen Chuchu, still fuming, was taken off guard. She immediately raised her brows, trying to pull her hand free. But this time Zhan Heng held on tightly. She tried again, starting a second round of defense. Still no use. Infuriating. For a moment the air in the private room seemed to flee in suffocation. Only the two of them remained locked in a tug-of-war, neither yielding. Though Wen Chuchu said nothing, her eyes seemed to wish death upon this impeccably dressed bastard. Zhan Heng, his dark brows furrowed, adopted a stubborn stance. Zhan Heng, I want. Wen Chuchu, you Zhan Heng, no. Wen Chuchu was locked in a battle of wills with Zhan Heng. Physically, men have the upper hand. As his warmth seeped into her hand, it grew hotter, even beaded with sweat. Clenching her teeth, she exerted all her strength, pulling with such force that her expression twisted. Zhan Heng, fearing the strain might harm the baby, quickly let go. That sudden release, combined with her momentum, sent Wen Chuchu crashing onto the floor with a solid thud. Bang! A loud noise echoed as her tailbone met the ground. Both of them were stunned. Wen Chuchu instinctively clutched her belly, the pain belatedly shooting through every nerve from her tailbone. She winced, tears streaming down her face. Seeing this, Zhan Heng's brows creased like mountain peaks. He bent down and scooped her up. Carrying her firmly, he sat on the sofa, and Wen Chuchu landed on his solid thighs. Is the baby okay? Does your stomach hurt? A stream of questions poured from Zhan Heng's lips. Looking at the man whose face was etched with concern, Wen Chuchu thought of all the fear, grievance, and humiliation she had endured today. Unable to hold back, she grabbed his collar and burst into loud sobs. Zhan, what's your name? Zhan Heng. Zhan Heng, you heartless bastard. Do you think this baby isn't yours? I was a virgin when I was with you. How dare you insult me like this? The sheer shame in the dialogue made one's ears burn. Grievance surged like an endless river, and Wen Chuchu, pitiful and forlorn, fixed her gaze on Zhan Heng as she launched her morally superior condemnation. Never in her life had she been so justified. Zhan Heng, that day you ravaged me with such pain and misery that even after returning the next day, I couldn't walk like a normal person. Bullying and humiliating me like this. You will surely face divine retribution. That rosy little mouth opened and closed, and the bizarre content that left one utterly speechless caused a visible twitch at the corner of Zhan Heng's mouth. Oh, my stomach hurts so much. Wen Chuchu's slender white fingers clenched Zhan Heng's clothes, her brow knotted into a tight furrow. My child, could it be? The more she thought, the more terrified she became. Her once playful little face was now shrouded in gloom. Watching her, Zhan Heng felt his heart clench, tight and aching. No. His lips pressed together, a sense of urgency driving him. He swept Wen Chuchu up in his arms and strode out of the private room. Wen Chuchu's mind was completely consumed by the impending miscarriage, so much so that when she saw Zhan Heng's luxurious limited edition Maybach, she lacked any mood for teasing. To the hospital. Once in the car, Zhan Heng ordered the driver in a deep voice. The oppressive atmosphere and suffocating low pressure made Wen Chuchu feel as if she were in the eye of a storm. Throughout the ride, the driver drove with trepidation. Wen Chuchu was consumed by the pain in her tailbone. Oh, it tormented her, leaving her back and forehead drenched in cold sweat, while her hand clung tightly to something. When the car finally stopped and the pain subsided a little, Wen Chuchu focused her eyes and realized her hand was gripping the man's palm, with visible nail marks that made her lips twitch. Sorry. Wen Chuchu raised both hands in surrender, looking very obedient. I didn't mean to. The man's face was frightfully dark, and he snorted coldly. I know. The next second, the man got out of the car first and lifted her up in his arms, just as he had done when they arrived. However, the movement pulled at her wound, causing her to wince in pain. Her fingernails dug viciously into the man's neck, nearly ending Zhan Heng's life at 30. When Wen Chuchu's pain subsided, and she saw the man's livid face and the crisscrossing nail marks on his neck, her embarrassment was so acute that her toes could have dug a standalone villa out of thin air. I still didn't mean to. Wen Chuchu felt as if she had no tears left to shed, and even wanted to bash her head against Zhan Heng's stern, ashen face. You should be grateful you didn't mean it otherwise. Zhan Heng snorted coldly, carrying Wen Chuchu straight into an office. Wen Chuchu's mind was still immersed in a cascade of thoughts about what the otherwise might entail. The next moment, she found herself in the doctor's office face-to-face with a man in a white coat who had an effeminate appearance. First, surprise flickered across the man's face. Then his pupils dilated abruptly. He even adjusted his glasses and squinted, scrutinizing her inch by inch with a peculiar gaze. His demeanor suggested that she was a rare treasure unearthed from a tomb, and he was appraising its worth. How rude. Wen Chuchu intended to sternly rebuke the white coat man. The next second, Zhan Heng spoke coldly. Her tailbone is injured. Examine her quickly. The brusque command was as if he were the king and the white coat man merely one of his many slaves. The white coat man adjusted his glasses again, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Tiredness. Playing this hardcore. The tailbone is a place that generally doesn't get injured, and the possibility of injury, most if not all, might perhaps maybe be due to, you know, that thing. The white coat man's brain had already gone into overdrive, wildly imagining 1,001 positions that could cause tailbone trauma. TSK. He never expected that Zhan Heng, usually as abstinent as someone lacking function, would be so utterly uninhibited once he tasted flesh. Repressed. So incredibly repressed. The white coat man quickly glanced at Wen Chuchu out of the corner of his eye, then recoiled as if electrocuted. So young. How could he bring himself to do it? Yet faced with such a bombshell of gossip, the white coat man didn't hesitate. He swiftly scribbled several examination orders. Pay the fee and take her for the tests. Zhan Heng handed the documents to his assistant, scooped Wen Chuchu up in his arms, and left in haste just as he had arrived. The white coat man, outwardly composed but inwardly trembling, snapped a photo of the retreating pair and sent it to the family group chat. With an air of mystery, guess what I just saw? The mysterious one usually had little presence in the family group unless someone fell ill, giving him a chance to shine. So his message barely made a ripple. But the next line exploded the group chat. Zhan Heng came to the hospital with his girlfriend. Boom. It was like a thunderbolt out of a clear sky, a devastating thunderclap. The previously dead silent group instantly erupted. What? A row of identical question marks, all from Zhan Heng's immediate family members. Really, I saw it with my own eyes. Zhan Heng was carrying her, and they looked very intimate. The white coat man typed the words with trembling fingers. Suddenly being bombarded with so many inquiries, the white coat man's heart fluttered like a paper figurine battered by wind and rain, nervous and uneasy. Impossible. That guy doesn't even have a female mosquito within 10 kilometers. Someone objected. Hey, could it be the girl he met at the blind date today? Still impossible. They only met today, and already boyfriend and girlfriend. And Zhan Heng doesn't even seem that into it. Someone speculated. They're playing rough. They even broke the girl's tailbone. The white coat man's words struck like a boulder in a lake, stirring up a storm. Tiredness. You can eat your words carelessly, but don't talk nonsense. Right. Don't ruin the girl's reputation. Am I a doctor, the kind to make such things up? Really, Annie, uncle, let me explain. The tailbone is usually injured in this position and that position. That explanation was disastrous. The family group instantly fell into the same dead silence as before. The white coat man stared at the now silent family group and couldn't help scratching the back of his head. Had he said something wrong? It was obviously because of that and this and the other reason. Wen Chuchu remained utterly oblivious to the fierce collision between the white coat and her family group, as the sharp pain in her tailbone had seized all her attention. After a series of examinations, Wen Chuchu was also escorted to the obstetrics and gynecology department, where she underwent a pregnancy test under the white coat's supervision. Half an hour later, Zhan Heng clutched a pregnancy report in his palm, his complexion as dark as charcoal. I told you I'm not lying. So what are you planning? How about a quick marriage? Wen Chuchu blinked her big eyes at the incredibly handsome man. They'll consider it. Zhan Heng stuffed the pregnancy report into his pocket and issued a stern warning to her. You must not tell the white coat about our visit to the obstetrics and gynecology department. Don't worry, this is my privacy. How could I just tell anyone? Seeing that the limited edition seemed to be taking the bait, one of the taut strings in her heart loosened. The next second, something suddenly struck her. Hey, I almost forgot. You have to keep it a secret too. If my mom finds out, my legs will be doomed. You wouldn't want the mother of your child to be crippled, would you? The consequences were severe. Remembering the family discipline that her mother often wielded, Wen Chuchu's small frame trembled. Zhan Heng glanced down at her terrified little face and uttered 3 words, got it. The limited edition handsome man was indeed a man of few words. She absolutely, utterly, and completely adored that kind of personality. The joy had barely gathered in her heart for a second or two when the next moment the pain in her tailbone struck Wen Chuchu again. Almost gritting her teeth, she was helped back to the white coat's office by the limited edition. However, before they even reached the office, the limited edition's footsteps halted and an oppressive aura spread through the air. Then she heard the limited edition's slightly deep voice, "Mom. Mom. Oh, okay, it's just the limited edition's relative. Wait. Mom. 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 Mom." The next second, when Chuchu's belated realization hit her like a bombshell, her pained expression froze on her face as her mind raced to figure out how to handle this slightly complicated situation. She quickly glanced at the limited edition, hoping to find some guidance from his expression. But, Zhan Heng, you too. You are too. The limited edition's mother was none other than Mrs. Zhan, whom Wen Chuchu had met in the private room. Mrs. Zhan had a well-maintained face, but now it was twisted in shock as if the two of them had done something scandalous. Too unbearable to look at. What does this mean? Wen Chuchu's mouth twitched violently as she tried to signal the man beside her with her eyes. Yet the man's expression remained utterly calm, as if nothing could ruffle him. With his composed demeanor anchoring her, Wen Chuchu's wildly racing heart finally settled down. She forced a sweet, awkward smile and greeted Mrs. Zhan. "Hi, Annie." Mrs. Zhan's pitying gaze lingered heavily on Wen Chuchu's face. "Oh, it's okay, it's okay. Good child, you've been wronged." Wronged? The fake smile on Wen Chuchu's face froze. Then she thought about it. She really had been wronged. If it hadn't been for that bastard Zhan Heng, she would never have been saddled with the label of being pregnant before marriage, enduring such terrifying torment. Even now, the thought of her mother's disciplinary power sent chills down her spine. "I am fine. Auntie, I can bear it." Wen Chuchu instinctively assumed that Mrs. Zhan already knew about her and Zhan Heng's premarital pregnancy. Although she had no idea how that bastard had spilled the beans, the most urgent thing now was to cover it up quickly. Hearing this, Mrs. Zhan's heart ached to the core. What a wonderful girl, yet she had been ruined by her own son, who didn't know how to cherish her. Wen Chuchu's eyelids fluttered violently and her face flushed with shame. "Auntie, since you know, please, I beg you to keep it from my parents. My family is very strict. I am afraid my mom will beat me to death with a ruler." Wen Chuchu didn't want to die and make the headlines in such a tragic way. As she thought about it, tears welled up in her eyes. She was already quite pretty, and with those misty eyes she truly lived up to her name. Chuchu meaning pitiful and delicate. Mrs. Zhan was almost mortified with shame and couldn't help but glare fiercely at Zhan Heng, her gaze filled with reproach that seemed to pierce his handsome face. Zhan Heng narrowed his eyes. He hadn't even digested the fact that he had gotten Wen Chuchu pregnant, and now this woman had already informed his mother. Good. Very good. What a ruthless move. To force a marriage, she was using both soft and hard tactics. Sensing the dangerous aura around the limited edition, Wen Chuchu shuddered. The next moment her hands were firmly grasped by Mrs. Zhan, who enveloped her in a warm, fragrant embrace. Mrs. Zhan gently stroked her back and patted her soothingly. "Chuchu, don't worry. They'll keep this a secret. But since you and Zhan Heng have come this far, marriage is inevitable. Rest assured, Auntie will make sure Zhan Heng takes responsibility for you." Hearing this, Wen Chuchu was almost crying with joy. Tears of gratitude streamed down her face. "Auntie, thank you." If she could successfully marry the limited edition, would she finally escape the tragedy of being beaten to death by her mother's ruler? "Don't mention it, it's only right." With that, Mrs. Zhan glared fiercely at Zhan Heng and signaled him. "Zhan Heng, you have no objections to this, do you?" Zhan Heng gritted his molars, silently looking at the cunning little woman and his own disappointed mother. A dangerous aura permeated every inch of the air, chilling the spine. "No." At that single word, Wen Chuchu's small back shuddered. What was going on? Earlier the man's attitude had softened considerably, but now he had changed so drastically. Wen Chuchu wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and asked in surprise, "Zhan Heng, you're not unwilling, are you?" Zhan Heng looked her over with a half-smile. "Willing? I am very, very willing." Wen Chuchu's eyes widened. She simply couldn't understand what was going on with this man. Although he said he was willing, every cell in his body screamed rebellion. This was far from willingness. It was utter reluctance. Unable to figure out the man, Wen Chuchu shifted her target and decided to win over her future mother-in-law. She threw herself into Mrs. Zhan's arms, looking pitiful, but in reality her small frame was trembling from the man's intimidation. "Auntie, I truly love Zhan Heng." Mrs. Zhan nodded in agreement. If a girl didn't truly love a man, no innocent young lady would agree to go this far. Madame Zhan patted Wen Chuchu's back with distress. Meanwhile, Zhan Heng, observing her slender, trembling figure, ground his molars in secret. What a meticulous scheme. What a scheming wench. What exquisite acting. Even he had been fooled. Little did Zhan Heng, who had been hunting all day, expect to be pecked by the goose one day. And Wen Chuchu, sensing the overwhelming and inescapable aura of power behind her, suddenly trembled her little spine. Oh whoa, this man was truly terrifying. Chuchu, don't worry. He'll go discuss the wedding with your parents right away. Since this has happened, the sooner you two get married the better. Wen Chuchu wholeheartedly agreed and kept nodding at Madame Zhan. She even felt that Madame Zhan was a great benefactor who had saved her from dire straits. Clinging to this patron, Wen Chuchu resolved never to let go. And as it turned out, latching onto this patron was the most correct decision she had ever made in her life, because Madame Zhan not only escorted her home the entire way, sparing her from facing Zhan Heng's livid and agonized mask alone, but also engaged in a pleasant conversation with Zhang Shania upon arrival. Dear in-laws, rest assured this marriage is settled. It's not just my son. Both I and my husband are very satisfied with Chuchu. The girl is incredibly well-behaved and sensible. How about we set the wedding for the beginning of next month? If you don't mind, I think the engagement should happen as soon as possible. But I wonder if you're willing to let your daughter marry so early. Throughout the entire conversation, Wen Chuchu sat by, without any chance to interject. Zhang Shania silently cast questioning glances at her several times. Yet Wen Chuchu was terrified deep inside and dared not respond in the slightest. She could only force a dry smile, playing the zombie in front of everyone, because she could feel Zhan Heng's gaze from start to finish. The man wore a faint mocking smile, scrutinizing her, as if she were some intriguing specimen, a look that was extremely dangerous. Listening to her mother and Madame Zhan discussing her and Zhan Heng's marriage, Wen Chuchu felt immensely embarrassed. Her 10 toes had unconsciously scraped a 3-bedroom living room into the floor. Madame Zhan, you're too kind. I really never expected it. This girl of mine is lazy and gluttonous, and on top of that she's missing a screw. I never dared to hope Zhan Heng would take a fancy to her. I truly didn't expect. I wonder if this counts as fate. Zhan Heng wore a timely smile, neither impolite nor warm, carrying a distance that prevented anyone from feeling too familiar. Upon hearing Zhang Shania's words, the corner of his mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. Missing a screw. Indeed. No one knows a daughter better than her mother. Wasn't that the perfect description for Wen Chuchu? Madam, when you flatter me. This is truly fate. Madame Zhan said with guilt. Chuchu accidentally got hurt, all because of my son. Zhang Shania's gaze involuntarily glanced toward Wen Chuchu, as if asking, you got hurt. When did that happen? Wen Chuchu's little spine trembled at her mother's look. Thinking of her out-of-wedlock pregnancy, and fearing that Madame Zhan might let it slip, she quickly said, Madame Zhan. I'm fine. While speaking, she shot Madame Zhan meaningful glances. Madame Zhan realized that Wen Chuchu was thoroughly terrified of her own mother. Wanting to help her out, she gave Wen Chuchu a reassuring look and said to Zhang Shania, Madam, please don't blame Chuchu. Her injury was all Zhan Heng's fault. Hearing this, Wen Chuchu knew things had taken a bad turn and frantically signaled Madame Zhan with her eye. Zhang Shania sensed something amiss. Not only with Wen Chuchu and Zhan Heng, but even Madame Zhan seemed off, as if they were hiding something major from her. So she bypassed Madame Zhan and Zhan Heng, turning her fire directly on her daughter. Chuchu, what's wrong? Is your eyelid having a spasm? That simple statement was like an immobilization spell hitting Wen Chuchu's pressure point. She stiffened like a wooden log, not only rigid in body, but also with a tongue that seemed to spring loose, stammering, I am not. It's maybe a little twitch. Wen Chuchu's tone carried a hint of cautiousness, and she pressed her fingertip firmly over her eyelid. Having lived with Wen Chuchu for over 20 years, Zhang Shania knew her like her own bones. She immediately sensed that this little girl had a secret hidden from her. But with outsiders present, Zhang Shania wouldn't lose her temper on the spot. She swallowed her anger and gave a wry laugh. Don't keep blinking, it's impolite. Yes. Seeing that her mother didn't explode in public, Wen Chuchu breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Madame Zhan, observing this scene, felt even more at ease about Wen Chuchu. With such strict discipline from Madame, when it indicated that Wen Chuchu had been a well-behaved girl since childhood. Such a daughter and such a family background. Marrying Zhan Heng would not be a disgrace to that brat. Besides, the brat really went overboard the first time he tasted flesh. He was the one who wronged her. He must bear the responsibility whether he likes it or not. Thus Madame Zhan firmly held Madame Wen's arm, and the two were about to have an in-depth conversation. As for Zhan Heng and Wen Chuchu, they were sent up to Wen Chuchu's boudoir under the pretext of cultivating feelings. Free from the high-pressure threat of her mother, Wen Chuchu let out a long breath from her chest. But before she could relax for a second, the next moment a dangerous aura began to emanate from Zhan Heng behind her. Quite bold. I didn't expect you to be a coward to the bone. Was that mockery? Huh. Naked mockery. Wen Chuchu's little courage surged up. Clenching her fists, she bravely met Zhan Heng's half-squinting dangerous eyes. What I do is none of your business. Is this how you speak to your future husband? The man's half-squinted eyes grew even more perilous. Although Wen Chuchu was terrified of the aura radiating from the man, she knew that since she was about to enter a flash marriage with him, they would have to live together for a long time. Good heavens. At home she was suppressed by her mother like the Monkey King under Stone Mountain. Couldn't she finally let loose her true nature after getting married? She felt that she absolutely positively must give this man a harsh lesson right from the start. Let him know that although she agreed to the quick marriage, she was not a woman to be trifled with. No way he was going to bully her. As her anger threatened to boil over, Wen Chuchu assessed the situation and then flashed a cheeky grin at the man's severely displeased face. The cowardice took precedence. No, I was just joking with you, my future husband. You wouldn't be unable to take a joke, would you? Zhan Heng narrowed his eyes at Wen Chuchu, his gaze seemingly penetrating her heart's hidden schemes. Wen Chuchu shivered slightly, then clenched her small fists forcefully, suppressing the small anger that was bubbling within her. The revolution has yet to succeed. Heroes must endure humiliation and hardship. This little insult means nothing. Once she successfully elopes with Zhan Heng, escaping her mother's oppressive control, she would deal with him thoroughly. She fully understood the wisdom of adapting to circumstances. Wen Chuchu's attitude finally alleviated some of Zhan Heng's pent-up frustration. However, deep down he felt nothing but disdain for Wen Chuchu. He had thought she was a pitiful girl in need of protection, but it turned out she was merely a scheming vixen. Upon reflection, her methods of coercing him into marriage were utterly crude. What had he gotten himself in? The more Zhan Heng thought about it, the more infuriated he became, a fiery rage igniting within him, wishing to burn the little girl before him to ashes. Although Wen Chuchu was a bit foolish and cowardly, her ability to read the room was quite impressive. Growing up with a mother like hers, a fierce tigress, she had honed her skills from a young age. Noticing the thick air of danger surrounding Zhan Heng, Wen Chuchu spread her arms and began her impressive performance. Future husband, please take a look at my boudoir. Zhan Heng squinted, glancing at her from between his eyelashes, acknowledging her cleverness, and then stepped into the room. With matters still on her mind, Wen Chuchu quickly scanned the surroundings before entering, ensuring no one was watching, then slammed the bedroom door shut. Upon entering the room, rather than thinking of how to placate the evidently displeased Zhan Heng, she hurried over to the trash can, suppressing her wildly pounding heart, and retrieved the ticking time bomb, her pregnancy test. Gazing at the two glaring red lines, Wen Chuchu felt as if she were holding a hot potato, the small stick flipping back and forth in her hands, her dark eyes scanning the room for a suitable hiding place for this little item. After a brief glance around Wen Chuchu's bedroom, Zhan Heng lost interest. Her boudoir resembled that of a fairy tale princess, filled with pink and lace, causing a twitch in his nerves. Then Zhan Heng was drawn to the commotion from Wen Chuchu, watching her fidgeting with the stick, his brow unconsciously knitting tighter. What are you doing? Wen Chuchu was startled, and in the next moment the pregnancy test slipped from her grasp and fell to the floor. In an instant, both of their gazes landed on the pregnancy test. Wen Chuchu's cheeks felt like they were being scorched by a great fire, turning crimson instantly as she hurriedly crouched down to pick it up. But a larger hand moved faster, retrieving the item before she could. Wen Chuchu's face was flushed to the point of bleeding as she watched the pregnancy test in the man's broad palm, triggering a cascade of thoughts, making her involuntarily recall the solid, muscular physique she had seen that morning. Inside her, a tiny tadpole belonging to the man was developing. Ugh, what was she thinking? Wen Chuchu inwardly cursed herself and swiftly attempted to snatch the object back. Give it to me. What do you want this for? Her expression while holding the item resembled that of someone clutching a bomb. Did she not realize that sometimes she looked adorably foolish enough to make people want to spit blood? When Chuchu's heartbeat had surpassed human limits, she could no longer bear it, swiftly pulling the item from the man's palm and hiding it behind her. This thing must not be seen by my mom, or else you might not get to see your dear baby being born from my belly. Wen Chuchu said, her little face filled with terror. Zhan Heng looked at her adorable, yet blood-drawing expression, his mind going blank. Logic told him the girl before him had a low IQ. Yet emotions urged him the girl before him was so cute, he wanted to bite her hard. He pressed his lips together, his gaze darkening. What do you plan to do with this thing? Wen Chuchu's eyes darted around, and she said, Hey, do you have a lighter? Zhan Heng frowned. You want to burn it? Bingo. Smart. Wen Chuchu extended her delicate white finger towards Zhan Heng. Give it to me. In her mind, men of Zhan Heng's age almost always smoked. I don't smoke. Zhan Heng's voice was low, and he couldn't help but glance at Wen Chuchu's slender, delicate fingers, which resembled scallions, his attractive atoms, apple involuntarily rolling. An uncontrollable heat surged through his body from bottom to top. Zhan Heng's gaze unconsciously darkened. No way. Wen Chuchu gasped, her astonished eyes scanning Zhan Heng up and down, her expression akin to witnessing the eighth wonder of the world. Zhan Heng frowned, at being regarded as a monster was quite unpleasant. Fortunately, Wen Chuchu was not one to dwell on matters for too long. She quickly set this issue aside and annoyingly tapped her forehead. So how should we handle this thing? Then her gaze suddenly turned to Zhan Heng, her face lighting up with a calculating glint in her eyes, causing Zhan Heng to feel an ominous premonition. In the next second, Wen Chuchu reached out and seized his arm. Zhan, what was it again? Zhan Heng. Those two syllables practically erupted from Zhan Heng's teeth. This woman was simply too detestable. She had already conceived a child, and yet couldn't even remember his name, needing him to remind her time and again. Good. Very good. Zhan. Even though Zhan Heng had just reminded her, Wen Chuchu still tossed it aside, not for any other reason, but because she thought the name was too tongue-twisting. It hardly seemed like a person's name. Watching the man's expression grow increasingly grim, teetering on the edge of an eruption, she hastily said, Zhan dear, husband, how about this? You help me take this thing outside and throw it away, please. She clasped her hands together, her bright, sparkling eyes conveying a silent plea. Zhan Heng, as if enchanted, reached out and took the small object, then closed his palm and slipped it into his trouser pocket. Wen Chuchu's eyes widened at the sight. This hardly seemed proper. Didn't he find it dirty? Before she could dwell on it, the man narrowed his eyes at her and said gravely, Wen Chuchu, there's something we need to discuss beforehand. Wen Chuchu nodded immediately. Exactly, I also have something to discuss with you very seriously. What? About our flash marriage, of course. Wen Chuchu batted her big eyes. Zhan Heng's heart twitched. He didn't want to admit that he was momentarily captivated by her striking appearance. Perfect. You weren't going to say the same thing, were you? Let me go first. Ladies first, right? Zhan Heng remained noncommittal. Wen Chuchu said, Husband Zhan, let me tell you, the reason I proposed a flash marriage was just a temporary expedient. What do you mean? A foreboding feeling grew heavier in his heart. Think about it. We don't have any feelings for each other, do we? It was just a one-night mistake that led to my pregnancy, and now the consequence is serious, so I need a flash marriage to gloss over it. But our marriage can't be real. Zhan Heng curled his lips, his thin mouth tinged with sarcasm. That's just your urgent need. Hey, but doesn't your mother also want you to get married? Otherwise, why would you be forced into blind dates? See how much they're pushing you. I'm in the same predicament. Now that I'm carrying your baby, don't you think I'm an angel saving you from dire straits? Her rosy little mouth grew more confident. We should cooperate seamlessly. Zhan Heng shot her a sidelong glance and said coolly, I don't see it. You. Wen Chuchu's entire face flushed with anger. That's too much. But that's not what you said before. Didn't you say you wanted to take responsibility for me? Zhan Heng's half-smiling eyes finally fixed on Wen Chuchu. Miss, when the responsibility I mentioned is a genuine marriage, not a fake couple just to appease others. He savored the panic on her face, her eyes like a frightened fawn, and gave a wicked smile. Do you know what genuine means? It means having both name and reality, husband and wife in bed. He stressed the last four words heavily. The lascivious implication made Wen Chuchu's face red enough to drip blood. As his handsome face leaned in, a strong masculine scent rushed toward her. Wen Chuchu stumbled back several steps, her heart pounding beneath her chest, as if it would leap out. You? Talk, but don't come so close. Wen Chuchu warned in a small, cowardly voice. Zhan Heng clenched his jaw, but instead of backing off, he advanced toward her step by step, exuding an overwhelming aura. Intimidated by his presence, Wen Chuchu quickly raised her hand to block his solid chest. Hey, didn't you say you'd marry me? We've kissed, we've slept. Why act like strangers now? Zhan Heng felt unlike himself, looking at the timid rabbit-like Wen Chuchu and feeling an urge to tease her. He wanted to see her flushed face, her doe-like moist eyes, her flustered hands. As his thoughts wandered, his eyes grew dangerous and his handsome Adam's apple bobbed several times. How dare you bring that up? Anger overcame her cowardice. If you hadn't shamelessly gotten into my bed, how could I be pregnant? I got into your bed. Zhan Heng squinted. Of course. Didn't you get into my bed? That room was my presidential suite. Zhan Heng reminded her. Wen Chuchu's eyes widened as she recalled. It did seem to be the case. But even if it was her mistake, that man Zhan shouldn't have taken advantage of her. Now he was making her suffer and still trying to bully her from a moral high ground. No way. Even if I went into the wrong room, you shouldn't have taken advantage of me. As she said this, her earlobes burned hot enough to boil an egg. Could this embarrassing conversation end quickly? Moreover, not only did you take advantage of me, but you also got me pregnant out of wedlock. If my mother finds out, I'm done for. You don't know how strict my family is. That day after I stayed at my bestie's hotel, my mother whipped me 9 times with a cane. I still have scars on my back. You're the culprit who caused this. I don't care. You have to take responsibility. And the more she thought, the angrier she got. Whether from anger or fear, tears began to fall pattering down. Then she poked his unreasonably hard and firm chest again and again. You must keep my pregnancy absolutely secret. Even though you told your mother, make sure they don't slip up. If they do, it'll make you bear the family punishment, and they'll say you forced me. Wen Chuchu was so terrified that she even ignored Zhan Heng's dangerous, devouring gaze and started threatening him outright. She even felt she was doing a great job, completely shedding her previous cowardice. She almost wanted to cheer for her own bravery. Zhan Heng had to admit that when Wen Chuchu's crystal tears fell, his heart gave a sharp pang. He strongly wanted to pull her into his arms and comfort her. He forcibly suppressed that bizarre urge, then reached out and tightly grasped her fingers that were poking his chest. Wen Chuchu was startled, staring at him in terror. Zhan Heng narrowed his eyes and gave a wicked smile. Don't you know that a man's body can't be touched? It might lead to consequences you can't handle. What consequences? Wen Chuchu asked blankly. A fire only you can extinguish, Zhan Heng said in a low voice. The next second, Wen Chuchu's face flamed crimson. She quickly pulled her fingers back and yelled, Zhan Heng. Zhan Heng corrected her, then leaned and cupped the back of her head and pressed a deep kiss onto her moving red lips. This. The plot seems to be taking a rather unexpected turn. With great effort, Wen Chuchu managed to pull herself away from the man's domineering kiss. Her face was flushed and her beautiful eyes were brimming with tears. She wiped the residual suspicious liquid from her lips with disgust and spat out Zhan Heng. This time she finally remembered the name of her future husband. Her little finger trembled as she pointed at him in protest. I won't allow you to kiss me whenever you feel like it. Zhan Heng's eyes were incredibly deep, with countless whirlpools spinning rapidly inside, as if wanting to suck Wen Chuchu in. She quickly averted her gaze to avoid the man's overwhelming charisma that radiated from every pore. She gasped sharply, did you hear me? Unfortunately, her threat seemed utterly harmless in Zhan Heng's eyes. Instead, the anger blazing in her eyes made her look adorably fierce. I am demonstrating with actions that if we marry, it will be a true match. Shameless man. His mind is filled with nothing but filth. Wen Chuchu silently scorned him in her heart, but on the surface, she remained composed. She lifted her eyes in panic and said, enough. Before we get married, let's keep such things to a minimum. Think about our reputations. Oh no, Zhan Heng kissed her so forcefully. Would her lips be red? If she went out later, would her mother know? Wait, since you kissed me again, does that mean you agree to marry me? Wen Chuchu asked excitedly. Zhan Heng's eyes were dark and deep as he looked at the little girl. For a moment he was amused. Then, as if enchanted, he reluctantly uttered a soft mum from his throat. That's wonderful. Wen Chuchu danced with joy and jumped up from the floor, but the movement strained her injured tailbone, and she let out a sharp hiss of pain. The next second she fell into Zhan Heng's solid chest. His large hands trapped her wrists. Are you okay? You haven't forgotten your tailbone injury, have you? Besides, you're pregnant now. You need to be more careful. His voice, carrying a hint of reproach and concern, was low and husky, pouring into Wen Chuchu's ear. And on the skin where his hand gripped her, currents of electricity spread to her nerve endings, surging through every cell in her body. She quickly pulled her hand away and gave a stiff smile. I'm fine. I understand. He'll remember my husband's words from now on. Take good care of myself during pregnancy and give birth to our baby as soon as possible. After saying that, she proudly cradled her small belly. Zhan Heng's gaze fell on her still flat stomach, and a deep emotion flickered in his eyes. And so Wen Chuchu and Zhan Heng reached a peaceful and friendly agreement. For the sake of the child in her womb, they decided to give flash marriage a try, this trendy thing. In the living room, the two mothers had also fallen into a harmonious and friendly conversation. By the time Wen Chuchu and Zhan Heng came downstairs, they were already enthusiastically discussing serious matters like which designer to choose for the wedding gown and the hotel venue. Seeing them descending, the two mothers dropped their topic and smiled at the couple walking down the stairs hand in. Madame Zhan was utterly satisfied. The more she looked at Wen Chuchu, the more suitable she found her. She laughed. Dear in-laws, look how perfectly matched they are standing together. I wish we could take Chuchu into our family right now. Zhang Shania followed Madame Zhan's words and looked at her daughter's face. As soon as she did, she noticed something off about Wen Chuchu's lips. They looked as if they had been nibbled on. Zhang Shania's brow unconsciously furrowed. Sensing her mother's gaze, Wen Chuchu instinctively touched her lips and then nervously lowered her eyes. Fortunately, Zhang Shania had the decency to save face for her in front of others. She shot a displeased glance at her daughter, then turned to Madame Zhan and said, "Madame Zhan, you and Zhan Heng are too kind. I think Chuchu is simply not good enough for Zhan Heng. She must have accumulated 8 lifetimes of good karma to be lucky enough to marry him." Listening to her mother's belittling words, Wen Chuchu couldn't help but curl her lip. Her own mother really wasn't being supportive. Was she really that bad? Just as she was feeling a little dejected, a sudden force gripped her wrist. Looking down, she saw it was Zhan Heng's hand holding her wrist. She lifted her eyes and unexpectedly met Zhan Heng's gaze, deep as the sea with hidden currents surging beneath. Wen Chuchu's heart skipped a beat. The next second, she could clearly hear the frantic pounding of her own heart. Thump, thump. Good heavens! Setting aside Zhan Heng's somewhat intimidating aura, the man had such striking good looks that he tempted her beyond measure. For a moment, she even forgot there were others nearby, and wanted to throw herself at him, biting him hard. This kind of fantasy was so embarrassing. Wen Chuchu awkwardly looked away, refusing to admit those thoughts were in her mind. Annie Chuchu is truly wonderful. I really like her. In fact, I think meeting Chuchu is the blessing of 8 lifetimes for me. The moment I saw her, I wanted to take her home as my wife and torment her thoroughly. Zhan Heng rarely spoke, but when he did, he stunned everyone present. At the very least, Wen Chuchu, she widened her eyes in disbelief. This man was so unexpected. In her bedroom, he had been so reluctant, yet now he was defending her in front of so many people. Wow. Wen Chuchu was happier than if she had been drenched in honey. Her eyes, fixed on Zhan Heng, unconsciously sparkled with stars. After saying this, Zhan Heng looked down deeply at Wen Chuchu. Bathed in the man's affectionate gaze, she even felt the illusion that they were deeply in love. So alluring, so handsome, so lovable. Wen Chuchu's heart felt as if it were soaking in a hot spring, bubbling with joy. It seems Mr. Zhan really does like our Chuchu very much. Zhang Shania spoke, and when addressing Zhan Heng, she was much more cordial than when dealing with her own daughter. Then came Zhan Heng's low, husky voice. "Yes, I fell in love with Chuchu at first sight. So Annie, I would like to set the wedding date as early as possible, the sooner the better." Wen Chuchu's heart thumped wildly, pounding in her chest like a frantic drum. She scarcely knew how to survive under the man's intense, affectionate gaze. The next second, she keenly sensed her mother's oppressive stare. She instinctively lifted her eyelids and sure enough caught Zhang Shania, shooting her a fierce glare. It was as if she were a witch seducing a prince. With a start, Wen Chuchu immediately withdrew her wrist, forcing herself to appear dignified, aloof, and inviolable. "Zhan Heng, come over and sit with us. Listen to your mother and me discuss your wedding. If you two have any opinions, you can also speak up. After all, it's your ceremony. You young people are more independent than us," Zhang Shania said. Zhan Heng ignored Wen Chuchu's timid look, took her hand naturally, and led her over to sit opposite Zhang Shania. He said, "Auntie, you'll follow your arrangements. As long as I can marry Chuchu soon, nothing else matters." Zhang Shania's suspicious gaze slowly shifted from Zhan Heng's face to Wen Chuchu's. That gaze felt like a small knife, cutting her all over with unease. She couldn't help but force an awkward smile at her mother. After a round of discussion, Zhang Shania and Wen Chuchu reluctantly watched Zhan Heng and his mother leave. As soon as the door closed, Zhang Shania's sharp gaze fixed straight on Wen Chuchu. The pressure in those eyes made her small spine shiver with fright. Mommy. Wen Chuchu's voice trembled with guilt. Well. Zhang Shania squinted, studying Wen Chuchu from head to toe. "What kind of love potion did you feed that Zhan Heng that he's so eager to marry you?" Wen Chuchu's spine shuddered. Mom, can't you think something good of me? Couldn't it be that Zhan Heng is captivated by my beauty and thus so desperate to be with me?" "Humph." Zhang Shania snorted dismissively. "Do you think Zhan Heng is just any ordinary man you'd meet on the street? If he were some mediocre guy fooled by your pretty face, that would be somewhat believable. But this is Zhan Heng. Do you even know who he really is?" "What?" Wen Chuchu had just returned from studying abroad not long ago and knew very little about domestic affairs. Zhan Heng is a rising star in the country, and he just entered the Forbes list at number 3. Not only him, but the entire Zhan family is far beyond what our Wen family can ever hope to match. Zhang Shania muttered in confusion. "Originally, I took you to the blind date just to go through the motions, because although Zhan Heng is outstanding beyond reach, he's never had a girlfriend. Since he's getting older, his family arranged meetings with all the eligible ladies in the city. I never expected that you little girl would catch his eye. 3rd on the Forbes list." Wen Chuchu shuddered at the thought. Was this Zhan Heng really the same man she had just tussled with in the bedroom? Could it be a different person with the same name? "I never thought he'd be so important." So why does he want to marry me? Wen Chuchu seemed to have a sudden epiphany. Then she smacked her own head hard. That's exactly what puzzles me. Could he have been blinded by dog shit? Wen Chuchu looked at her mother utterly speechless. Don't ask. The answer would surely be she was that very pile of dog shit. Wen Chuchu's mouth twitched silently. Zhang Shania soon sank into a fog of doubts, beginning to investigate the reason why the Zhan family was so eager to marry into theirs. Feeling guilty, Wen Chuchu couldn't bear to stay in the same room as Zhang Shania. Using her injury as an excuse, she hurried back to her bedroom. Meanwhile, on the drive back, Zhan Heng and his mother were locked in a heated argument. Zhan Heng, you've gone too far. Treating an innocent girl like that. Like that. Madame Zhan's face burned just thinking about it. The condemning words stuck in her throat, refusing to come out. Zhan Heng's expression remained calm. Seeing her son's unrepentant attitude, Madame Zhan clenched her teeth and snapped, "Don't play dumb. Once you get back, someone will deal with you." Zhan Heng instinctively thought of Wen Chuchu's pregnancy. Assuming his mother was blaming him for that, he fell silent, a heavy shadow flickering in his eyes. Though he didn't know how Wen Chuchu had revealed the matter to her mother, thinking of her grievance and innocence, he suppressed the nameless fury rising in his chest. In any case, he had to bear half the responsibility. If the elders in the family were to scold him for this, he would have no excuses. Zhan Heng had anticipated a stormy reception upon his return, but he never expected, the moment he stepped into the living room, a teacup flying straight at him. He lifted his eyes to see his grandfather's face heavy with pain and his father simmering with rage. Zhan Yichen's gaze burned with fury. "You unfilial son! How dare you come back?" With those words, the teacup shattered into countless fragments at Zhan Heng's feet. Tea leaves splattered onto his immaculate trousers. Grandfather Zhan Peng also looked at him disapprovingly. And standing beside them trembling was none other than the white-coat doctor who had just examined Wen Chuchu, Ji Ziqing. Zhan Heng squinted at Ji Ziqing. The guilty look on that fellow's face told him everything. The man had said nothing good behind his back. "Dad, this is my home. Of course I have to come back. You. Zhan Yichen's finger trembled as he pointed at Zhan Heng. "You ruined an innocent girl from a respectable family, and you think you're in the right, do you?" "Ruined?" Zhan Heng savored the word, then leisurely brushed the tea stains from his clothes. His movements were unhurried, elegance flowing through his very bones. A natural air of nobility radiated from him. He raised his eyes, fixing them on Ji Ziqing with a faint, knowing smile. "Ziqing, I didn't catch father's meaning. Care to translate?" When Ji Ziqing saw Zhan Heng's expression, his heart sank. Shouldn't the fire be raging between uncle and cousin? Why was he being dragged into it? Overwhelmed by Zhan Heng's intimidating aura, Ji Ziqing's lips began to tremble and his legs shook uncontrollably. "Ziqing, what are you afraid of? Be a man and tell your cousin exactly what he did. Spill everything you told us, not a single detail left out." Despite his uncle's unwavering support, Ji Ziqing couldn't help but shudder when he met his cousin Zhan Heng's ambiguous smile. Zhan Heng's lips curled with a cold indifference as he slowly rolled up his sleeve, dampened by tea. The dangerous glint in his eyes sent a chill down Ji Ziqing's spine. "Cousin, Miss Wen was injured in such a private place. What kind of strenuous position were you two in that could cause such an injury? It's not something that would happen easily." Ji Ziqing blurted out the words in a rush, feeling the air around him compress and thin, making it hard to breathe. After that burst of courage, he cowardly hid behind Zhan Yichen, his arms trembling uncontrollably. "What?" The unexpected reply made Zhan Heng's pupils contract sharply. He hadn't expected that the little girl's tailbone injury would lead to such baseless speculation. The coldness in Zhan Heng's lips deepened, and his usually dark eyes now glinted with icy shards. "Exactly. That kind of position like that is what causes it," Ji Ziqing insisted stubbornly, even though he was terrified. Zhan Heng smiled, but the chill in his eyes made Ji Ziqing feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. "Ji Ziqing, I'm starting to doubt how you got through medical school. Are you implying that when Chuchu and I engaged in intimate activities, and because the position was too strenuous, her tailbone got injured?" Ji Ziqing's heart skipped a beat at these words. He instinctively retorted, "Isn't that the case? Why else would his cousin agree to a quick marriage with Miss Wen? His cousin had always been indifferent to women, and there were even rumors that he was gay. If he hadn't been captivated by Miss Wen, why would he suddenly decide to marry?" Zhan Heng's gaze turned sinister as he gritted out two words. "No, it's not." As the words fell, Ji Ziqing felt as if he had been struck by a high-voltage current, his whole body trembling violently. Before Zhan Heng could grab him, he quickly said to Zhan Yichen and Madame Zhan, "Uncle, Auntie, I suddenly remembered some urgent matters at the hospital. I have to go back now." But before Ji Ziqing could make a run for it, a hand grabbed his wrist. Zhan Heng looked down, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Zicheng, I think you're not fit to be a doctor. Incompetence can cost lives. Terror rapidly gathered in Zicheng's eyes. Not daring to look at Zhan Heng, he tremblingly turned to Zicheng. Uncle. Zicheng said solemnly. Your cousin is just joking with you. Go on, hurry. Only then did Zicheng gather the courage to gently pry Zhan Heng's fingers away, grinning sheepishly as he slipped away swiftly. Zhan Heng watched Zicheng leave, then slowly turned his gaze to Zicheng. Dad, what Zicheng said was all baseless. Please don't misunderstand me and Chuchu like that. Madame Zhan only then realized that Zicheng's claims might not be true, but she still couldn't hide her surprise. Then, why did you agree to marry Chuchu? You've always been so opposed to marriage before. I like Chuchu. Zhan Heng's gaze was deep, and the large hand resting by his side suddenly clenched into a fist. So I want to marry her. Hearing this, Madame Zhan's face showed a relieved expression. That's good too. At least nothing like that happened. I've been feeling guilty toward Chuchu all this time. Now that I know it's not true, that's wonderful. Wonderful. Upon hearing this news, Zicheng's face darkened unusually. Madame Zhan was startled. What's wrong? I've already told Wen Chuchu about this. I advised him to remind his daughter not to go too far. Zicheng. Thinking about the misunderstanding, Madame Zhan was filled with regret. She looked at Zicheng, then at the calm Zhan Heng, and let out a deep sigh from the depths of her chest. What can we do now? That poor Chuchu will be wronged by her own family. I visited the Wen family today and saw that their household rules are very strict. If Madame Wen finds out about this, she won't let Chuchu off easily. Madame Zhan glared at Zicheng. You? Why are you so quick to speak? Zicheng's eyes flickered uncomfortably, a moment of guilt passing through him. A Zhan family's daughter-in-law should naturally be mindful of her conduct. So I just casually mentioned it. Madame Zhan sank into a cloud of gloom. Suddenly looking up at Zhan Heng, she said, this won't do. Zhan Heng, you must come with me to the Wen family, or something terrible might really happen. Zhan Heng's eyes were also deep. Although he hadn't known the little girl for long, her fear of her mother's strict discipline seemed etched into her bones. It was easy to imagine how strict the Wen family's upbringing was. This matter couldn't be brushed aside. But we can only prevent it for a moment, not forever. Thinking of Wen Chuchu's trembling, frightened little face, Zhan Heng's heart ached with a sharp pang. Damn it. Though he hadn't known her long, she seemed to have already gained the power to affect him. Simple. Zhan Heng, let me ask you this. Have you truly decided to marry Chuchu? Of course. For one thing, Wen Chuchu was already carrying his child. That alone made it a certainty that he would marry her. Moreover, the strange reactions he kept having toward her made it clear that he didn't reject this woman. In over 30 years, he had seen and known countless beautiful women, but none had left a mark on his heart. Only Wen Chuchu, like a great hand, had stirred the calm waters of his soul. Bring your documents. We're going to the Wen family right now to bring your bride back. If her mother won't cherish her, our family will make sure she never suffers a single grievance. After hearing this, Zicheng abruptly handed the decision to Zhan Heng. Zhan Heng, this is your marriage. Whether to go or not, you decide. Old Master Zhan Heng, however, looked pleased. There's no need to think it over. If you want to marry her, the sooner the better. This old man has been longing to hold a great-grandchild. Zhan Heng's heart tightened at these words. Zhan Heng had been diagnosed with terminal cancer 2 years ago, and despite all efforts, there was no hope of recovery. Holding a great-grandchild was the old man's greatest wish in life, bar none. And Wen Chuchu's belly carried precisely that great-grandchild. In the remaining days of his grandfather, if he wished to see his great-grandson, it seemed that marrying Wen Chuchu was the only solution. At the thought of this, a flicker of something passed through Zhan Heng's eyes. The next second, Madame Zhan spoke up. Zhan Heng, time is of the essence. If you've made a decision, take your identification and go with me to the Wen family to rescue Chuchu from her mother-in-law's hands. Zhan Heng's eyes quickly flashed with something, then he nodded slightly under the gaze of those around him. At this moment, Wen Chuchu was facing her father Wen Tinjian's interrogation. Listening to his hesitant words, her ears turned crimson and her beautiful eyes widened in shock. Chuchu, Dad knows you've grown up. You young people have some ideas that are indeed different from our older generation, but you're a girl, and some matters should be approached with caution. Wen Chuchu was utterly confused, her eyes filled with big question marks as she looked at Wen Tinjian. Dad, what are you talking about? Upon meeting Wen Tinjian's hesitant expression, Wen Chuchu's heart constricted, and she instinctively thought of her pregnancy. Her father asking her to be cautious couldn't possibly be about her premarital pregnancy, could it? At that moment, her heart sank, and it felt as though her throat was filled with cement, rendering her speechless. It's just, in short, if you don't want to be severely punished by your mother, you'd better listen to your father's words. Feeling guilty, Wen Chuchu nodded at Wen Tingyun with her beautiful eyes blinking. Okay, Dad, I'll definitely listen to you. Moreover, she even showed an appropriately embarrassed expression on her face. Wen Tingyun was quite satisfied with the outcome of their negotiation. Although the conversation between father and daughter was as obscure as a riddle, it finally yielded a perfect result. Just as the father and daughter were about to tacitly change the subject, suddenly a voice startled them, making both of their bodies tremble. What are you listening to? The speaker was Zhang Shania, and it was unclear how much she had overheard. As she slowly entered the small living room, a chill ran down the spines of both father and daughter. Nothing at all. Upon seeing Zhang Shania, Wen Chuchu felt as if she had encountered a demon and wished she could vanish from her sight immediately. Even Wen Tingyun gasped when he saw his wife instinctively trying to help his daughter cover up. It's nothing, just the usual lesson for Chuchu. Shania, why are you still awake so late? I thought you should be sleeping by now. Seeing the expressions on the father and daughter's faces, Zhang Shania immediately sensed that they were hiding something from her. She instinctively narrowed her eyes, directing her sharp gaze at Wen Chuchu. Chuchu, what exactly is going on? Speak up. The emphasis in her voice made Wen Chuchu's body tremble. She instinctively shivered, her heart racing like a small motor. Thump, thump, thump. Nothing is happening. As she spoke, Wen Chuchu shot a pleading glance at Wen Tingyun. Wen Tingyun cautiously stepped forward, supporting Zhang Shania's arm, and said, Shania, don't scare the child. It's nothing. Let's go rest first. Didn't you say your shoulders are sore? Let me help you with a massage. After saying this, he wrapped his arm around Zhang Shania's waist and attempted to leave, not forgetting to turn back and signal Wen Chuchu to slip away at the right moment. However, this usual trick, which always worked, did not succeed today. Wen Chuchu watched as the dawn of victory was near, but the next second Zhang Shania suddenly turned around, her insightful gaze locking onto Wen Chuchu. No, Wen Chuchu, you should consider whether to drink to toast or to punish. If you don't speak the truth when the paper can no longer wrap the fire, your outcome will only be doubly tragic. Hearing this, a chill ran down Wen Chuchu's spine. Looking at her mother, whose authority resembled that of a mother tiger, her lips began to tremble uncontrollably. Having talent is like being pregnant. Over time it cannot be hidden. If one day her mother tiger. If her mother found out, would she still have her life? Thinking of this, Wen Chuchu's legs trembled like sieves, her eyes widened in fear, while her mind raced desperately, weighing the options between confessing and not confessing. Just as the tension escalated and the atmosphere grew tighter, suddenly a familiar voice came from the entrance. Mother-in-law, what are you doing so late at night? Wen Chuchu's brain went blank. What was happening? Did she just hear an auditory hallucination of Madame Zhan's voice? She nervously rubbed her ears, and before she could discern whether it was her imagination or reality, she saw her mother's gloomy face change in an instant. Her face broke into a smile as she walked towards the entrance. Madame Zhan, why are you here so late? Madame Zhan acted as if she hadn't seen or heard what transpired in the living room, and approached with a beaming smile, taking Zhang Shania's hands, and saying warmly, I came today to share some good news with you. Zhang Shania's expression paused for a second before she smiled and said, good news. Her gaze shifted between Madame Zhan and Zhan Heng, looking puzzled. Yes, this rascal, and I came to apologize to you, mother-in-law and father-in-law. After saying this, she cast a remorseful look at Wen Chuchu and said, Chuchu, it's our Zhan family that wronged you and misunderstood you, and Zhan Heng. Oh, speaking of which, this is truly a huge misunderstanding, and it all started because of my nephew, who is a doctor. This speech not only left Zhang Shania dumbfounded, but also gradually plunged Wen Chuchu in clouded in fog. What did this even mean? Wen Chuchu's gaze fell on Zhan Heng's solemn face. Upon closer inspection, she noticed Zhan Heng's serious expression mixed with a hint of earnestness, as his gaze towards her carried a scrutinizing quality, as if he were weighing something. Wen Chuchu's heart involuntarily tightened. Why was he looking at her like that suddenly? A wave of subtle joy and excitement surged through her veins, spreading to every cell in her body. But before Wen Chuchu could figure out what it was, the next moment, she heard Zhang Shania's puzzled voice. Madame Zhan, what do you mean by that? I don't quite understand. Lady Zhan furrowed her brows and said, well, my dear-in-law, have you misunderstood Chuchu? Actually, that matter is not what you think, but it's just a misunderstanding. The confusion on Zhang Shania's face grew even deeper. Unable to explain clearly in front of so many people, and since the accusation was entirely groundless, Lady Zhan looked at Zhang Shania, gritted her teeth, pulled her aside, and recounted the whole story from beginning to end. This revelation caused Zhang Shania's brow to twitch violently. Though she maintained a listening posture, her gaze landed on Wen Chuchu with unerring precision. Wen Chuchu immediately sensed something amiss, her spine trembling involuntarily. Her pleading eyes instinctively sought Zhan Heng's face. Seeing the little girl's expression, a flicker of barely perceptible guilt surfaced in Zhan Heng's chin. On the other side, after Lady Zhan finished explaining everything, she clearly witnessed the shift in Zhang Shania's expression and breathed a sigh of relief. She was thankful she had dragged Zhan Heng here immediately. If they had arrived even a moment later, the consequences would have been unthinkable. With this in mind, Lady Zhan's face was etched with profound apology as she said to Zhang Shania, "My dear-in-law, it's all a misunderstanding. Our Zhan family has wronged Chuchu, so today I've brought this rascal here specifically to apologize to you. Moreover, I've come up with a foolproof plan. To avoid damaging Chuchu's reputation, we've decided that Zhan Heng and Chuchu will go get their marriage certificate right now. From this moment on, Chuchu will be our Zhan family's daughter-in-law. Rest assured, I adore Chuchu, and since I never had a daughter, I will treat her as my own flesh and blood from now on." Zhang Shania's astonishment was too raw to conceal, freezing on her face. "How can this be, Madame Zhan? This is far too hasty." "Not hasty at all. This decision was reached after a family meeting in our Zhan household. And rest assured, although Chuchu and Zhan Heng are getting the certificate first, the wedding will by no means be perfunctory. If you or Chuchu have any requests regarding the ceremony, just name them. As long as the Zhan family can fulfill them, we won't refuse a single word." These resolute words not only stunned Zhang Shania, but also left Wen Chuchu and Wen Junting speechless. "And madam, this is too fast," stammered Wen Chuchu. Wen Chuchu cast an incredulous glance at Zhan Heng, then turned a bewildered look toward Lady Zhan. Lady Zhan seemed almost eager to see Zhan Heng married as soon as possible. But with such blatant matchmaking, didn't Zhan Heng, a grown man, have any objections? Zhan Heng appeared to be a man of strong character. He wouldn't just obediently comply, would he? He simply listened without voicing a single dissent. The disbelief on Wen Chuchu's face was impossible to mask. Lady Zhan smiled. "Not fast at all. This is not only my wish, but also the brat's heartfelt desire. Didn't you hear him this afternoon telling your mother he wanted to marry you as soon as possible?" Wen Chuchu looked as though she had swallowed a fly. He had said that, yes, but it was only a temporary measure. And to go from saying it to actually marrying, wasn't that a bit too sudden? "My dear-in-law, this ultimately depends on you and my father-in-law. If you agree, you'll take the young couple to get their certificate today. The Civil Affairs Bureau will process it through the express lane. Tonight, Chuchu will come home with me to the Zhan residence. What do you think?" Zhang Shania's lips twitched violently. Meeting Lady Zhan's expectant gaze, she forced a stiff smile and said to Wen Chuchu, "Chuchu, this has to be your own decision. Are you willing to marry Zhan Heng?" Every word from Zhang Shania dripped with menace. The question, though seemingly an inquiry, was a threat. Each syllable warned Wen Chuchu, "Don't you dare agree, or you'll regret it bitterly." Wen Chuchu knew her formidable mother down to the bone. Without needing a signal, she shuddered instinctively. Seeing the intimidation in her mother's eyes, Wen Chuchu felt a chill run down her spine. Then, unexpectedly, for the first time in her life, she defied Zhang Shania's will. She forced a dry smile at Zhang Shania, then with lightning speed darted to Zhan Heng's side, grabbed his sturdy arm, and nodded shyly, yet firmly, I do." As she spoke, Wen Chuchu dared not look at her mother's face, keeping her eyes fixed on her own toes. The moment her words fell, she immediately sensed the oxygen in the air fleeing in panic. The room's pressure plummeted with each passing second. Her slender frame trembled like a leaf in an autumn gale. Muscles taut, she clutched Zhan Heng's arm with such force that it must have hurt him every nerve fiber, pushing her self-control to its limits. Zhan Heng's brow twitched almost imperceptibly. On the other side of the room, Zhang Shania could barely conceal her ashen face. Glaring at her daughter, the eternal coward, she yearned to drag her out and thrash her soundly. Yet in Lady Zhan's presence, she could only endure grinding her teeth in silent fury, powerless. Lady Zhan, a master at diffusing tension, chimed in, "Shania, children have their own blessings. When they grow up, the best thing we parents can do is let go. I know you hate to part with Chuchu. If I had a daughter as gentle as her, I'd be reluctant to see her marry too. But sooner or later it has to happen, doesn't it? Besides, with me around, Chuchu will never suffer. Even if Zhan Heng tries to bully her, I'll be the first to step in and stop him." Chuchu and Zhan Heng met only once, and yet share such a profound connection. I think this is a match made in heaven. What do you say? What could Zhang Shania say that wasn't agreeable? The Zhan family, and Zhan Heng himself, were far beyond what a minor clan like the Wen family could aspire to. Now, not only was the Zhan family proactively seeking the marriage, they were doing so with such humility. If she refused, wouldn't that be an outright affront? Not to mention, if word of this spread in high society, wouldn't the Wen family be drowned in scorn? Moreover, if the Wen family rejected the Zhan family's union, who in the entire country would dare marry Wen Chuchu? Yet swallowing this bitter pill and accepting the marriage outright was deeply troubling for Zhang Shania. When the mighty seek alliance with the weak, the match is perilous. The Zhan family's vast wealth and power. How could her little girl ever manage it? Zhang Shania was caught in a dilemma. Zhang Shania forced a stiff smile, her gaze inevitably drifting to her husband Wen Tingjun. Honey, what do you think about this? Although Wen Tingjun was considered a tycoon in the business world, he was a devoted husband. He naturally noticed the stiffness and unease on his wife's face. Zhang Shania asked not for his opinion, but for psychological comfort and a pillar of support. It was akin to tossing a hot potato into his palm. For a moment, Wen Tingjun found himself in a dilemma. Well, I think we should respect Chuchu's. Notably, Zhan Heng had an impeccable reputation among the upper class. First, his wealth was substantial. Though the Wen family was a prominent merchant in high society, they paled in comparison to the Zhan family. Second, Zhan Heng was famously indifferent to women, with a surprisingly clean private life that had even sparked rumors of him being gay. Such a man with his pristine personal conduct would likely become a thoroughly devoted husband after marriage. Men understand men. Wen Tingjun knew at first sight that Zhan Heng was reliable. If Chuchu could marry him, it would be a wonderful match. Moreover, Chuchu had fallen for Zhan Heng at first sight, otherwise how could such a shy girl cling to him so tightly? Based on these three reasons, Wen Tingjun was the first to relent. Zhang Shania, who had known her husband for so long and was used to his following her lead, was shocked that he had dropped the ball this time. Upon hearing Wen Tingjun's words, Zhang Shania regretted so much she could have bitten her tongue off. How wonderful! Since both of you agree to this marriage, I think we should seize the day and take them to get their marriage certificate right now. Madame Zhan was well versed in striking while the iron was hot. Zhang Shania found herself caught between a rock and a hard place, forcing a stiff smile at Madame Zhan. This match was indeed a good one, but the eagerness felt oddly unsettling, as if something was off. With this in mind, Zhang Shania grasped Madame Zhan's hand and said, Madame Zhan, thank you for your affection for Chuchu, but getting married so soon is too hasty. A child's marital fate is a lifelong affair. I think we should be cautious and choose an auspicious day. However, Madame Zhan was unusually stubborn on this matter, insisting that the wedding must happen today. Because though facing Zhang Shania, her peripheral vision keenly caught Wen Chuchu's trembling and fear. Seeing this, Madame Zhan was overwhelmed with guilt. Such a good girl must not be wronged. Using the excuse of fetching the household registration book, Zhang Shania dragged Wen Tingjun upstairs to discuss the feasibility of this marriage. Wen Chuchu was left to entertain Madame Zhan and her son. The spacious living room now held only 3 people. Madame Zhan looked at Wen Chuchu with a pained expression and said, Chuchu, you've been wronged. Wen Chuchu, already trembling from her mother's fright, waved her hands repeatedly at Madame Zhan's words. Auntie, I am not wronged. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Zhan Heng. Zhan Heng's face remained utterly impassive, as if everything happening in the room had nothing to do with him, and as if he were not the one who had come with his mother to propose marriage. Wen Chuchu pursed her lips and sheepishly averted her gaze. Naturally, this scene did not escape Madame Zhan's watchful eyes. Madame Zhan shot Zhan Heng a meaningful glance and said matter-of-factly, Chuchu, do you mind if I use your restroom? Wen Chuchu hurriedly pointed out the location of the restroom. After Madame Zhan left, the spacious living room was suddenly left with only Wen Chuchu and Zhan Heng. A faint hint of awkwardness lingered in the air. Steeling herself against the oppressive weight of the man's gaze, Wen Chuchu stepped closer and demanded accusingly, What's going on? Why the sudden rush to get married? Zhan Heng glanced at her delicate face and said succinctly, To save you. Save me. Wen Chuchu's mind raced, and it suddenly occurred to her how her mother had been pressing her for answers before Zhan Heng and Madame Zhan arrived, and how her father had been hesitant when speaking to her. A growing sense of foreboding gripped her heart, and she couldn't help asking, What's happening? Give me the details. Zhan Heng took a breath, aware that such matters were definitely beyond what this young girl could handle, so he simply let his gaze drop directly to her still flat abdomen. That look was anything but casual. It was heavily loaded with implication. Wen Chuchu immediately clutched her stomach and dashed over to Zhan Heng in a flash. She fired off questions rapidly. Did it get exposed? You didn't tell my dad, did you? Zhan Heng narrowed his eyes. However, this subtle gesture was misinterpreted by Wen Chuchu as a silent confirmation. Her whole face crumpled in distress. Oh no, Zhan Heng said. Your mother does. Wen Chuchu, as if facing a formidable enemy, kept glancing nervously upstairs. Well, look at it now. How could my mother still not know? Upon hearing this, a faint pang of guilt for his life flickered through Zhan Heng's heart. The next second, Wen Chuchu directly grabbed one of Zhan Heng's arms. I don't care, mister. Zhan, you must save me from this dire situation. How do I save you? Zhan Heng's gaze fell on her arm, clinging to him, his tone cool and indifferent. Wasn't it a flash marriage? When my mother comes out, you must not back out. Wen Chuchu's big, watery eyes were filled with terror, as if the next moment would bring about her doom. Seeing this, Zhan Heng, though he had already planned to marry Wen Chuchu in a flash marriage, and even take her away tonight, still found himself wanting to tease her a little as he looked at her frightened eyes like those of a young deer. What if I suddenly change my mind? No. Wen Chuchu gripped Zhan Heng's arm with almost all her strength, the sharp pain from her grip, making him momentarily feel that the little woman before him would rather be strangling his neck. This thought darkened Zhan Heng's eyes, and he said, give me a reason not to back out. I. Wen Chuchu's mind went blank for a moment. After a second's pause, it began to race frantically, trying to come up with a perfect excuse. Oh, you've been working all day, you must be very tired. I'm great at massages, don't you want to give it a try? Professional massage therapists are better than you. Zhan Heng said coldly. Hearing this, Wen Chuchu's brows immediately furrowed into a knot. It seemed the Domineering CEO was launching a full 360-degree suspicion of her abilities. However, although she had just graduated from a so-called diploma mill, abroad she had a degree, but absolutely no skills. For a moment, her rusty little brain began to churn laboriously. Well, I also cook delicious meals, President Zhan. Wouldn't you like to taste the gourmet dishes prepared by your little wife after a hard day's work? To prove the credibility of her words, Wen Chuchu fluttered her beautiful big eyes. However, Zhan Heng remained completely unmoved. I have a top chef at home. TSK. The Domineering CEO always spoke with such understated luxury and substance. One sentence, and he had thoroughly shut her down. Even if she had picked up a smidgen of culinary skills while studying abroad, how could she compare to a top chef? The furrows on Wen Chuchu's brow deepened into overlapping mountain ranges. I. Just as she was racking her brains trying to squeeze out her remaining value for the capitalist, before her suddenly a low, mellow male voice brushed past her ear and sounded softly. Although your skills are poor, you're barely acceptable for warming the bed. That grudging tone deeply stung Wen Chuchu. She was like a startled kitten, her fur bristling all over. Hey, I won't allow you to provoke me. What I said is the truth. As Zhan Heng spoke, his gaze imperceptibly traced the curves of her body. The lasciviousness in it left Wen Chuchu speechless and stammering. This repressed, perverted man. To those who didn't know him, every line of the man before them seemed to exude elegance and sophistication. Even the disdainful look in his eyes carried an air of noble aloofness. However, after spending a night of indescribable experiences with the man before her, Wen Chuchu knew full well in her heart just how secretly lecherous Zhan Heng really was. The limited edition before her, though rare, hard to snatch, and hard to cling to, was no less than being tainted with opium poison. Touch it, and you risk being poisoned to death. Wen Chuchu glared at Zhan Heng with disdain, grinding her molars secretly. Zhan Heng, on the other hand, remained completely unruffled, as if the little storm between him and Wen Chuchu wasn't worth his notice or care. Men. Wen Chuchu silently made a note in her mental little book, then flashed an even brighter smile at the man, her face adorned with a conspiratorial grin. I knew it. Although you mock my poor skills with your words, you've actually already tasted the sweetness of me, haven't you? Otherwise, why would you insist on me warming your bed? Why not just confess your feelings for me early on instead of putting on this aloof, unattainable high mountain flower facade? Wen Chuchu launched a flurry of verbal attacks, determined to break through Zhan Heng's 100-year-old unchanging mask. In her presence, no poser had ever lasted 2 days. She would expose the true face of this Domineering CEO. What aloof, ascetic flower of the sky. He would still have to obediently fall at her feet. Hearing Wen Chuchu's confident words, a dangerous glimmer flickered from the slits of Zhan Heng's eyelashes. Stared at by those eyes, Wen Chuchu actually felt a shameful sensation, as if she had been stripped naked in public. Ow. The dangerous tension clawed and snarled in the air inch by inch. By the time Wen Chuchu realized something was wrong, the man had already pinned her between the sofa and the wall. Forward, there was the man's solid chest. Backward, the backrest of the sofa. And the aura emanating from the man's deep, dark eyes was full of aggression. Wen Chuchu belatedly understood she needed to dodge. Unfortunately, there was no escape. You're going to kiss me again. Wen Chuchu widened her eyes in terror, demanding. Though her demanding demeanor was no different from a little rabbit's. Correct guess, but no prize. The word prize blurred upon their joining lips. That thread of numbing electric current was spreading along her nerves inch by inch to every cell of her body. Wen Chuchu shuddered. Her hands instinctively tried to struggle, but before she could move, her wrists were firmly pinned down by the man. Helplessly, she could only accept the kiss by force. And it was a firm, thorough kiss. Every cell in Wen Chuchu's body resisted this kiss, while simultaneously arousing all of her sensory cells. For no other reason, because this was their living room. At any moment someone could appear and see through her and Zhan Heng's illicit affair. If Madame Zhan saw them, it would be fine. At most she would be charged with seducing Madame Zhan's son before marriage. But if her own mother found out, the mere thought of the consequences made Wen Chuchu shudder. She began to struggle. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom upstairs, Wen Tingyun was enduring a cross-examination from his wife. Zhang Shania narrowed her eyes and approached Wen Tingyun step by step. Such a big man was actually forced to retreat step by step. His hands waved constantly, and his face was full of helplessness. Shania, let's talk things out. Don't be like this. His momentum was utterly weak. Zhang Shania's anger flared up, and she roared, "Do you look like someone who wants to talk things out? If Madame Zhan hadn't come to our house to pressure us into marriage, weren't you still planning to confess?" Zhang Shania plopped down on the big bed in anger. The mattress was so bouncy that it bounced her slender body a few times. It seemed she was furious. When Tingyun's heart pounded thump, thump beneath his chest, he quickly leaned in to coax her. "Shania, he'll talk. He'll tell you everything, okay?" Zhang Shania felt a surge of joy in her heart, but she pouted and said, "Then what are you waiting for?" Hearing this coquettish tone, all of Wen Tingyun's persistence vanished into thin air. He let out a deep sigh and said, "Anyway, Madame Zhan has already said it was just a misunderstanding. Since it's a misunderstanding, it can definitely be cleared up. If I tell you, you mustn't blame Chuchu." Although Wen Tingyun was a henpecked husband, he was also a devoted father. If his wife really wanted to teach Chuchu a lesson, he would be the one in the most difficult position in the family. Hearing this, Zhang Shania narrowed her eyes dangerously. She knew it. The father and daughter must have been hiding secrets from her. Sure enough. Go on. Zhang Shania acted cautiously, planning to trick the secret out first. As for whether to teach the daughter a lesson, that was not for Wen Tingyun to decide. Well, 2 hours ago Zhan Heng called me. First, he expressed his intention to have our Chuchu as his daughter-in-law. Finally, he subtly mentioned that our Chuchu must be mindful of propriety, that the daughter-in-law of the Zhan family cannot have any scandalous rumors. As the words fell, Wen Tingyun immediately sensed that the atmosphere had suddenly changed. It turned sinister. "Behave yourself, Chuchu." These 5 simple words, yet the rising tone was exceptionally abnormal. A jolt of unease struck Wen Tingyun's heart as he silently cursed, "Damn it." His wife was furious, and in a way that couldn't be quickly appeased. He couldn't help but soothe, "But Madame Zhan just said it was a misunderstanding, didn't she?" And to make amends for their mistake, they even brought the household registration book to apologize. But if Chuchu's actions were innocent, why would she suddenly be told to behave herself? Zhang Shania's brows knitted into a tight knot. What's more, a small ball of anger under her chest was already surging, ready to burst forth. The next second, Zhang Shania sprang up from the bed and charged toward the stairs. But in the next instant, her slender body was firmly caught in Wen Tingyun's arms. "Shania, calm down, calm down." Yet instead of calming down, Zhang Shania grew even more heated. "How can you expect me to stay calm? Chuchu must have done something shameful. A man of Zhan Heng's stature always speaks subtly, and if he used such harsh words, you can imagine how outrageous Chuchu's behavior was. But Madame Zhan already said it was a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding, my foot. Even if there's a misunderstanding, it didn't come out of nowhere. Just wait, they'll give her a proper lesson today." Zhang Shania's fiery temper was beyond restraint. "Madame Zhan is downstairs right now. Do you want to embarrass yourself in front of her? Besides, we agreed to come upstairs for the household registration book. If you still want this rare marriage, you'd better think it through." Those words were the perfect leverage to rein in Zhang Shania. Upon hearing that Madame Zhan was downstairs, Zhang Shania ground her teeth from front to back and forcibly swallowed her fury. "This matter needs careful consideration. So tonight we absolutely must not agree to Madame Zhan's marriage proposal." Zhang Shania had yet to uncover why the Zhan family was so eager to marry Chuchu. Though that Zhan Heng appeared decent enough on the surface, if he were truly gay, wouldn't Chuchu become a beard by moreover insisting on the wedding while doubting Chuchu's character was clearly problematic. In short, this household registration book could not be handed over, for now. Having made their decision, the couple descended the stairs with grim ashen faces. However, the moment Zhang Shania reached the stairwell, her foot jerked back as if scalded by volcanic lava, and she quickly pulled Wen Tingyun into hiding. Wen Tingyun was baffled as to why his wife's face was so red it could drip blood. He couldn't help but ask loudly, "What's wrong? What happened?" Zhang Shania was so mortified she could barely breathe, every cell in her body feeling as if it had been boiled in scalding water. Then she swiftly clamped her hand over Wen Tingyun's mouth, her urgency and shame so intense that Wen Tingyun had no doubt. If he dared utter another word, he might be suffocated to death by his own wife. Wen Tingyun fell silent instantly. He whispered in surprise, "What's going on?" Zhang Shania released her hand, her face twisted with fury and her teeth bared. "Wen Chuchu, I think you're asking for a beating." Wen Tingyun inwardly exclaimed a silent, "Damn," immediately stepping forward to soothe his wife's back, pressing, "What's wrong?" He hadn't yet approached the staircase, clueless about the situation below, and was consumed by an intense curiosity. "Chuchu, Chuchu." After calling their daughter's name twice, Zhang Shania's ears burned with shame. Facing her husband's inquisitive gaze, every word seemed to crawl out from between her teeth. She was kissing that Zhan Heng on the sofa. Having said this, Zhang Shania was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth relentlessly. "Now I understand why Zhanichen hinted that you should tell Chuchu to be more discreet. Yes, that Zhan Heng is indeed a diamond in the rough, perhaps a lofty flower that Chuchu could never reach in her lifetime. But a grown girl like her, doesn't she know how to spell propriety? No, no." In the span of a single breath, Zhang Shania had paced back and forth before Wen Tingyun several times. When Wen Tingyun heard that his daughter had been kissed by Zhan Heng, a bitter pang of hidden pain struck his heart. But soon he dismissed this doting father's sentiment. Widening his eyes, he asked his wife, "Isn't this good news? It shows Zhan Heng is quite taken with our Chuchu. What do you know? If Chuchu keeps this up, not only will the Wen family lose face, but even the Zhan family will feel embarrassed. No wonder. No wonder." Zhang Shania slammed her fist into her palm and declared, "No, I think we should still give her the household register. Didn't we say we need to reconsider this marriage?" Zhang Shania ground her molars and said, "Just now I was worried about Chuchu being a beard, but I saw with my own eyes that Zhan Heng was pressing down on her while kissing her. How could he be gay? Didn't you say this marriage might be a trick?" "It is a trick." Zhang Shania gritted her teeth, eyes wide. "That Zhan Heng is just too fond of our daughter. To avoid any scandalous headlines, we should let them marry." Having said that, Zhang Shania rushed to the bedroom and retrieved the household register. When Wen Tingyun caught up, he saw her clutching the register, her face troubled. Downstairs. Though Wen Chuchu was forced to endure Zhan Heng's kiss, every cell in her body had become hypersensitive 100-fold. So when she heard footsteps at the staircase, she struggled violently. Yet the more she struggled, the fiercer Zhan Heng's kiss became. Wen Chuchu was left breathless, and when their lips parted, she even heard a soft pop. Instantly her ears burned to the core. Too ashamed to face anyone, she covered her face with her hands. "Zhan Heng!" she shouted angrily, as if she wished she could kill Zhan Heng. His low, husky laughter resounded in her ears, carrying an indescribable satisfaction. Wen Chuchu pulled her hands away and glared at him with her beautiful, furious eyes. "This is my home. You have no shame. Show some restraint." Zhan Heng glanced at Wen Chuchu's flushed cheeks and glistening eyes, and a warm, tender feeling rose in his chest. "So once we get home, I can let loose? Who wants to go home with you?" Despite her words, Wen Chuchu knew that under the current circumstances she had no choice but to follow Zhan Heng home for a flash marriage. Judging by the man's demeanor once they returned home, he had no intention of letting her off easily. Was he planning to devour her until not a single scrap remained? Recalling his earlier remark about being husband and wife in both name and reality, Wen Chuchu felt as if a giant hand had clamped around her neck, her shame leaving her almost unable to breathe. "Shut up." Facing this infuriatingly aloof man, Wen Chuchu decided to assert herself. How could she allow him to keep bullying, teasing, and taking advantage of her? If anyone was going to take advantage, it had to be her first. "From now on, I forbid you from uttering a single word." Having delivered her threat, Wen Chuchu pulled out her selfie camera. Staring at the reflection of her flushed face and shimmering eyes, she bit her red lips in frustration. That bite brought a belated realization. Her lips were swollen again from his kisses. Arg. She could already foresee the miserable life awaiting her. This Zhan Heng was undeniably a straightforward, clueless man. His skills in bed were abysmally poor, and even his kisses were unbearably clumsy. It was simply beyond criticism. Just as Wen Chuchu's heart was thumping wildly, threatening to burst from her chest, footsteps suddenly echoed from the stairway again. Not only that, but a faint rustling came from the bathroom door as well. She tensed as if facing a grave danger. Immediately straightening her back, she shifted her small frame, making a show of widening the distance between herself and Zhan Heng. On that enormous sofa, they each occupied one corner with enough space in between to fit another person. Her gaze darted about, not daring to lift her head. Because she looked too disheveled, thoroughly ravaged by his kisses, any observant person could instantly tell what she had been doing. "Ah, my dear in-laws, you've come downstairs. Perfect, give me the household register, and it'll take them to get the marriage certificate right away." It was Madame Zhan who spoke. Hearing Madame Zhan's words, Zhang Shania forced a strained smile and reluctantly handed over the household register. "Madame Zhan, my husband and I have discussed it. We agree to Chuchu marrying Zhan Heng. However, our Chuchu is far too unruly. I fear she might embarrass the Zhan family. I was thinking of keeping her home for some discipline first, and once I feel she's ready, well, hold the wedding and move her in. What do you think?" "Absolutely not." The moment Madame Zhan heard the word discipline, all her defenses rose. She glanced instinctively at the trembling Wen Chuchu and said, "What worries you, my dear-in-law? If you're concerned about a grand ceremony, you can rest assured. Our Zhan family has only this one heir in 4 generations. The wedding will be splendidly grand." "That's not what I meant. It's just that Chuchu is so ill-mannered. I'm afraid she'll cause trouble." As she spoke, Zhang Shania's sinister gaze flickered imperceptibly toward Wen Chuchu. At that glance, Wen Chuchu shuddered violently. Every cell in her body instantly snapped in a high alert. Ding, ding, ding. The alarm had been raised to its highest level. "What's with all these rules?" Madame Zhan opened her mouth unexpectedly. "Even if Chuchu comes with us, she won't be living with us old folks. Zhan Heng has his own villa. Chuchu and he will live their own lives from now on. A young couple. There shouldn't be any taboos at all." After saying that, she didn't forget to ask Wen Chuchu for her opinion. "Chuchu, you have no objection to living with Zhan Heng, do you?" How could Wen Chuchu ever utter a single word of refusal? Under the oppressive gaze of her own mother, she was already scared out of her wits and wished nothing more than to leave as soon as possible. So amid the complex gazes of everyone present, she nodded vigorously. Then, under Zhang Shania's abruptly shifting expression, she quickly averted her eyes. "I see nothing, see nothing. As long as I don't look, I won't have to bear mother's high pressure. In that case, my dear in-laws, I'll take her away." The moment Madame Zhan's words fell, Wen Chuchu clung to Zhan Heng's arm like an octopus. Zhan Heng's gaze dropped, landing on the delicate little hand resting on his suit, and a faint curve lifted the corner of his mouth. And so, under rather complicated circumstances, Wen Chuchu boarded the low-key, yet luxurious Maybach of Zhan Heng and Madame Zhan. Once inside, her slender frame sank into the seat as she exhaled a deep, heavy breath from her chest. The taut string within her body finally loosened completely. What a relief to have the alarm lifted. "Chuchu, don't be afraid. From now on, Auntie will be your strongest pillar. You've been too strictly disciplined by your mother at home. Don't worry, from now on there won't be so many rules here. You can be completely free to be yourself." Wen Chuchu's eyes sparkled when she heard these words. "Really, Auntie? I thought there would be even more rules in an elite family." "What rules are there?" Facing Wen Chuchu, Madame Zhan was like a kind old auntie. It even made Zhan Heng wonder if the person before him was truly the same mother who had always been so stern and unforgiving with him. To win Wen Chuchu's favor, Madame Zhan said, "Our family has always been the most open-minded. If you don't believe me, just ask Zhan Heng." Zhan Heng pressed his lips into a thin line, neither confirming nor denying. "Huh, open-minded. If she were truly open-minded, then a cup wouldn't have been what greeted him when he came home tonight." He might not believe it, but Wen Chuchu believed it wholeheartedly. "That's wonderful, Auntie. I like open-minded elders the most. And I like you too, Chuchu." Amid the cheerful chat between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, the car pulled up steadily in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Photos, certificates, signatures, stamps, all completed in one smooth flow. Half an hour later, 2 fresh, bright-red marriage certificates were placed into the palms of Wen Chuchu and Zhan Heng. Having thus resolved a major life event, Wen Chuchu stared at the photo on the certificate, still somewhat dazed. Before she could indulge in melancholy the next second, she was jolted awake by Madame Zhan's joyful voice. "You're married, but there are no rings yet. Come, Chuchu, let mother take you to pick out a pair." Wen Chuchu instinctively glanced at Zhan Heng. She had long been mentally prepared for this marriage. It was merely a temporary expedient to escape her own mother's domestic punishment. She had never taken it seriously. Suddenly receiving a gift from an elder left her at a complete loss for what to do. However, Zhan Heng's countenance was as frigid as millennia-old ice, utterly devoid of any ripple. Wen Chuchu, having met with a soft yet unyielding rebuff, could only suppress her surging emotions and forced a stiff smile to deal with Madame Zhan. "I think at this late hour there's no need to rush into buying a diamond ring." Judging from Zhan Heng's expression, he hardly seemed willing either. "What's wrong with nighttime? Since you're married, it's unseemly not to have a diamond ring." Madame Zhan genuinely adored Wen Chuchu, much like someone who, having long suppressed their passion for dressing up Barbie dolls, finally encounters a perfect Barbie after years of restraint. Overjoyed and allowing no room for protest or argument, she forcefully dragged Wen Chuchu into a luxury store. Which one do you like? Pick for yourself. With a grand sweep of her hand, Madame Zhan gave Wen Chuchu free rein. But for Wen Chuchu, this was not a gift, but an ordeal. She kept stealing glances at Zhan Heng's handsome face, hoping to glean even the slightest hint from the man's expression. As expected, she was doomed to disappointment. When Wen Chuchu scanned him for the 9th time, Madame Zhan gave a pointed pinch to the tender flesh around Zhan Heng's waist. Yielding to maternal pressure, Zhan Heng met Wen Chuchu's pleading gaze. Pick whatever you like. As for the matching rings, I'm not particular. These words took on an entirely different meaning in Wen Chuchu's ears. Not particular implied indifference, and indifference signified reluctance. Zhan Heng seemed utterly unwilling about this marriage. Under this assumption, Wen Chuchu's brows knitted deeply. Subconsciously, her eyes fell on the smallest diamond-studded ring displayed on the counter. Her slender fair fingers trembled slightly as she pointed at that ring. Thighs 1. Her questioning gaze lifted straight to Zhan Heng. Zhan Heng's brow furrowed into a mountain range upon seeing the negligible diamonds on the ring. His eyes, full of suspicion and scrutiny, dropped to meet Wen Chuchu's. What was this woman thinking? Was she testing him, suspecting he couldn't afford a proper diamond ring? Meanwhile, a whole different set of calculations raced through Wen Chuchu's mind. Since this was a forced quickie marriage, if either of them ever met the one they truly loved, they would definitely get a divorce. Therefore, before the divorce, finances must remain separate. Thus, this diamond ring should be as tiny as possible. After all, she had no interest in such sparkly things. To her, it was nothing but a useless ornament that would worsen her already impoverished situation. Based on all these considerations, Wen Chuchu became even more certain of her choice. Her finger precisely pressed against the counter, pointing at that ring with the determination that she would not leave without buying it. And because of the pang of heartache, a trace of pain flickered in her eyes. Seeing this, Zhan Heng raised an eyebrow. Wen Chuchu, sensing her clever plan was about to succeed, gave the man a brilliant smile. But just as she thought she could hand in a perfect answer, a resolute voice from beside her shattered her faith. No way. This is a wedding ring, a pair of rings. How can you choose such a small carrot? Chuchu, if you like this style, you can wear it casually, but the wedding ring might be worn for a lifetime and even passed down to your children. At a time like this, you must go big. Never be stingy. Upon hearing this, Wen Chuchu's brow twitched violently. Before her eyes, countless banknotes were hand in hand slipping away in perfect order. She endured the sharp ache in her heart and forced a dry smile, saying, "Isn't this a bit too extravagant?" Then she turned to Zhan Heng with a pleading look. "I prefer something more elegant, don't you think?" If Zhan Heng hadn't known the little girl's thoughts before, he now saw through them completely. A cruel curve crept across his lips as he mercilessly shattered her illusions. "I like something flashy, the bigger the better, like a pigeon egg." At these words, Wen Chuchu's entire face crumpled into a frown. If Madame Zhan had been puzzled before, she now understood why Wen Chuchu was protesting. She patted her shoulder and said, "Don't worry, Chuchu. This diamond ring is a gift from me for your wedding. You don't need to feel any burden." "No burden?" "Yeah, right." Wen Chuchu's heart trembled violently. She stared wide-eyed, helplessly watching as Zhan Heng's finger precisely pointed at a pigeon egg-sized diamond. A smirk tugged at the man's lips. "This one will do." Wen Chuchu's gaze locked onto the massive gem, her eyes nearly popping out. The price tag was blindingly ridiculous. Isn't this far too precious?" Madame Zhan glanced at the price tag, her expression a stark contrast to Wen Chuchu's. "Precious is exactly what suits you and Zhan Heng. Miss, please bring it out for us to try." The sales assistant, flattered and trembling, carefully retrieved the ring and stammered, "Madame Zhan, this ring truly makes a perfect wedding band. But is Mr. Zhan really getting married?" Her doubtful gaze involuntarily swept over Zhan Heng and Wen Chuchu. Though Wen Chuchu was pretty, she looked like a naive little girl who had never seen the world. How could she possibly match a man of Mr. Zhan's stature? Suppressing her excitement, the assistant pressed on. After all, if this deal went through, her commission would be astronomical. Of course. Wen Chuchu felt belittled by the assistant's skeptical look and shot back defiantly, "What? Do I not look like Zhan Heng's fiancée?" The assistant dared not say no, quickly replying, No, you look exactly like his fiancée." But the next second, Madame Zhan dropped a bombshell with a smile. "It's not that they're getting married. They're already married." At these words, the assistant's eyelashes fluttered wildly, and she stared at Wen Chuchu as if questioning her entire existence. Her expression practically screamed, You of all people, married to Mr. Zhan." Wen Chuchu's rebellious instincts flared. She glared fiercely at the assistant. Then, as if issuing a challenge, she took Zhan Heng's arm, staking her claim. The assistant, seeing Zhan Heng's unresponsive calm, finally swallowed the bitter truth like a fly. In the news, Zhan Heng had always been aloof toward women. Many women who hovered around him had tried to win his favor, but every time, he had mercilessly rejected them. Yet now, faced with Wen Chuchu's closeness, not only did he not shake her off, but his expression seemed almost pleased. The assistant felt her worldview forcibly rewritten. Wen Chuchu noticed that Zhan Heng, that iceberg, remained silent. She couldn't help tugging at his arms, signaling him to speak up. Zhan Heng glanced at the mischievous and playful girl, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips, and said to the waiter, "Not bad." As if struck by a thunderbolt. A bolt from the blue. The waiter immediately reached out to steady himself against the counter, barely managing to support his body. So shocking. It was actually true. Zhan Heng, the nation's ultimate heartthrob that all female fans dreamed of marrying, had gotten married. Glass hearts shattered everywhere. Crackling. The waiter's mouth twitched as he forced a smile at Zhan Heng, and Wen Chuchu reluctantly offering his congratulations. "Really? That's wonderful. I wish you two sweetness and everlasting love." Only upon hearing this did Wen Chuchu barely manage to suppress the turbulent emotions in her heart. Then, with an air of provocation, she hung her entire body on Zhan Heng's arm. When trying on the wedding ring, she extended her slender fair hand before the man, demanding that Zhan Heng display his gentlemanship. As the massive diamond ring slid onto her finger, Wen Chuchu felt a pang of agony. 100 million carat pigeon egg diamond ring. If she ever divorced Zhan Heng, she would probably never be able to earn such a fortune in her entire lifetime, would she? Enduring the sharp pain in her heart, she forced a sweet and shy smile. Despite the agony in front of this waiter who dared to look down on her, she had to put on a grand show. "It fits well. Swipe the card and wrap it up." Before Wen Chuchu could snap out of the waiter's mix of envy and jealousy, she heard Zhan Heng's deep, husky voice. Her whole body trembled as if electrocuted. Suddenly, she had the feeling that she had been played by Zhan Heng. What was going on? "Chuchu, mother won't disturb your couple time. You two go directly to Zhan Heng's villa. He'll head back to the old house first and come see you in the morning." After saying this, Madame Zhan immediately called the driver and hurriedly walked out of their sight. As soon as Madame Zhan was no longer in sight, Wen Chuchu immediately peeled herself off Zhan Heng's arm. Her expression and actions made it seem as if she wanted to draw a clear line between herself and Zhan Heng, as if they were from different worlds. Zhan Heng raised an eyebrow, his expression amused. Wen Chuchu frowned and tossed the huge pigeon egg diamond ring into Zhan Heng's arms. She rattled off, "Mr. Zhan, let me make it clear, although we have a marriage certificate in my heart, you are nothing more than a stranger. I believe you feel the same about me. Since that's the case, I think we should lay out our plans in advance. I don't like you, and I hope you won't hold any illusions about me either." Wen Chuchu blurted it all out in one breath, because she sensed that as her words fell, the air pressure was compressing inch by inch. The temperature was bone-chilling, piercingly cold. Before the man could explode, she thought she should strike while the iron was hot, and say everything, whether appropriate or not, all at once. "I like you." Zhan Heng's deep voice carried a hint of sarcasm, stabbing Wen Chuchu's heart. "Wen Chuchu, which ear of yours heard me say that?" Or, a warm breath suddenly brushed past her ear, precisely infiltrating her eardrum, triggering a shiver that rippled through her nerve endings. "Which of my words gave you that illusion?" Wen Chuchu's eyes widened to the size of saucers, and her ears felt as if volcanic magma were convening within them, burning fiercely. What echoed in her ears was the man's wicked whisper, a husband and wife in name and reality, the kind that shares a bed. This. If she uttered that line, she would undoubtedly fall into the man's trap. What could she retort? That a man enjoying going to bed with a woman didn't necessarily mean he liked her. Wouldn't that only humiliate herself? Wen Chuchu bit her rosy lips, with her white teeth biting until a sharp pain shot through. She glared at the man's infuriatingly handsome face, her mind a complete blank. Terrible. If she lost this round, wouldn't she keep losing to him from now on, trapped forever like Sun Wukong under Wuji Mountain with no chance to turn the tables? "You don't like me, yet you insist on marrying me." Wen Chuchu's face was brimming with hurt and accusation. The man did not answer her query. Instead, his gaze dropped straight down to her still flat belly. Wen Chuchu instantly grasped the meaning in the man's eyes. So he married her solely for the sake of this child. Perfect. Coincidentally, she had the same thought. They could barely be considered even. Yet for some reason, a stifling rage lodged firmly in her chest, and a strong bitterness surged through her, suffocating her until she could barely breathe. Wen Chuchu furrowed her brows, and her beautiful big eyes could not help but tinge with a hint of sorrow. "Is that all? What else would there be? 3 words, yet they stirred a storm in Wen Chuchu's mind. Wen Chuchu utterly despised this fragile version of herself. Wen Chuchu, what the hell are you thinking? Are you some celestial beauty or goddess-dear woman? If not for the child in her belly, why would the most dashing first richest man Zhan Heng bow to marriage? Thinking of this, her gloomy mood somewhat improved. Yet Wen Chuchu still pouted her rosy lips, the corners unconsciously drooping downward. All right, then we agree. Since we're both forcing ourselves together for this child after the baby is born, we'll get a divorce. Amid Zhan Heng's suddenly darkening and livid expression, Wen Chuchu explained, don't be mad first. I know it's bad luck to talk about divorce on our wedding day, but let's be honest up front. To be honest, you're not my type at all. The kind of man I like is completely different from you. As her words fell, Wen Chuchu keenly sensed a storm brewing in the air. Standing at the heart of the storm, Wen Chuchu was completely oblivious and continued, and you, am sure a little girl like me with an underdeveloped brain isn't your cup of tea either. In Wen Chuchu's mind, someone like Zhan Heng should be matched with a goddess-level woman. Background, family status, education, appearance, ability. Everything should be top-notch. Isn't that how it always goes in TV dramas and movies? A power couple, that's the most realistic. And someone like her, a little white flower, a little cabbage. She was practically a Cinderella. Aren't social classes already solidified? Fairy tales are just fairy tales, as she didn't have the ability to turn them into reality. Besides, the simplest level of life was best for her. Challenges of hellish difficulty. Just thinking about it sent shivers down her spine. Okay. Zhan Heng narrowed his eyes and said, well, you do have some self-awareness. Wen Chuchu instinctively replied, of course. But before she could finish, she realized that his words were not a compliment, but a clear mockery. Good heavens. She glared at him indignantly, hands on her hips, and snapped, hey. Then she caught a hint of barely suppressed amusement flickering in the depths of his narrow eyes. She reined in her anger and returned to the original topic. Fine, I'm a big-heart lady, so I'll forgive you this once. Anyway, you get the gist. Since you don't fancy me, and I don't fancy you, if you ever meet a woman you like, don't feel constrained by my presence. Go ahead and pursue your true love. As for me, if I happen to stumble upon a handsome guy or two, I won't suppress my nature either. Let's just treat this marriage as temporary for now. Playing it safe while seeking better options is only natural, don't you think? The danger in Zhan Heng's eyes grew thicker, yet the speaker remained blissfully unaware. Already married, and she still dared to dream of other men. Was she planning to run off with his child? No way. Zhan Heng had been half-hearted about this marriage, but that didn't mean Wen Chuchu could get away with such thoughts. It was a direct challenge to his male pride. Rest assured, him not the clingy type. Even as she said this, Wen Chuchu felt a pang of guilt and couldn't help defending herself. This rushed marriage is only because of the child in my belly. You wouldn't want your own flesh and blood to be born a bastard, would you? Indeed I wouldn't. Zhan Heng's voice was icy to the bone. Then, radiating danger, he stepped closer to Wen Chuchu, one slow step at a time. Wen Chuchu might be thick-skinned, but she wasn't stupid. She quickly darted out of his reach. So before that, we need to cultivate feelings, become a loving, devoted couple. The words, loving, devoted, were emphasized heavily by Zhan Heng. Wen Chuchu shuddered, sensing the deep displeasure in his eyes and brows, and let out a dry, awkward laugh. Don't get worked up. Cultivating feelings takes time. Right now, we don't even know each other well, do we? Wen Chuchu retreated as she spoke, her peripheral vision sweeping the surroundings. A string of expletives ran through her mind. Holy crap. Unbelievable. No wonder it was the richest man's private mansion. The villa was ridiculously opulent, with a living room soaring over 10 meters high, giving her an overwhelming sense of grandeur. Shifting her gaze to Zhan Heng's face, she saw the intimidating aura surrounding him and pleaded, by the way, where will I sleep tonight? A guest room. It must be a guest room, right? I'll pick one myself. No need to trouble you with such a trivial task, dear. The last word had barely left her rosy lips when the man who had been a fair distance away was now only half a step from her. His nearly 1.9-meter height pressed down on her with overwhelming force. Before she could step back, he seized her wrist. His strikingly handsome face leaned in, his warm breath sweeping over her inch by inch, triggering a deeper shudder through her body. The hairs on her back stood on end from sheer terror. Every nerve in her body was stretched to the breaking point. Since you call me dear tonight, we'll sleep together? His emphasized tone matched with his fierce gaze finally snapped Wen Chuchu's nerves. No. Wen Chuchu quickly refused. I've never been used to being with others since I was a child. I'd better do this kind of thing myself. How could I trouble you? Zhan Heng said with a smirk. Not used to it. That night I saw you were quite used to it. Wen Chuchu's nerves exploded. That night was like a bomb, something absolutely forbidden to mention. Moreover, she had deliberately hypnotized herself into completely forgetting the events of that night. The man's words were precisely the one thing she wanted to avoid. But it wasn't over yet. The man's low mellow voice continued, "Besides, since we're married, sooner or later you'll have to get used to it." The moment his dark, deep gaze swept over Wen Yin felt as if she were being stared at by a demon. And she was doomed. Every cell in Wen Chuchu's body screamed to flee, yet intimidated by the suffocating storm around the man, her feet remained rooted to the spot. The man's broad, warm palm rested lightly on her shoulder, then he forcefully guided her upstairs. Mechanically lifting her feet to follow his steps, a deadly storm had already erupted in Wen Chuchu's mind. Countless memories of that night rushed back, clogging her throat and making it impossible to breathe. All kinds of indescribable scenes, vivid and impactful. To protect herself, she immediately proudly cupped her small belly, as if holding a life-saving talisman. Zhan Heng did not miss this small gesture. He glanced at her exaggeratedly pregnant-like posture, a deep dark light flickering in his eyes. "We'll take a shower first. If you can't wait, you can join me." What kind of joke was that? This sentence turned Wen Chuchu's brain into paste. Her eyelashes fluttered wildly, but deliberately ignoring the impact of his words, she made a snap decision and pushed the man toward the bathroom. I can wait. You go first, I'll wait for you outside." Zhan Heng lifted his eyelids, looking at the little woman's overwhelming shyness, and reached for his collar. Under Wen Chuchu's shocked, wide-eyed stare, he loosened his tie, winding it around his slender fingers. Then it fell into his palm, and he threw it directly at her. "Put it away." His commanding tone shattered all illusions in Wen Chuchu's heart. Biting her red lips with her white teeth, Wen Chuchu fiercely despised herself. Wen Chuchu, oh Wen Chuchu, although the sight before you is a feast for the eyes, but you have to consider whether your appetite can handle it. Getting carried away by lust is not allowed. Even though she scolded herself like this after taking the tie, Wen Chuchu's eyes were still fixed on Zhan Heng. Holy crap! He had unbuttoned the first button. A sliver of honey-colored chest appeared and disappeared with the movement of his long fingers. They say that what is half revealed is the most tantalizing. Now Wen Chuchu finally understood what that feeling was. Her breathing involuntarily became heavy, and her heart pounded, thump thump, beneath her chest so fast it seemed ready to leap out. A voice inside her was eagerly urging, hurry up, and undo them. Show your true form. Are there firm, rippling pectorals? How many abs, 6 or 8? Hey, you demon. The second button. Wen Chuchu's eyes widened, and her breath almost stopped from excitement. The next second, the handsome man within her sight suddenly spoke. His long fingers released the shirt button, a flash of honey-colored chest appeared, then his slender fingers moved to his sexy philtrum. His low, mellow voice instantly broke her trance. "You're having a nosebleed. Wipe it off." Was this so embarrassing? Wen Chuchu's cheeks flushed crimson. Hastily she wiped the tip of her nose, only to find a smear of red on her palm. A searing, stinging sight. She felt as if scalded by fire. I show. The next instant his long fingers pressed against her rosy lips, sending a tingling, trembling sensation through her. "I knew all along. You covet my body." With this thunderous remark, a hint of delight flickered in Zhan Heng's eyes and brows before he turned and strode toward the bathroom. Wen Chuchu stood as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, utterly unresponsive. It took the sound of dripping liquid, drip, drip, to jolt her back to reality. Her gaze fell straight to the floor, where a suspicious stain of blood made her breathing grow ragged. Scrambling frantically, she found tissues in the master bedroom and pressed them firmly against her nose, yet her heart pounded uncontrollably, thumping wildly. How seductive! Though Zhan Heng, this lofty flower, was not exactly her type, his beauty was feast for the eyes, nearly unsettling her heart. No, this absolutely cannot go on. If she spent such endless afternoons like this, would she not eventually lose her wits to this man's allure? If she could not control her feelings and truly fell for this icy block, that would be her doom. With that thought, Wen Chuchu tossed aside the blood-stained tissue, then wrapped herself entirely in the quilt. Beneath the quilt, her ragged breaths and blazing cheeks took a long time to subside. Yet with eyes closed, her hearing sharpened. From the bathroom came the sound of trickling water, as if laced with poison, seeping through the air to unsettle her bit by bit. Her mind spun out of control, flashing countless images chaotically. Zhan Heng was so handsome, his physique must be remarkable too, right? Baba. With that fiery fantasy, Wen Chuchu squeezed her eyes shut. Stop it. She did not know how long passed before a click announced the bathroom door opening. Wen Chuchu's body stiffened, every nerve pulled taut, even through the quilt. A low, mellow voice broke the silence. I knew you wanted my body, but I didn't expect you to be so impatient. What? Wen Chuchu bristled, feeling every cell in her body assaulted and insulted. She instantly forgot about pretending to sleep. Throwing off the quilt, she revealed her fierce yet adorable face. No, I didn't. No. The man held a towel, wiping his damp hair. With each movement, countless droplets scattered, and a few landed precisely on her face. Even if she tried to ignore his effect on her, she now saw his languid post-bath visage. It was chiseled and perfect, every line too flawless to overlook. The slyness and languor in his gaze were like a dagger stabbing straight into her heart, making her tremble. Such beauty is a bewitching trap. The man's gaze slid down her face. Wen Chuchu instantly clutched her collar in alarm. Zhan Heng's thin lips curled with amusement. Go take a shower. I don't keep dirty women in my bed. Arg. Insulted again. Yet Wen Chuchu had no energy now to argue with him about being dirty, because looking at his face she could feel her heart, once as steely as iron, melting inch by inch under his stunning beauty. She practically fled off the bed and rushed into the bathroom. The door slammed shut with a bang, and she leaned against it, her small hand patting her chest repeatedly. Good heavens! If she locked eyes with that man for even one more second, she feared she might succumb to a mistake. And she must never allow herself the chance to err. After a quick cold shower to wash away the wild fantasies, Wen Chuchu finally stepped out of the bathroom, her heart still thumping wildly. As the door opened, a flushed little face appeared, only to retract a moment later, as if scalded by a... In the next instant, a hand seized the door and forcibly pulled her out. Darling, it's time to rest. Every word was familiar, yet why did the combination make her teeth chatter with fear? Wen Chuchu was a classic case of loving in theory, but trembling in practice. Even though Zhan Heng's allure was irresistible, when it came to the real deal, she was a coward to the bone. Sure. As she spoke, she dashed to the big bed at lightning speed, grabbed the quilt tightly, and cocooned herself completely, leaving only her head exposed. Seeing Zhan Heng's slightly constricted pupils, Wen Chuchu said dryly, "Good night, Zhan hubby." Her eyes curved into crescents, showing no hint of apprehension about the predicament she was in. Zhan Heng let out a scoff. Then within Wen Chuchu's line of sight, those long legs approached inch by inch until he stood before her. The man's handsome face suddenly lowered, and he leaned in with amusement, peering down at her. Still so impatient. Wen Chuchu's temples twitched at those two adjectives. The next moment, a chill swept over her as the quilt was tossed aside by the man's large hand. Then the mattress sank and a firm, warm chest pressed against her waist. Wen Chuchu's heart clenched in a spasm, and she instinctively struggled. But all her efforts were stifled under the man's powerful grip. Helpless, she met his eyes, which were brimming with predatory intent. You? Don't even think about it. She mustered every ounce of strength to suppress the wicked thoughts sprouting in the man's mind. Her brow furrowed into a deep knot as she protested angrily, impregnant. Now's not the time for that. That thing. What thing? His deep, husky breath poured into her ear as he spoke, flattening every tiny hair, while fear and tingling numbness danced together, leaving her nerve endings in constant turmoil. You know, the unspeakable things that happen between a man and a woman, driven by the pull of hormones. Under such circumstances, Wen Chuchu had long cast aside all shame. With reddened ears and heavy breathing, she snapped at the man without a shred of courtesy. A deeper smirk curled at the corner of Zhan Heng's mouth. He raised an eyebrow at her. Did I say I wanted to get intimate with you? Huh. Wen Chuchu was stunned, astonished, shocked. Her face was a canvas of countless exclamation marks. Wen Chuchu, it's obvious you've been harboring all sorts of fantasies about me. I was just planning to hold you while we sleep, yet you can conjure up a whole spectrum of colors in your mind. Did she? Wen Chuchu's cheeks burned inch by inch, and she covered her flushed face tightly with her palms. On second thought, maybe she did. Indeed, she was quite covetous of this man's body. After all, that morning's glimpse had left her wanting more. Even though 2 months had passed, the memory remained vivid. But even if she was dying to have the man's body, she absolutely refused to admit it. She propped her hands up against the man's chest with difficulty, Wen Chuchu strenuously resisting her own thoughts. I don't. Absolutely not. To make it more convincing, Wen Chuchu nodded vigorously. Go to sleep. The man wrapped his arm around her shoulder, and Wen Chuchu nestled like a little bird, leaning against his sturdy chest. Ahem. A suspicious fire blazed in her chest, consuming all her rationality. She was like a newborn caterpillar wriggling around in his arms, unwilling to stay still for even a second. Don't test my self-control. The breath that brushed against her ear successfully hit her acupoint of stillness. Wen Chuchu remained motionless like a zombie. No. Actually, she was even stiffer than a zombie. A bit stiffer than a zombie. Although she was unfamiliar with matters between men and women, she had heard of it, even if she hadn't experienced it. Her female intuition told her that it was very dangerous, so she'd better stay still for a while. I'm asleep. Don't talk to me. Wen Chuchu closed her eyes, putting on a perfect show of pretending to sleep. Originally she was faking it, but as she dozed off, she actually fell asleep. The next day, the brilliant sunshine kissed her warmly, awakening her from her sweet dreams. Wen Chuchu had a very sweet sleep, and even dreamed of Prince Charming, who gallantly invited her to a ball. Unfortunately, her dancing was so poor that she stepped on the prince's face, making it twist in pain. Morning. A low husky voice sounded in her ear, and the breath made every strand of hair on her skin stand on end, causing her to shiver even before she opened her eyes. Wen Chuchu opened her eyes displeased, just about to scold him for disturbing her sleep, when she met Zhan Heng's eyes that seemed to be smiling. Wen Chuchu was greatly alarmed. She quickly retreated backward, and with a bang, hit the headboard behind her. Fortunately, it was soft padding, so she wasn't hurt. Staring at Zhan Heng, in surprise, her mind raced furiously. In a second or two, she finally realized she was married. She had become husband and wife with this man since yesterday. This was really not a pleasant piece of news. Wen Chuchu pouted, and the next second she heard the man's playful voice, "Mrs. Zhan, it seems you still need time to get used to your identity. Isn't that so?" Wen Chuchu chattered on, naturally ignoring Zhan Heng's stunningly handsome face that was hard to look at directly, and said, "But at the moment I saw you, I've already accepted the fact." Her expression and tone were very reluctant. "You look like you can't accept it. I'm a person whose greatest strength is being adaptable, so you don't need to worry about that." Wen Chuchu gave him a "don't worry" look and patted Zhan Heng on the shoulder. Then she quickly threw off the quilt and got out of bed. Just as she was about to pass the man's tall figure to go to the bathroom, a sudden strength grabbed her wrist. "Your mother and my mother are downstairs. Prepare yourself mentally." What? That was even more shocking than a bombshell. Wen Chuchu's face drained of color. She immediately cast aside all shyness, restraint, and strangeness, and nervously leaned close to Zhan Heng, asking, "What's going on? Why are they here? What do you think?" "Of course they're here to inspect how we're getting along." "What's there to inspect?" Wen Chuchu panicked at the thought of facing her own mother. Last night was the official wedding night. Zhan Heng's long fingers were slowly tying his tie, reminding her leisurely. Every cell in Wen Chuchu's body seemed to explode. She couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock, staring at Zhan Heng with a helpless expression. Her small hands clutched the corner of his suit jacket and tugged gently. "What do we do? What do we do?" "Improvise." The man lowered his gaze to her delicate, fair-skinned hands. The pale color contrasted sharply with the black of his suit. Her skin was dazzlingly white, lustrous, with a translucent pinkish hue. The sight stirred a fire in Zhan Heng's lower abdomen, burning hotter and hotter. His Adam's apple involuntarily rolled. "You absolutely must cooperate with me." Wen Chuchu pressed her palms together. All her sharpness was gone now, as she was as soft and sweet as a little milk dumpling. "What do I get out of it?" Zhan Heng's eyes locked onto her crimson lips, his gaze burning with intensity. "What do you want to get?" "MMPH." Wen Chuchu's eyes nearly popped out in shock. Because she was being kissed again. She could hardly believe her own eyes. Wasn't this Zhan Heng? An ascetic flower on a high mountain, untouched by desire. How could he repeatedly make a move on her? The little woman's expression of questioning her own existence made Zhan Heng feel a hint of displeasure. He reluctantly released her soft, tempting lips and commanded, "Close your eyes." Perhaps due to the man's commanding presence, Wen Chuchu instinctively shut her eyelids. The next second, sensing something wrong, she quickly opened them again. Their eyes met, and she fell into a sea of scorching light. Zhan Heng's gaze was like a volcanic eruption, churning with countless streams of molten lava. Just one glance, and Wen Chuchu felt every cell in her body tremble. So hot, so sensual. This man, his exterior of ascetic restraint, was utterly at odds with the beastly desire within him. Wen Chuchu had no doubt that if this kiss continued, she would be torn to shreds and swallowed whole into the man's stomach. This realization made her breathing ragged, her cheeks flushed. She struggled violently like a fish gasping for air. Finally breaking free from the man, her chest heaved as she panted heavily. You. The stinging pain spreading across her lips made Wen Chuchu realize she had been kissed, swollen again. Good heavens. They were supposed to go downstairs to meet their parents soon. Wen Chuchu was both embarrassed and furious. Her large, watery eyes blazed with fire, as if she wanted to burn the man before her to ashes. "What about me?" The man looked at her, even reaching out to roll up his sleeves. The gesture was elegant and composed, every movement exuding an air of calm and leisure. As if she were the only one excited, thrilled, and roaring from that kiss. For him, it was merely a game. Wen Chuchu's voice trembled with anger. "You have no respect for me. You kissed me again without my permission. Even an uncle could endure it, but an aunt could not. How could she allow her principles to be trampled like this?" Zhan Heng seemed to find it amusing. He lowered his arm that had been adjusting his sleeve and took a sudden step toward her. With his movement, his overwhelming aura cascaded down like a tidal wave. Wen Chuchu couldn't help but step back. Seeing her fearful yet defiant expression, Zhan Heng's long legs stopped. He wrapped one arm around her shoulder, fixed her head in place, and gently, but firmly forced her to look up. Mrs. Zhan, kissing you, touching you, sleeping with you. These are the legal rights that marriage grants me. With every word the man uttered, his burning gaze moved downward inch by inch. Bathed in his unrestrained stare, Wen Chuchu felt an illusion. As if even through her clothes the man had already kissed, touched, and slept with her. The oxygen in the master bedroom was instantly sucked away. Her breath stalled for a second, then her brows knitted together, and her breathing grew heavier and heavier. In the blink of an eye, a spark could set it all ablaze. Wen Chuchu had no doubt that if they continued to gaze at each other with such lingering affection, the next moment would see them seduced by the demon of hormones destined to roll and tumble between the sheets. She would not. She almost frantically turned her head away. Cleverly shifting the topic, she said, "The elders are still waiting. Oh, we need to hurry." After saying this, her short legs carried her past the man as she slammed the bathroom door shut. Zhan Heng's gaze darkened, a profound something surging from the depths of his eyes as he watched her slender, retreating figure. The little girl was quite quick-witted. If she had delayed even a second or two, even he wouldn't have known what he might have. Thinking back to this period since meeting the little girl and the series of derailed reactions he had experienced, Zhan Heng's lips pressed into a straight line. Despite being terrified, Wen Chuchu eventually appeared together with Zhan Heng in the living room downstairs. The moment she saw Zhang Shania, a chill ran down her spine. Though her mother smiled politely, that politeness carried a hint of intimidation, a veiled threat that perhaps only she could decipher. Wen Chuchu's body was strung taut, unable to relax for even a moment. After some pleasantries, the elders amiably discussed the upcoming wedding. Wen Chuchu had little interest in this matter, endlessly nodding her head in agreement. Later, in high spirits, Madame Zhan took Zhan Heng to the study to find his childhood photos, insisting that Wen Chuchu must learn about his embarrassing moments as a child. As their figures disappeared from sight, Wen Chuchu immediately felt a sharp gaze sweep over her. Her spine stiffened, and she couldn't even force a weak smile. Zhang Shania snorted coldly, "You've grown wings. How dare you defy my wishes and run off with Zhan Heng?" Wen Chuchu's spine trembled, and she instantly admitted defeat. "No, they're soft, still soft." Zhang Shania glanced at the study, cut to the chase, and asked bluntly, "Tell me honestly, what indecent thing did you do that Johnny Chin had to call you out by name?" "What?" Wen Chuchu's eyes bulged larger than glass marbles. "Indecent thing? Would getting pregnant out of wedlock count?" But though she had the nerve to do it, she absolutely did not have the courage to confess it to her mother. Her lips wore an awkward smile, every cell in her body yearning to escape. Yet she couldn't utter a single word in her own defense. "Now that you're married and have someone to back you up, you don't even see me, your mother, as important." "How could I?" Wen Chuchu felt as if she were being fried in boiling oil, barely able to endure. "You've got the face to say you don't dare, but when it comes to actions, each time you dare more than the last." Wen Chuchu dared not retort, but deep inside a cat's paw was scratching, protesting with 100 frantic claws. "Mommy, I can't deal with you now in the Zhan family, but when you come back home for the formal visit, I don't believe I won't get to the bottom of this." The slightly harsh tone entered her ears, and Wen Chuchu trembled all over. Yes, she could escape the monk, but not the temple. Just as Wen Chuchu was on the verge of tears, and feeling worse than death, a mellow voice like a heavenly melody rescued her from the abyss of misery. "If you have questions, Annie, feel free to ask me." The next moment, Wen Chuchu was bathed in a tender, affectionate gaze. Zhan Heng's lips curved, his eyes brimming with deep indulgence and love. "After all, I know all of Chuchu's embarrassing secrets." Wen Chuchu could hardly believe her ears. This must be the second time Zhan Heng had saved her. As her eyes met his, a warm, tender feeling welled up in her chest. She was seized by an illusion, as if Zhan Heng genuinely liked her, which was why he defended her so fiercely. Though Zhang Shania was a relentless tigress when facing Wen Chuchu, she turned as kind as an old mother the moment she confronted Zhan Heng. "Zhan Heng, I was just joking with Chuchu." Zhan Heng walked over slowly and handed the photo album to Zhang Shania. He then took a seat beside Zhang Shania. Upon seeing the album, Wen Chuchu's curiosity was thoroughly piqued, and she couldn't help craning her neck for a peek. Unfortunately, Zhan Heng's frame blocked her view completely, leaving her unable to see even a sliver. Wen Chuchu suspected he was doing it on purpose. Despite her silent grumbling, she was deeply grateful to Zhan Heng for rescuing her. The meeting concluded in a harmonious atmosphere where both host and guest were delighted. Lady Zhan personally saw Zhang Shania off. Meanwhile, when Chuchu got into the car with Zhan Heng heading toward the Zhan family's ancestral mansion, where she would face the warm but probing inquiries of numerous aunts and relatives. To be honest, when Chuchu's heart was pounding with anxiety. Zhan Heng, what should I prepare before visiting your family? Inside the luxurious car, when Chuchu was nervous and pressed for answers. Be mentally prepared for an interrogation. What kind of questions? When Chuchu's eyes widened in alarm. Zhan Heng smiled, but said nothing. That expression, however, gave her ample room for imagination, and her body tensed even more. After a long pause, just when Chuchu thought he wouldn't answer, the man suddenly spoke. Just be yourself. That's all. When Chuchu felt that Zhan Heng was messing with her, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. The car slowly entered the Zhan family's mansion, and peering through the window, she realized how overwhelmingly vast the Zhan estate was. It took a full 23 minutes just to walk from the imposing gate to the parking lot. Opening the car door, her feet landed on a soft grassy lawn. Gazing across the lawn, she saw a cluster of European-style villa buildings in the distance, forming an architectural complex that stretched endlessly. When Chuchu's mouth gaped wide enough to hold an egg. Before coming to the Zhan family mansion, she had expected it to be grand, but not to such an overwhelming extent. Suddenly, a firm grip wrapped around her wrist. The next second, she was led by the man walking gracefully toward the villa. Along the paved path, neatly trimmed flowers and shrubs lined both sides, and an indescribable fragrance of blossoms mingled with the scent of greenery wafted over them. After traversing several paths, the view suddenly opened up. The villa entrance appeared before them, but so did a crowd of numerous aunts and relatives gathered at the doorway. Countless pairs of eyes brimming with gossip and curiosity fell upon Wen Chuchu. Her nerves stiffened, and every hair on her body seemed to stand on end. She tugged at the man's arm and whispered, "Zhan Heng, who are all these people?" Irrelevant ones. But when irrelevant people become numerous, they turn crucial. Wen Chuchu's back was not only rigid, but her legs also began to feel weak. This was a situation she could not handle. "Is this Zhan Heng's wife?" A speculative voice cut through the air sharply. The next second, Wen Chuchu saw a well-dressed, middle-aged woman stride over and grab her wrist firmly. Wen Chuchu disliked being touched like this, shuddering involuntarily, and then cast a pleading gaze straight at Zhan Heng. Before Zhan Heng could respond, her body was already pulled straight away. Hey, stop with the hey. I'm Zhan Heng's second aunt-in-law. You can call me aunt." Wen Chuchu somehow felt a hint of hostility from the second aunt-in-law. "Second aunt-in-law," Wen Chuchu greeted awkwardly. "Come here, you're Chuchu, right? Let me introduce you." The second aunt-in-law dragged her straight toward the group of women. Pointing at the people in front, she said, "This is your eldest aunt-in-law, third aunt-in-law, second aunt, fourth aunt, third aunt, fifth aunt." Wen Chuchu was forced to pass by many faces, some smiling, some expressionless, some cold. She felt like a duck being herded onto a perch, dryly raising her hand to greet them. "Hi. Hello, eldest aunt-in-law. Hello, third aunt-in-law. Hello, second aunt. Hello, fourth aunt. Hello, third aunt. Hello, fifth aunt." After a string of greetings, Wen Chuchu felt her mouth ache from smiling. Finally, the second aunt-in-law pulled her to the last woman. She was a very young and beautiful woman, perhaps a year or two older than Wen Chuchu, with delicate features and a warm, intellectual demeanor. Her slightly wavy hair gave her a gentle, refined temperament, much like a lady from a distinguished family. However, a hint of scrutiny lurked in her eyes as she regarded Wen Chuchu with a strange gaze. Wen Chuchu's heart gave a lurch. The moment the second aunt-in-law saw that woman, her chattering introductions also ceased abruptly. The atmosphere froze for a second or two. Then the second aunt-in-law's sheepish voice rang out, "This is Miss Su Shui." Miss Su. From the introduction, it was clear that this woman was not related to Zhan Heng. Wen Chuchu's brow furrowed, her female intuition told her that Miss Su's identity was extraordinary. "Hello, Miss Su." Wen Chuchu suppressed the turmoil of questions in her heart and extended her hand toward Miss Su. Whether Miss Su didn't see her hand or deliberately ignored it, she completely overlooked the outstretched handshake, but her smile was as warm as ever. "So you're a Heng's wife." "Hello, Chuchu." A hint of sorrow flickered in Su Shui's smile. Her gaze even bypassed Wen Chuchu and fixed straight on Zhan Heng, who was a few steps away. Wen Chuchu's gossip-loving cells were all on high alert, itching to uncover the story between Su Shui and Zhan Heng. But given the situation, she could only awkwardly withdraw her hand. "This is our first meeting. May I ask who Miss Su is?" Wen Chuchu's gaze also followed Su Shui's probing toward Zhan Heng. Although Wen Chuchu didn't finish her sentence, the implication was clear. She wanted to know the relationship between Su Shui and Zhan Heng. After all, even though she had married Zhan Heng in a quick wedding, she knew nothing about his past. On the first day of marriage, it was necessary to thoroughly clarify her husband's previous connections. The second aunt-in-law's mouth twitched as if she had a seizure, as if this was an extremely difficult question to answer. It was Su Shui who instead fixed her gaze on Wen Chuchu's face and said, "I am Zhan Heng's family doctor." Wen Chuchu's mind had already conjured up a drama. The untold stories between the family doctor and the domineering CEO. A beautiful family doctor's unrequited love for the domineering CEO. Usually Wen Chuchu's brain was like a decoration, but encountering such matters it instantly sparkled with excitement. So, that's it. Wen Chuchu's gaze fell on Su Shui's face before the tragic love drama in her mind could even begin. Suddenly a large palm rested on her shoulder. Turning her head, she saw Zhan Heng, holding her with one arm curling his lips. "Let's go. Don't stand outside the door." After saying that, he forcefully led Wen Chuchu into the house. The surrounding aunties and busybodies crowded around Su Shui. Even though Wen Chuchu couldn't see exactly what was happening, the women's murmurs and whispers were clearly audible. "Dr. Su, don't be sad." "Yes, Dr. Su, I think this girl can't compare to you at all." A chorus of consoling words made Wen Chuchu feel sympathy for Su Shui. Then came Su Shui's fragile yet gentle voice, "I'm fine. Thank you all for your concern." How touching and heartrending. Even though the domineering CEO was already married, the Cinderella still kept a corner in her heart for him, waiting for the day he would change his mind. Wen Chuchu couldn't contain her curiosity and was about to look back, but a large palm firmly turned her head back, forcing her to look forward. "Hey Dr. Su, and you." Wen Chuchu's eyes were full of gossip. "Stop your imagination. There's no ambiguity between her and me." But Wen Chuchu was not satisfied. How could there be none? Even if Zhan Heng didn't, that Dr. Su definitely did. "No buts," the man said decisively. "What if?" "No what ifs." "All right." Under the man's powerful and sharp aura, Wen Chuchu surrendered and forced herself to shut down all fantasies about Su Shui and Zhan Heng. Entering the foyer, Wen Chuchu was immediately attracted by the grand decoration and didn't notice her feet. The servant had already laid out 2 pairs of slippers, one pink and one blue. The blue pair was already on Zhan Heng's feet. That pink pair was obviously meant for Wen Chuchu. Just as she was about to take off her shoes, her wrist was suddenly grasped by a strong force. Then she saw the man she usually had to look up to suddenly lower his level, actually untying her shoelaces himself. Wen Chuchu felt as if burned by fire. She stepped back, but the next second a force grabbed her ankle and pressed her firmly in place. "Don't move." The man lifted his eyelids, that exceedingly handsome face looking up at her. Wen Chuchu, the richest man, the god of male idols in the hearts of countless fans, the formidable and decisive tycoon Zhan Heng, was actually removing her shoes. She must be dreaming. Wen Chuchu couldn't help rubbing her eyes. In her moment of shock, her foot had already been forcefully pressed into the slipper by the man. Shyness, astonishment, shock, and restraint. Countless emotions surged within her, making her curl her toes uneasily. The 5 toes inside the pink slipper were delicate and glistening with a faint cherry blossom sheen, so adorable that one wanted to bite them. Zhan Heng squinted, suddenly recalling that night. The delicate, yielding appearance of Wen Chuchu beneath him. Moving, alluring, captivating. The next second, a chorus of synchronized gasps sounded behind them in unison. "What is this all about?" Someone feigned surprise. "Tisk tisk, who would have thought Zhan Heng would be so considerate to his wife?" another remarked with a hint of envy. "Seeing the young couple so affectionate, I can't help but feel jealous," someone said in a jesting tone, yet revealing their true feelings. "Chuchu, you are truly blessed. Marrying Zhan Heng is the dream of countless women, and to think he is so attentive. You must cherish him well." The murmurs poured into Wen Chuchu's ears. She flushed with embarrassment and hastily distanced herself from Zhan Heng, as if to sever any connection. "Ha ha, he." She laughed dryly, but her gaze inadvertently swept past Su Shui, who stood behind the crowd of relatives. Meeting Su Shui's dark, brooding eyes, Wen Chuchu was momentarily stunned. Yet soon she forced a smile towards Su Shui. Zhan Heng acted more directly, ignoring the chatter of the relatives, pulling Wen Chuchu through the entrance hall and into the living room. Upon entering the living room, Wen Chuchu immediately spotted Johnny Chin and Madame Zhan seated in the main seats. On one side of the sofa sat the white-haired Zhan Peng. The moment Wen Chuchu met Johnny Chin's gaze, she shuddered with fear. Though she did not know him, the imposing aura of authority he exuded told her he was the one who ruled the household. And she dreaded dealing with authority figures, like the tigress at home or Johnny Chin before her. Moreover, her mother had mentioned this morning that Johnny Chin seemed displeased with her, and that she should behave herself. "Ooh, Chuchu, this is Dad. You've already met Mom, and this is Grandpa." As Zhan Heng introduced them, Wen Chuchu timidly greeted them. "Hello, Dad, Mom, Grandpa. A good child. I've known about you for a long time. This is our first official meeting. Here, take this gift from Grandpa." With that, Zhan Heng slipped a red envelope into Wen Chuchu's palm. She quickly tried to decline, but when she attempted to refuse a second time, Zhan Heng stopped her, signaling her to accept. She had no choice but to take it, and as she tucked it into her bag, she secretly felt it. The envelope was hard, as if it contained a card. Wen Chuchu's mind raced, but the next moment Zhan Heng slid another red envelope across the coffee table with a stern expression. "This is a gift from your mother and me. Take it." "Yes, thank you, Grandpa, thank you, Dad and Mom." Receiving red envelopes was after all a joyful thing. Wen Chuchu's tongue was sweet as honey, her eyes curved into crescents, making her look utterly endearing. Madame Zhan, who adored her to the bone, took her hand and slipped the envelope into her bag. "Though your father and I are very fond of you, we don't know you well yet. We deliberated but couldn't decide what gift to give, so we finally settled on cash. Buy whatever you like and don't think we're being perfunctory." "How could I?" Wen Chuchu's lips were coated with honey, and she said sweetly, "I love money the most." "Thank you, Mom, thank you, Dad. I like it very much, and I'll go buy myself a gift I love." "Glad you like it, glad you like it." Madame Zhan was overjoyed, and the more she looked at Wen Chuchu, the more delighted she became. Wen Chuchu on the surface acted gracefully, but inside she was a bundle of nerves. The two red envelopes in her bag made her little heart thump, thump loudly. Although receiving gifts until her hands grew weak was a pleasant feeling, she was trembling with anxiety. After all, this marriage between her and Zhan Heng was not valid. As Wen Chuchu's mind raced frantically, the elders on the other side had already begun their layers of interrogation aimed at her. "Chuchu, what kind of work do you do?" Wen Chuchu smiled, about to answer, but was interrupted by Zhan Heng. "No matter what job you had before, I think since you married Zhan Heng, you should focus on being a good wife and mother at home. The Zhan family doesn't lack your meager salary. While you're still young, start preparing for pregnancy early." Hearing this, Wen Chuchu's eyebrows twitched. Then she silently looked at Zhan Heng with questioning eyes. Could it be that the Zhan family didn't know about her pregnancy? Strange. Then why did her mother say that Zhan Heng wanted her to behave properly? Apart from being pregnant out of wedlock, she didn't have a single shred of impropriety. However, Wen Chuchu received not the slightest hint from Zhan Heng. Every line of Zhan Heng's face, no, every line of his entire body, seemed frozen by an iceberg, utterly unruffled. She had no choice but to face Zhan Heng herself. Just as she was about to speak, the icy Zhan Heng spoke up. "Dad, Chuchu and I have our own plans regarding pregnancy." Zhan Heng's face instantly darkened. The next second, Madame Zhan quickly grabbed Zhan Heng's arm and mediated. Yes, after all, the young couple just got married, not even having held a wedding yet. The urgent matter now is to arrange the wedding first. There's no rush for pregnancy. After they return from their honeymoon, it might naturally happen. Wen Chuchu dared not take any bait and thought to herself awkwardly, but she already had one in her belly. Yet discussing such a private issue in front of so many people made Wen Chuchu's ears burn crimson, so shy she scarcely dared to breathe. "I'm not good at such things. Leave the wedding arrangements to you," Zhan Heng said to Madame Zhan. "Rest assured, leave it to me. He'll make sure your wedding is grand and glorious." Wen Chuchu gave an awkward smile. During this time, aunts and distant relatives kept chattering and interjecting with their own opinions and suggestions about the wedding. Wen Chuchu realized that she had no say in her own wedding at all. In fact, her presence was even less than a decimal point. Later, the aunts and relatives simply treated her as transparent air. Even Zhan Heng, who had been pretending to be considerate, was called away, leaving her alone in the living room like a complete outsider. Suddenly, a slender figure sat down across from her. Su Shui smiled, poured her a cup of tea, and asked, "Do you like tea, Miss Wen?" Wen Chuchu noticed that Su Shui addressed her as Miss Wen rather than Mrs. Zhan, and instantly the dormant cells in her mind began to stir. "Yes." She blinked, indicating her interest in Su Shui. "No." She could say she was even more interested in the possible ambiguous story between Su Shui and Zhan Heng. A cup of hot tea was slowly poured into her teacup. As she poured, Su Shui said, "Do you feel you can't blend into the atmosphere here? It's okay, you'll get used to it soon." Wen Chuchu's gossiping cells were itching with curiosity, and she asked, "Dr. Su, how long have you been the family doctor here?" Su Shui paused, then met Wen Chuchu's eyes. "Me? About 10 years. A decade of unrequited love, and the man I loved ended up marrying another woman." Such a headline instantly flashed through Wen Chuchu's mind. What a perfect fodder for romance. Wen Chuchu could not conceal her inner excitement. Countless little stars sparkled in her beautiful eyes. What illness did Zhan Heng have, and under what circumstances did he hire you to be his family doctor here? Her excitement fell into Su Shui's eyes, turning into utter astonishment. But after a second, the astonishment quickly faded, and she replied it was a stomach ailment. "I see." Unable to probe into any hidden ailments, Wen Chuchu's face could not hide her disappointment. But the next second, she asked, has his stomach ailment fully recovered now? It has improved. Wen Chuchu nodded, studying Su Shui, seriously thinking to herself if the stomach ailment had already healed, and Su Shui still hadn't been dismissed, as the family doctor, didn't that imply that something ambiguous might have happened during these 10 years? But these words were destined not to be asked in front of Su Shui. At the very least, she absolutely could not speak until she and Su Shui had built a deeper rapport. Knowing this, she began to probe indirectly about matters between Su Shui and Zhan Heng. Asking one thing here and another there, she left Su Shui utterly bewildered. Finally, Su Shui had to say seriously to Wen Chuchu, "Miss, when are you suspecting that something is between a Heng and me?" Wen Chuchu immediately shook her head. "No, I'm not suspicious at all. After all, if something had happened between you two, it would have already occurred, wouldn't it?" The Su Shui before her clearly cared deeply for Zhan Heng. But Wen Chuchu had to put Su Shui's guard down first. "I'm just concerned about Zhan Heng's health." This time it was Su Shui's turn to be curious. "Miss, when didn't you know a Heng before you got married?" This hit the nail on the head. Wen Chuchu said with great seriousness, "Not only did I not know him, I didn't know him at all." Su Shui's heart was suddenly in her throat, as she pressed curiously, "What do you mean? We only met twice before getting married. You decided to marry after just 2 meetings. Su Shui's eyes and brows were filled with unconcealed disappointment and bitterness. Was fate really such a magical thing? She had known Zhan Heng for 10 years, yet not a single spark of love had been struck between them. But upon seeing Wen Chuchu for the first time, he decided to spend his life with her and step into the grave of love. Exactly. Wen Chuchu moved closer to Su Shui, mysteriously glancing warily at the aunts and relatives who were engaged in heated discussion. "I haven't told anyone about this, so you mustn't reveal it to outsiders." Su Shui was both resistant and too embarrassed to refuse Wen Chuchu's approach. What? Instinctively, she leaned back, trying to increase the distance between them. But Wen Chuchu reached out and leaned in close to her ear, effortlessly reducing their distance to 0. "Zhan Heng and I, it's just a matter of expediency. Our marriage is just to fill a quota." Su Shui's pupils widened in shock. Her gaze involuntarily fell on Wen Chuchu's face, which was nodding vigorously. Really? The news was too shocking, as she could hardly describe her complex emotions. "He'll be a dog." Wen Chuchu smiled slyly, then plopped down beside Su Shui, casually draping an arm over her shoulder. "So even if you like Zhan Heng, I won't care at all. Why don't you be honest and tell me the unspoken stories between you two?" Su Shui looked at Wen Chuchu's raised eyebrows, and a row of exclamation marks flashed through her mind. The Wen Chuchu before her was truly a unique character. Su Shui could no longer maintain even a semblance of calm, her entire countenance fractured. Seeing this, Wen Chuchu grew even more convinced that something was afoot, and couldn't help but say, "Miss Su, you should be fond of Zhan Heng, shouldn't you?" Su Shui's lips were too stiff to curve into a smile. Faced with Wen Chuchu's relentless pressing, her throat felt as if clogged, unable to utter a single word. Wen Chuchu, however, grew increasingly excited. She reached out and linked her arm through Su Shui's, saying, "Dr. Su, I really like you. Could we be friends?" This time Su Shui finally managed to reply, "Of course. That's wonderful. From now on we can occasionally go out for coffee or something, can't we?" "Yes." Every cell in Su Shui's body felt too rigid to move. She wished she could sprout wings and fly away from this place instantly. "Great." Wen Chuchu was overjoyed and couldn't help clapping her hands. That sound, however, caught the attention of the aunties and relatives over there, and countless eyes instantly turned to Wen Chuchu's face. The atmosphere froze as if the air itself had stopped flowing. The embarrassed one instantly became Wen Chuchu. She immediately made a salute-like gesture signaling that she had interrupted. "Sorry, please continue." "Continue." Seeing this, the second aunt, while cracking sunflower seeds, asked with an air of knowing calm, "Chuchu, you and Dr. Su really hit it off, huh?" "Yes." Wen Chuchu immediately hooked her arm around the stiff Su Shui and said, "We clicked right away. I plan to get along well with Dr. Su from now on. We're already good friends." Su Shui awkwardly tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Since when had she and Wen Chuchu become good friends? The second aunt smiled meaningfully. "That's good to hear. Seeing the two of you getting along so well puts my mind at ease." As expected, there were hidden implications. Wen Chuchu grew even more convinced that there was something unspeakable between Su Shui and Zhan Heng. The decision she had made was indeed politically correct beyond measure. Just then Johnny Chen, who had remained silent all along, suddenly spoke up. "Chuchu, you haven't had a tour of the house yet. Let Zhan Heng show you around." Wen Chuchu's mind was now completely occupied with uncovering the untold stories between Su Shui and Zhan Heng. She had no desire to leave even a step. Her beautiful big eyes were filled with reluctance. She hadn't yet dug up any explosive gossip from Su Shui, and she was still hungry for more. However, before she could speak, Zhan Heng had already walked slowly out of the study, naturally coming to Wen Chuchu's side and extending his large hand to her. He tilted his head, his tone commanding, "Let's go." Wen Chuchu had no choice but to cast a reassuring glance at Su Shui, then reluctantly placed her fair, delicate little hand into the man's large palm. Almost under the high pressure of everyone's gaze, they climbed the steps one by one and ascended to the second floor. Wen Chuchu, thinking of her unfulfilled wish, pouted her rosy little mouth high. "You seem reluctant." Zhan Heng's low, slightly husky voice came. "Yes, I am." The tone was drawn out long, expressing her unwillingness to the fullest. "Reason? I get along wonderfully with Dr. Su." Wen Chuchu forced a smile, her eyes curving, telling a lie to the man. However, the man's gaze was comparable to X-rays, instantly seeing through her little thoughts. He released her hand, thrust both hands into his trouser pockets, and looked down at her. "I've already told you there is no story between her and me." His eyes narrowed dangerously. This wretched girl. Not only was she completely unconcerned about his romantic history, but she even seemed somewhat excited at the prospect of gossip. What was going on? Was he the dignified Zhan Heng, so unattractive? "That's just your opinion," Wen Chuchu said with a grin, "but that doesn't mean Dr. Su doesn't have feelings for you." Good heavens, judging by Zhan Heng's indifferent demeanor, Dr. Su must be pining for him in unrequited love, right? There's even more reason to dig deeper. Zhan Heng narrowed his eyes, sensing an eerie undercurrent to the "This little girl simply doesn't play by the rules." Wouldn't an ordinary person upon encountering such a situation feel a twinge of jealousy and thus spur the rapid development of their relationship? Yet here she was so nosy and gossipy. His chest felt as though a wad of cotton had been crammed into it, suffocating him. Zhan Heng couldn't help tugging at his tie to ease his breath. "What use is unrequited love?" Zhan Heng, suppressing his emotions, asked. "That's where you're wrong. Sometimes unrequited love can be a tremendous driving force for a person's growth. Unrequited love, it's simply the most beautiful emotion in the world." Zhan Heng's throat constricted even more. Watching the little girl speak so animatedly, he felt a surge of impulse to lower his head and seal her rosy lips. Without thinking, he reached out and abruptly seized her wrist. "I haven't finished yet, you tyrant," Wen Chuchu protested. Then she was forcefully pulled into a bedroom on the third floor. Stepping into the bedroom, Wen Chuchu was captivated by the minimalist yet grand decor in black, white, and gray. But what truly stunned her was an entire wall transformed into a bookshelf, floor to ceiling densely packed with books. Her mouth dropped open in a silent, "Wow," and she involuntarily gravitated toward that wall of books. But before she could get close, the grip on her wrist tightened. "Come have a look around the room." Wen Chuchu watched helplessly as the book wall vanished from her sight and was forced to confront a pure blackened bed. Zhan Heng released her hand, untied his tie, and casually tossed it onto the large bed. His eyes dark with a surging undertone fixed on her as he said, "I have some official matters to attend to. Make yourself at home." Wen Chuchu was very obedient, biting her red lip and nodding vigorously. Without Zhan Heng around, she could finally breathe freer air. Before leaving, Zhan Heng shot her a deep, meaningful glance. Wen Chuchu blinked her beautiful big eyes. The moment the door panel clicked shut, every cell in her body cheered, and she immediately turned to dash toward that wall of books. Wen Chuchu was utterly amazed, for most of the books on the shelf were dry and monotonous professional tomes. Books on business management, law, financial analysis. She pulled one out, and though she recognized every Chinese character on the page, their combination was utterly mind-numbing. Those supposedly beautiful Chinese characters and poetic Chinese phrases. When faced with these books, Wen Chuchu was rendered speechless, struck dumb. TSK. Plucking out any book, one could see the marks of time upon it. If Zhan Heng's short life had been spent in the company of these books, that would be truly tragic. Wen Chuchu sighed incessantly, shaking her head. Just as she was about to withdraw her gaze from the wall of books, she was suddenly drawn to a small, pitifully few collection of books. How to improve a man's bedroom skills. What makes a woman remember you. Essential things between men, essential lessons for a quality partner. Sex can actually be simple. Good heavens. Wen Chuchu was utterly amazed. Who would have thought that a cold iceberg-like man like Zhan Heng would actually read such risque books? An incredible thought spiraled through her mind at lightning speed. Could it be that Zhan Heng, because she had mocked his technique as inadequate, had bought this entire stack of books to study? This conjecture lodged a burning coal in Wen Chuchu's throat, scorching hot and robbing her of breath. From her cheeks to the tips of her ears, the blush was a vivid, dripping crimson. Amid the frantic pounding of her heart, thump, 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 Wen Chuchu, knowing full well she shouldn't, nonetheless let her trembling little hand pull down a volume, stealing a curious glance or two. That single peek was disastrous. The content gripped her like a magnet, drawing her so deeply that she became utterly engrossed. When Zhan Heng entered, he found the girl with her back to the door, absorbed in a book with evident delight. Her brow furrowed, then relaxed, and she even flashed a sly grin. She looked cunning, playful, lively, and adorable. As he watched, a blazing fire kindled deep within Zhan Heng, threatening to consume him. "What are you reading?" The low, husky voice startled Wen Chuchu so violently that the book in her hands plummeted straight to the floor. With a thud, the man's long legs stepped forward, and his gaze dropped directly to the book's cover. Sex can be this simple. Those big characters were like a wildfire, scorching her beyond recognition. Her cheeks burned crimson, and her lips, as if spring-loaded, stammered uncontrollably. 3. She had no idea how to explain. Heavens, this was too awkward. In her newlywed husband's room, being caught reading a technical book of this sort was tantamount to trying to hide something, blatantly telling him, "I'm dissatisfied with you, so I'm curious about the book." The awkwardness in the air grew so thick, it was almost suffocating. When Chuchu was at a complete loss, her toes were practically digging a 3-bedroom apartment into the floor. As she writhed in shame like an ant on a hot pan, she saw Zhan Heng's lips press into a straight line, the corners curling with a mischievous tilt. "You seem quite interested." Am I?" Intimidated by the man's surging aura of mischief, Wen Chuchu took 2 steps back. On second thought, wasn't she? She had been reading with utter fascination. A little general knowledge never hurts. Though she spoke calmly, a hurricane raged inside her, scattering her thoughts and leaving her unable to settle for a long time. "Where did you get to?" The man's foot landed, then his horizontal line suddenly dropped. Wen Chuchu clearly saw the narrow waist of a greyhound revealed as he bent down. That waist, it had once labored diligently that night. Spit it out. With that fantasy, Wen Chuchu's ears burned. To escape the man's influence, she swiftly retreated 2 steps, putting a deliberate distance between them. The man cast a low glance at her, then his slender fingers picked up the book, flipping to the page she had been reading. Generally, when men and women experience such matters, they have already cultivated deep feelings. The man's low, mellow voice had barely recited a sentence or two when Wen Chuchu's shame reached its peak. She quickly stepped forward, her delicate little hand accurately covering those shameful words. "I think this doesn't suit you. Give it to me." She tugged at the book, intending to put it back on the shelf and be done with it. Yet the book seemed rooted in the man's powerful grip. It wouldn't budge an inch. "Not interested, it won't appear on my bookshelf." Holy crap. Zhan Heng actually admitted it. Now Wen Chuchu had caught him red-handed. She couldn't help but plant her hands on her hips and interrogate him, letting out 2 sly hee-hee laughs. "You've finally admitted it. Come on, tell me. Did you buy this kind of book to make up for your technical shortcomings?" At that pause, Wen Chuchu's gaze shot straight downward, persistently fixing on a place it shouldn't. Zhan Heng suddenly grabbed her wrist, halting her urge to explore further. He forced out the words through gritted teeth. "What are you looking at?" "Technical shortcomings." As the man's questioning voice fell, a thick, aggressive aura surged forward, setting off an unprecedented alarm in Wen Chuchu's body. "I'm not looking at anything." "Didn't you buy this book because you wanted to learn?" Wen Chuchu risked being flayed alive by the man's gaze just to utter the latter half of the sentence. Her ears flushed crimson because she had just glimpsed something unspeakable. Zhan Heng clenched his molars, his eyes fixed on her blood-red ears, a wicked smile curling on his thin lips. Wen Chuchu's sensory cells stretched out into the air, unfurling countless tiny tentacles, hypersensitive to the extreme. The man's breath descended, and amidst the tingling tremors of her nerves, he parted his lips. "Well said. Why don't we study together?" It was as intimate as a lover's whisper. Yet once Wen Chuchu grasped the meaning behind his words, every cell in her body erupted in rebellion. I think I don't need to study. I'm a genius." Wen Chuchu raised her hand to block his chest, her spine shivering faintly, every hair flattened in terror. No way. She absolutely refused to learn from an underachiever. An underachiever like me naturally needs a genius to guide me. With that, the man's broad palm had already encircled her wrist, leading her straight downward. Wen Chuchu's eyes nearly popped out. As if burned by fire, she jerked her hand back with a sharp recoil. "No," she refused with utmost seriousness. Blushing, she unleashed her inner contrarian. "I've never associated with underachievers since childhood. Tutoring one. Absolutely impossible." At her words, the long-absent whirlpools in the man's eyes began to appear one by one. Those whirlpools were dark, deep, and roaring to swallow Wen Chuchu whole. Only then did she realize she had misspoken. It was fine for Zhan Heng to call himself an underachiever. It was self-deprecation. But her saying it nailed him to the cross of underachiever. Was this a rather severe insult to a man Her breath instantly shrank back, her hair standing on end. Under the oppressive weight of his gaze, she forced a brittle fake smile and stubbornly changed the subject. By the way, I've finished the tour. Can we go down to the living room? After all, keeping so many elders waiting isn't very polite. She finished speaking without a glance at Zhan Heng's livid face and brushed past his shoulder to leave. Ugh! A sharp sting shot through her wrist. Wen Chuchu frowned and glared at the man. You're hurting me. The next second her eyes flew wide open. Because the man lowered his handsome face directly to her ear, his warm breath spreading evenly, making her toes curl and grip the floor. In that case, I need to work hard and shed the label of underachiever. The man's lazy voice exploded right beside her ear. Work hard. Wen Chuchu barely contained her urge to bolt, patting Zhan Heng's chest in a perfunctory manner. As a genius, I won't mingle with a laggard like you. Huh. With that, she tried to flee, but the man's palm held her firmly, pulling her to stand side by side, even draping an arm over her shoulder. Once married, you must learn to go with the flow. What nonsense. So filthy, it was unbearable. The implication made every cell in Wen Chuchu's body explode. I refuse. She was unusually stubborn, making a face at the man. Naya. Swiftly pulling her wrist free, she scurried away like a fugitive. Watching the little girl disappear in a flash, Zhan Heng's eyes brimmed with something profound. The fiery passion she ignited in his chest slowly cooled under his composure. After returning to the living room, Wen Chuchu was visibly unsettled. The tussle of wits in the master bedroom with Zhan Heng had left her cheeks blazing like a sunset. Even Su Xuan noticed something amiss. Miss Wen, are you running a fever? Your face is so red. No. Wen Chuchu denied vehemently, her loud voice drawing everyone's attention. The gazes of the living room crowd fell upon her face. Her already burning cheeks spread the heat inch by inch to her ears. Her entire face was suspiciously red. Wen Chuchu's eyes darted frantically. The more she tried to calm down, the hotter her face grew. Indeed, Chuchu, your face is terribly red. Dr. Su, please check her. Wen Chuchu protested, but before she could speak, Su Shui had already pulled her into a routine examination. To her surprise, Su Shui was a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. She grabbed Wen Chuchu's wrist and began to feel her pulse earnestly. Unable to break free, Wen Chuchu had to stay still under everyone's watchful eyes. After all, she wasn't running a fever, just too embarrassed by the man's teasing. But the next moment, Wen Chuchu suddenly sensed something wrong. If Su Shui was a traditional Chinese doctor, then her pregnancy would be exposed. At this thought, her heart began to pound violently, thump, almost bursting out of her chest. Su Shui raised her eyes, surprised. Miss Wen, are you nervous? Your heart is racing. Indeed. She was so nervous she might faint. Wen Chuchu stared intently at Su Shui, terrified that the slightest change in expression would betray her. Sure enough, the next moment, Su Shui's pupils dilated rapidly, and she gaped at Wen Chuchu in disbelief. Miss Wen. A string in Wen Chuchu's body snapped from tension. It's over. Su Shui must have figured it out. Her mind raced, searching for a way to cover up the truth. But just then Madame Zhan asked anxiously, Dr. Su, your expression is off. Is there something wrong with Chuchu's health? Wen Chuchu was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, opening her lips to try to salvage the situation. Yet it was too late. Su Shui glanced at her in surprise, then turned to Madame Zhan, astonished and bewildered. Madame Zhan, it's a pregnancy pulse. With Wen Chuchu's face ashen, Su Shui repeated. Miss Wen might be pregnant. What? These words dropped like a stone into a still lake, stirring 1,000 ripples. The living room crowd erupted into a boiling frenzy. What? Pregnant? Madame Zhan's eyes widened into polygons in shock. The aunts and relatives buzzed with speculation. Whose child is it? They just got married, making our Heng a father before his time. It seems they met through a blind date only once. Surely it's not Zhan Heng's child. This seems blown out of proportion. No, our Zhan family cannot bear such shame. Divorce. We must divorce. Seeing the rising fury, Su Shui asked offhandedly. Miss Wen, you and a Heng have only met once, haven't you? What a cunning question. She was practically saying the child in your belly isn't a Heng's, is it? Well, this Dr. Su truly had the potential of a green tea bitch. But Wen Chuchu was a master at dealing with such vixens. After all, she wrote novels for a living. Who says so? Wen Chuchu's eyes curved into crescents as she rebutted with a smile. A Heng and I have met more than once. Oh, Su Shui sneered. Even at this point, she dared to be stubborn. Wen Chuchu, you're doomed. So Miss Wen and Zhan Heng developed deep feelings even before their blind date. Of course. Wen Chuchu's gaze swept over the nervous faces fixed on her, then she added slyly, not at all. Everyone's suspended hearts plummeted with a thud. In the next instant, the living room erupted. Unforgivable. Wen Chuchu, you're already pregnant, yet you dared marry into the Zhan family. Are you out of your mind? Second aunt-in-law protested most fiercely, as if Wen Chuchu had murdered her kin. Wen Chuchu drawled lazily. Is it forbidden to marry Zhan Heng while pregnant? Su Shui was seething with rage. The man she had secretly adored for 10 years. She felt even approaching him was a desecration. Yet Wen Chuchu dared to demean Zhan Heng like this. She bit her crimson lips, drew a breath, and struggled to suppress her fury. Miss Wen, this is fraud in marriage. Wen Chuchu, watching the anger Su Shui barely contained, couldn't help blinking her big eyes. But Zhan Heng knows about it too. Seeing everyone's reactions, Wen Chuchu realized with a start that the Zhan family was completely in the dark about her pregnancy before marriage. Why then did the Zhan family insist on her marrying Zhan Heng? And why so hastily? Her words, far from calming the storm, left everyone exchanging bewildered looks. The impact was no less than dropping an atomic bomb. You're saying that a Heng knew you were pregnant, yet still married you? Su Shui's brows knitted into mountain ridges as a piercing pain spread through her heart. Why was she, a pure and innocent girl, considered inferior to Wen Chuchu, who had ruined her reputation by being pregnant out of wedlock? Wen Chuchu savored the grief on Su Shui's face and nodded. Exactly. Outrageous. Second aunt-in-law slammed the table, glaring at Wen Chuchu. The Wen family has gone too far. Wen Chuchu, you've conceived a bastard and are utterly unworthy of Zhan Heng. I always said a girl from such a small family could never deserve him. Madame Zhan, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. Chuchu, are you truly pregnant? As a lady from a distinguished family, she had never uttered a single harsh word about Wen Chuchu. Yet the disappointment in her eyes stung Wen Chuchu's heart. Oops, her joke might have gone too far. But she had to steel herself and answer, yes, I am indeed pregnant. With your own grandchild, no less. This time it was Madame Zhan's turn to furrow her brows. As if stumped by the conundrum, her gaze scrutinized Wen Chuchu, sending a chill down the latter's spine. Cindy, you must not be soft-hearted. The Wen family must not be forgiven. Knowing that her daughter was carrying a bastard, yet you still allowed her to marry in. This is intolerable, utterly intolerable. The accusations, each like a sharp thorn, stabbed deep into Wen Chuchu's heart. She finally realized that her joke had gone too far and attempted to explain herself. But second aunt was like a rapid-fire cannon, not giving Wen Chuchu any chance to speak. Wen Chuchu's heart felt as if pierced by thousands of steel needles, throbbing with dense pain. Meanwhile, the contemptuous gazes of the crowd were like ice, sending chills down her spine. Just as she sat on pins and needles, facing 1,000 accusing fingers. A low, mellow voice rescued her from the depths of misery. Who said that Chuchu is carrying a bastard? Wen Chuchu heard it as a heavenly sound and lifted her eyelids in surprise. What met her eyes was Zhan Heng, one hand in his pocket with a languid and indolent handsome face. He lifted his eyelids, and the warm, soft, soothing look in his eyes gradually smoothed her agitated heart. Wen Chuchu suddenly calmed down. She smiled brightly at the man, with curved brows revealing white teeth that contrasted with her red lips and snow-white skin, making Zhan Heng's heart itch in a certain spot. His eyes overflowed with something intense. A dark glint flashed, and his sharp gaze, filled with intimidation, turned to the speaker, second aunt. He parted his thin lips and said, when did my child by Zhan Heng become a bastard? If the news of Wen Chuchu's pregnancy was like a stone dropped into the sea, then the power of Zhan Heng's words was no less than a tsunami, an earthquake. The people present all had seismic pupils. They widened their eyes, staring at Zhan Heng like idiots. What? Heng, the child in Chuchu's belly is yours. Su Shui could hardly believe her ears. Looking at Zhan Heng's perfect profile, her heart trembled with pain. So, there was already a child. Zhan Heng, don't be foolish. Don't think that just because your parents are pressuring you to marry, you can just pick anyone and become a father overnight. The Zhan family can never have such a thing. You are the richest man in the country, among the top 3 on the Forbes list. With such excellence, the Wen family is not worthy of you. There's no need to lower yourself. A cacophony of noisy discussions rang in her ears. Zhan Heng lifted his eyelids, strode on his long legs, and walked step by step to Wen Chuchu's side. Gazing at the little girl's face, pale and slightly aggrieved, he curled his lips into a smile, reached out, and pinched her chubby cheek with his slender fingers. I'm not so confused that I can't even recognize my own seed. Wen Chuchu winced at the pinch on her cheek, and couldn't help frowning in resistance. The next moment, as if anticipating her little mood, the man leisurely released his grip, and instead wrapped her small hand tightly in his. With the contact, a tingling sensation spread through her skin, traveling along her nerves inch by inch to every cell in her body. Wen Chuchu's heart trembled. The man held her hand and faced the crowd directly. he declared domineeringly. The child in Chuchu's belly is mine. Otherwise I wouldn't have casually decided to marry her in a flash. Everyone's faces instantly showed expressions as if a hurricane had swept through. When did this happen? Madame Zhan stared at Wen Chuchu as if she had discovered a priceless treasure. Chuchu, how many months pregnant are you? Wen Chuchu met her gaze and suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She forced a dry chuckle and said, "It's been 2 months." Instantly Madame Zhan's expression shifted dramatically. It softened like a gentle spring breeze, as tender as the most loving mother in the world. "Chuchu, this is wonderful." Madame Zhan approached with trembling steps, carefully taking Wen Chuchu's hand, examining her from left to right, front to back, top to bottom. "It's absolutely marvelous. We've been longing for this child for so long, and I never imagined you would accomplish it so effortlessly. You are truly our great benefactor." Wen Chuchu felt flattered and almost overwhelmed by Madame Zhan's words. "Mom, I'm just pregnant, it's not that grand." "Of course it's grand." Madame Zhan chided affectionately. "Chuchu, since you're pregnant, you should have told me earlier. Are you hungry? Thirsty? Do you feel any discomfort? Quick, sit on the sofa. Don't strain your waist." With that, she gently but firmly guided Wen Chuchu to the sofa. Meanwhile, the gaggle of aunts and relatives began to besiege Zhan Heng. Heng, when did you and Chuchu meet, and when did you get together? What exactly happened?" "The story of Chuchu and me." Wen Chuchu's eyelashes trembled at the sound of his voice. The man paused, his gaze lingering adoringly on her delicate face before he smiled. "Let's keep it a secret for now." Everyone let out a collective sigh. "Oh, honestly, Heng, are you sure that the child in Chuchu's belly is yours?" The one who questioned was second aunt-in-law, who, after Su Shui tugged her arm, immediately launched an attack. Zhan Heng's gaze turned sharp. "Second aunt-in-law, are you trying to insult Chuchu or insult me?" Those words instantly made second aunt-in-law's face flush with alternating shades of red and green. Madame Zhan, hearing this, immediately shot her a glare. Second aunt-in-law shrank back like a frightened quail, casting a helpless look at Su Shui. Meanwhile, Wen Chuchu was surrounded like a national treasure. "Chuchu, you should have told me about the pregnancy earlier. Then you wouldn't have had to suffer so much." Madame Zhan even recalled the earlier misunderstanding where everyone had wrongly assumed Wen Chuchu was indecent, engaging in all sorts of shameful acts with Zhan Heng upon their first meeting. Madame Zhan sighed with emotion. Wen Chuchu still felt a taut string of tension within her. She couldn't help but say, "Mom, you absolutely must not let my mother know about this pregnancy. If word of this reached Zhang Shania's ears, she wouldn't survive." Madame Zhan, the kindest of souls, had previously misunderstood Wen Chuchu's supposed indecency and immediately dragged Zhan Heng to propose, all to spare Wen Chuchu from family punishment. "Of course." Then Madame Zhan frowned. "But Chuchu, you can't hide this forever. One day your mother will learn the truth, and when that happens, I will certainly help you weather this storm." Wen Chuchu's heart pounded with fear. She simply dared not imagine the consequences if Zhang Shania found out. Don't even think about it, or it would be family punishment. It might even be the kind that doesn't stop until blood is drawn. She shuddered in terror. The next second, Madame Zhan's warm hand enveloped hers, patting gently to soothe her. "Don't be afraid, Chuchu. You are now part of the Zhan family. Your mother won't dare lay a finger on you from now on." Wen Chuchu lifted her trembling eyelashes. Hearing Madame Zhan's declaration, she finally understood where Zhan Heng inherited his domineering aura from. "In the kind of person who protects my own. In the kind of person who protects my own." Before she could even recover from the emotion of being shielded, the sofa beside her suddenly sank, and an arm draped over the backrest behind her, lightly encircling her. Zhan Heng's thick masculine scent flooded into her lungs with every breath, causing Wen Chuchu to breathe heavily, her cheeks flushed crimson. "What are you afraid of, Chuchu? He'll protect you." His gaze dropped straight down, languid and wicked. "And the child in your belly." Meeting that gaze, Wen Chuchu couldn't help but recall the battle of wits she had with the man in the master bedroom, as well as his words about joining in the same mud. Her breath felt as if squeezed by a large hand, stifling beyond words, leaving her with no good tone. She forced a smile, eyes curved. "Haha, well then. Thank you so much." To outsiders, they seemed deeply in love. Only she knew she had gritted her teeth while saying it. If it weren't for Zhan Heng, would she be in such a miserable state? Crocodile tears, better off without them. Zhan Heng smiled, reached out, and ruffled the top of her head, as if soothing a little animal. "You're welcome. Who told you you're my wife?" He said it so smoothly. Didn't he remember their marriage was a complete sham? Wen Chuchu, like an irritated little beast, wrinkled her nose at Zhan Heng in protest. Madame Zhan watched the young couple's affectionate display and couldn't help but smile. "Zhan Heng, since Chuchu is pregnant, why not move back to the old mansion? You two are young and don't know how to take care of a pregnant woman. I happen to have free time, and I'll make sure Chuchu is taken care of properly. These words struck like a bomb, making every hair on Wen Chuchu's body stand on end. No, no, no. Mother, I'm used to living with Zhan Heng. As soon as the words left her mouth, Wen Chuchu saw a look of understanding appear on Madame Zhan's face. She wished she could bite off her own tongue. How did those words sound? As if she was afraid of anyone disturbing her and Zhan Heng's time alone together. Madame Zhan laughed. Don't worry, Mother will never disturb you, and Zhan Heng's time alone when it's not appropriate. And when it is appropriate, I won't interfere too much in your life either. So it's settled. Wen Chuchu was left speechless. Her eyes went wide. She could hardly believe her eyes or ears. How could it be settled just like that? She hadn't even agreed yet. She cast a pleading glance at Zhan Heng. What was going on? Zhan Heng, however, looked completely detached, even shrugging at her helplessly. If a man is reliable, a sow can climb a tree. Wen Chuchu gave a wry smile, ready to save herself. Mom, really, there's no need. Before she could finish, the aunts and relatives on the other side began to chime in. Oh, we could see it long ago. The young couple just got married and are in the sweetest honeymoon phase. It's understandable that Chuchu doesn't want to live with the elders. That's true, but she's pregnant after all. This child is the firstborn of the 4th generation of the Zhan family. How can we take it lightly or neglect it? It's better to move back. Chuchu, don't be reluctant to part with Zhan Heng. You two have many good days ahead. Wen Chuchu listened, her cheeks burning, as if bleeding. What was going on? In the mouths of those aunts and relatives, she sounded like a woman who was indulging in carnal pleasures and lacked a sense of propriety. That wasn't the case at all. Between her and Zhan Heng, wasn't it him who seemed to care about such things the most? The one who occasionally got carried away with lust. She was the one being wronged, all right. Wen Chuchu felt wronged. She glared at Zhan Heng with wide eyes, but upon seeing his indifferent expression, her anger surged. Humph. Wen Chuchu thought, he wants to fight alone and keep all the spoils. Dream on. She chuckled slyly and said, I have no problem, but I wonder what a Heng thinks. Then she lowered her eyelids, feigning bashfulness. When it came to acting innocent, she simply chose not to play that game. If she did, even Su Shui would be no match for her. She herself was scared of her own skills. This was the fruit of over 2 decades of maneuvering with her own mother. The medal on her shoulder owed half to her mother. A Heng. How could such sickeningly sweet and intimate words come out of her mouth? Even she found it disgusting, but she forcibly suppressed the urge. Ugh. Zhan Heng watched Wen Chuchu's reaction, a hint of amusement curling at the corner of his lips. I certainly don't mind. If Mom insists on keeping her here as long as Chuchu is fine with it, I have no objection. Good heavens, what a smooth pass of the ball. Wen Chuchu inwardly gave Zhan Heng a thumbs up. But when it came to sparring, she showed no mercy. I'm fine. I don't mind at all. Wen Chuchu smiled while glaring fiercely at Zhan Heng from an angle unseen by others. Good heavens. The curve of Zhan Heng's smile deepened. Since you don't mind, I'll have my assistant send Chuchu's daily necessities over. So fast. Wen Chuchu regretted it, but it was too late. She glared at Zhan Heng as if she wanted to pop her eyes out. Zhan Heng leisurely admired the expression on the little girl's face and said slowly, I'll do whatever Mom says. I'm sure Mom will take good care of Chuchu for me. She's too thin, the feel isn't good. Holy crap. Right in front of so many people, the car directly rolled over Wen Chuchu's face. She could hardly believe her eyes and ears. This remark, however, drew a burst of laughter from everyone present, especially the aunties and relatives, who exchanged glances with raised eyebrows, their ambiguous and fervent gazes nearly burning through Wen Chuchu. Her face burned like fire, and her eyes wavered as she lowered her eyelids. In contrast, Zhan Heng looked perfectly at ease, as if he were not the one who had just driven the car in court. Men. Truly shameless creatures. Wen Chuchu, both embarrassed and annoyed, mentally stabbed a voodoo doll inscribed with Zhan Heng's name over and over. This affectionate scene, however, triggered a tsunami in Su Shui's eyes. She dug her nails into her palms until they turned white, a sea of bitterness surging in her chest. She stared at Wen Chuchu with a gaze full of hatred and jealousy. What magic did Wen Chuchu possess that could captivate Zhan Heng, who had always kept himself aloof from women and maintained pure conduct? Despite her humble background, she possessed the most radiant smile under heaven. How jealous, how envious, how hateful. Thus, in a harmonious atmosphere, Wen Chuchu and Zhan Heng were forced to settle in the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. Wen Chuchu had no real luggage. When the brand new suitcase was opened, it was filled with unopened daily necessities. Wen Chuchu took out the items one by one. When she reached the deepest part, her gaze burned as it fixed on a dark red piece. As if a large hand had gripped her throat, her breath turned hot, rapid, and heavy. She could barely breathe. The slightly prickly sensation under her fingertips was unmistakably a dark red lace lingerie. Good heavens! That shameless man Zhan Heng. What kind of play did he want to play with her? He even prepared a costume. Brazenly shameless. A blazing fire burned within her, threatening to melt her entirely. She jerked her hand back, shoving the object away with a mix of disgust and revulsion, pretending nothing had happened as she continued to rummage through the other items. Yet as the saying goes, once is never enough. The prickling sensation on her fingertips ignited an ominous premonition. Her gaze dropped sharply downward. And indeed, this time it was pure black. Staring at the thin straps in her palm, her breath turned scorching hot, and her eyes widened in disbelief. A tempest of anger and shame swirled in her watery eyes. She abandoned her suitcase, straightened up abruptly, and planted her hands on her hips, confronting Zhan Heng with a ferocity akin to a she-devil. Perhaps it was the eruption of her inner universe, for Zhan Heng sensed it and leisurely swept his gaze over her. Good heavens! She now stood on the moral high ground, primed to scorn this shameless man with a full 360-degree contempt. Zhan Heng. She ground her molars, spitting out each syllable with unprecedented righteousness, giving her the semblance of a female warrior in the making. Remembering my name is a good start, Mrs. Zhan Heng said, lifting his eyelids with a wicked look. With that, his long legs strode straight toward her. He reached out to lightly pinch her chin, squinting as a dangerous aura permeated the air. Just mind your tone, Mrs. Zhan. Pick and choose. Look at the disadvantage you're in. Wen Chuchu gathered the courage she had lost under Zhan Heng's intimidation, tightened her grip on her hips, lifted her chin, and puffed out her chest. I must remind you, Mr. Zhan, that although we are married, it is merely a transaction and cooperation born of our last resort. I absolutely will not allow you to harbor any unnecessary or improper covetousness toward me. Covetousness? Zhan Heng laughed as if hearing a joke, his gaze sweeping over her with a scoff. Do you think your appearance, figure, abilities, or even your skills warrant my covetousness? The man drawled, Mrs. Zhan, your command of the language needs a refresher. You've always styled yourself a genius. You ought to have the competence to match that title. Heh! Was he throwing her own boastful words? Every potter praises his pot. Back in her face word for word, and mocking her beauty, figure, abilities, and skills to boot. Wen Chuchu clenched her fists, fiercely steeling herself. Of course you covet my beauty. I knew it all along. Your mouth may be stubborn, but your body tells the truth, doesn't it? Otherwise, why would you have prepared that kind of stuff? Humph. She pointed triumphantly at the suitcase. The contents inside were ironclad proof. No matter how sharp his tongue or venomous his words, he was still unable to resist her, addicted to the taste. See, she knew it. Men like her, with her big eyes, small face, and great figure, had no resistance whatsoever. Though she was well aware of her own lack of wits, her beauty had been her pride since childhood. What man who set eyes on her could fail to be captivated by her beauty and soft charm? None. Other men couldn't, and Zhan Heng was no exception. That kind of stuff. Zhan Heng frowned, his gaze following her pale fingers straight to the suitcase. He had instructed his assistant to prepare daily necessities for Wen Chuchu. How could anything unexpected have been thrown in? Zhan Heng narrowed his eyes at Wen Chuchu's aggressive stance, a faint frown creasing his brow. Right? Zhan Heng, you're utterly shameless. You've crossed my bottom line. I absolutely will not allow you to trample on my dignity. Zhan Heng's lips curled into a faint smile, one that was rather playful, but more so sarcastic and cold. Then, with an overwhelming aura, he took a step toward her. Though she had long resolved to show no sign of cowardice, the man's imposing presence was too overwhelming, and her heels involuntarily shifted half an inch. Half an inch. That was the evidence of her submission. Utterly ashamed, she inwardly berated herself, standing with her back straight, chin raised high, and a fierce glare in her eyes, all to prove she was not afraid. Just as her heart trembled like a leaf in the wind, and she was shaking to the point of breathlessness, the man casually averted his gaze, stepped past her with his long legs, and walked straight toward the suitcase. His long fingers flipped open the lid, and instantly the contents were brazenly revealed under the light. Every detail exposed. The intricate patterns on the lace, the curves of the cups, the direction of the straps. Details within details, exquisiteness within exquisiteness, pierced her eyes like needles with pinpoint accuracy. She immediately covered her eyes, as if suffering 100 times the damage of a laser in agonizing pain. This is it. How dare you claim you have no designs on me? Her beauty was invincible. Looking at the thin straps and exquisite lace, a twitch tugged at the corner of Zhan Heng's mouth. A dark, turbulent gleam arose in his eyes. It must have been the assistant taking the liberty to prepare a comprehensive set for this newlywed couple. He turned back, glimpsed the young girl's startled expression, a playful smile on his lips, and then hooked one finger under the dark red strap. He dangled it in front of her. Is this what you mean? The temperature in Zhan Heng's eyes turned somewhat cold. Damn girl, did he Zhan Heng look like some tasteless lecher? His taste, wasn't that vulgar? His gaze swept over that hint of dark red. Though he was half dead with anger, the image of the wretched girl wearing that flimsy fabric flashed before his eyes. This made Zhan Heng's fingers contract, his pupils narrow to a pinprick, and deep within his body an unwelcome heat and restlessness arose. Damn it, just thinking about it, his heartbeat and breathing were already out of control. If this thing were actually simply damnable. The uncontrollable reaction made Zhan Heng's face turn livid. Wen Chuchu opened her eyes and was met with Zhan Heng's ashen visage and that faintly swaying dark red. Her breath felt as if a large hand had seized it, suffocating her to the point of being unable to breathe. How can you be like this? A flurry of invisible hands swept across Zhan Heng's handsome face, accompanied by the young girl's shrill cries, shameless, pervert, scumbag. Each shout made Zhan Heng's face grow darker. The girl had no light hand. Her slaps stung his cheek fiercely. Since childhood, all he had encountered were flattery and sycophancy. Who would dare to touch the earth over the god of fortune's head? Zhan Heng narrowed his eyes, his large hand precisely gripping her wrist to stop the girl's resistance. Scumbag. Shameless. Pervert. With each word, Zhan Heng's tone rose by 2 degrees, his molars clenched tight. The stinging pain on his cheek caused veins to bulge one by one on his forehead. He used the last shred of his patience to fix his gaze on Wen Chuchu. The force in his palms slowly tightened, a sinister and wicked smile curling on his lips as he leaned close to her ear, his warm and steady breath brushing against it, flattening every strand of her fine hair. Tremors spread layer by layer across her skin. If you dare move again, I'll make you experience what scumbag, shameless, and pervert truly mean. An inquisitive tone, yet thoroughly menacing, sent a shudder through Wen Chuchu. On the floor with her shadowless punches, the thin straps, dark red in color, lay in disarray all around her. That dark red was like fire scorching her face until it bled. Although she had little contact with Zhan Heng, the aggressive aura emanating from the man at this moment set off alarm bells in her mind. The timidness overpowered her courage, leaving her breathless with flushed cheeks. You let go. Yet the strength binding her wrist showed no signs of relenting. Moreover, the man's deep-set eyes had already begun to swirl with a vortex of desire, each one baring its teeth, ready to tear her apart and swallow her whole. Wen Chuchu completely admitted defeat. She raised her limbs in surrender to this shameless man, Zhan Heng. She cautiously glanced at him, flattering him with a dry laugh, her eyes crescent-shaped. Zhan, darling, let go. I know I was wrong. Just spare me this once. Her hands formed a small gap as she trembled with fear, fearing that the man's beastly nature might erupt, leading to things she could not imagine. Uniforms, whips, and small candles had already conjured a fearsome scene in her mind. Zhan Heng curled his lips, revealing his pearly white teeth, his eyes colder than ice shards. Am I despicable, shameless, a rogue? The tiger had unleashed its fury. The consequences would be dire. Wen Chuchu knelt on the ground in surrender, laying bare her dignity and bottom line. How could that be? You are noble, reserved, and extraordinarily gentlemanly. Then what about these 3 adjectives? The man's warm breath drew near, inch by inch, sweeping across her skin, flattening her goosebumps and sending shivers down her spine. She jolted and quickly corrected herself. It is I who am despicable, I who am shameless. It is I who am the rogue. The final word carried a hint of a sob, trailing off with a long, pitiful tone. Zhan Heng, what is despicable? How is it shameless? How am I a rogue? The narrow corners of the man's eyes concealed menace and intimidation, every subtle movement sending tremors through Wen Chuchu. She felt like a leaf swept up by the autumn wind, her fate clenched in the man's palm, unable to move, reduced to mere prey. After all, he was a wealthy tycoon, and a man so remarkably handsome. Where was the gentlemanly demeanor? Where was the man's nobility? Wen Chuchu cursed the little figure named Zhan Heng in her heart, berating him thoroughly and with great satisfaction. However, facing the man's narrowed gaze, she ultimately bowed to reality. Grinding her teeth, hunching her back, timidly kneeling in surrender, she began to sing a mournful requiem. I shouldn't have slept with you the first time we met. This is my despicable act. Whoa. It was clearly this shameless man before her who had initiated it, attacking and slandering herself against her conscience. Every inch of Wen Chuchu's heart was covered in scars, making her feel utterly wretched. I shouldn't have forced you into marriage just because I'm pregnant. This is my shamelessness. If she didn't force marriage, would she have to suffer under her mother's family law? Wen Chuchu's heart was weeping tears of blood. Despite her cowardice in front of the man, she never felt she was in the wrong. Clearly the one in the wrong was Zhan Heng, and yet he dared to insult her with such exaggerated comparisons. That cup was nowhere near her size. Even if two were stacked together, they probably wouldn't fill even one of those cups. While Wen Chuchu's tears flowed, she racked her brains to think about her own rogue nature. Where was she a rogue? Every cell in her body was pure and radiating warmth. Was that so hard to understand? How could you be so roguish? The man's breath brushed against the fine hairs on her neck, evoking deep tremors within her, causing her to shiver violently. Well, I shouldn't have judged you with a roguish mind. Wen Chuchu backed away, breaking the zero distance. Her eyes darted to the dark red stain on the floor, and she said through gritted teeth, "This thing must not be your intention. Someone must have guessed your will and ended up flattering the wrong person." Right. Good heavens. To beg for mercy, she dared to say anything. She had already castigated herself until she was riddled with holes. Zhan Heng saw Wen Chuchu point out the truth, then released her wrist and let her off with satisfaction. But Wen Chuchu, now free, felt no gratitude at all. Rubbing her swollen and painful wrist, she cursed Zhan Heng 100 times in her heart. A man of 1.90 meters, yet he had no trace of manliness. A man so lacking in tolerance, no matter how handsome, had no appeal. Those so-called fans outside must have never seen his true face. Having seen it, she hated him even more. She even began to worry deeply about her future marriage life. Being with such a petty and calculating man, she almost wanted to mourn for herself. Zhan Heng glanced at her, reached out, picked up the dark red stain from the floor, and casually tossed it back into the suitcase. He said, "This thing. I didn't prepare it." If he hadn't explained, Wen Chuchu's words would have almost made him spit. "I know, I already know. I guessed it. Your assistant must have taken the liberty, right?" A fake smile, eyes curved. Every inch of her expression screamed insincerity and stubborn disbelief. Zhan Heng narrowed his eyes. "You don't believe me?" Displeasure transformed into a cold sneer on the man's lips, utterly sarcastic. "Wen Chuchu, don't be so confident in yourself. Though your appearance is decent, unfortunately." Zhan Heng left the rest unsaid. Yet his disdain and contempt for Wen Chuchu were vividly expressed. Wen Chuchu understood, but she took his sarcasm as embarrassment turned into anger. "Huh. After being exposed, of course, he had to cover it up with something. I understand. From now on, I'll keep a safe distance from you, okay?" After saying that, Wen Chuchu smartly closed the suitcase. The thing inside was simply too blinding, causing all-around large-scale damage. Lifting the suitcase, she acted like a criminal trying to destroy evidence, eager to bury the thing on the spot. Zhan Heng eyed her expression and movements, snorted, turned away, and undid his shirt collar with long fingers. Wen Chuchu pondered, dragged the suitcase aside, and then saw the shocking scene before her. You. What are you doing?" The man turned his indifferent profile, saying coldly, "What do you think I'm doing?" "Of course, resting." Resting. Those two words were like an atomic bomb carrying deadly destructive power. Wen Chuchu pursed her red lips, thought for a second, and said, "Wait, not so fast. Let's make some ground rules first. Since he'll be staying at your place for a while, it's better to say unpleasant things up front. Use the 18 anti-wolf techniques well, and no mistakes between men and women will occur." Zhan Heng's coldness was etched into his bones. "Take your time to think. I'm tired." With that, the man directly loosened his tie, took off his jacket, and his tall, slender figure slipped into the comforter with ease. Indeed, a heartless and ruthless man. She hadn't wronged him at all. She was carrying his own flesh and blood in her belly, yet he just left her to her own devices and went to sleep soundly. Wen Chuchu ground her molars. Faced with the choice of spending a miserable night on the sofa or fighting the man for the blanket, she decisively chose the latter. If you show no kindness, you'll show no mercy. When Wen Chuchu slept, she excelled at grinding her teeth, passing gas, and snoring. As she would make sure that damn man tasted the bitterness of mistreating her. Justice may be slow, but it never fails. With that thought, Wen Chuchu did not hesitate. With lightning speed, she leaped onto the bed, turned her back to the man, and using the principle of leverage, with the man's back as a fulcrum, she grabbed the quilt and yanked it hard. Wow. The power of knowledge was boundless. That single yank instantly pulled all the quilt covering the man over to her side. Carried by inertia, she ended up clumsily covering her head, thoroughly wrapped. Before she could frantically emerge from the pile of quilt, the man's gritting teeth, handsome face had already appeared before her. She watched as the man ground his molars, veins bulging one by one on his forehead. Just when she thought she was doomed, she felt a chill. The man coldly pulled a portion of the quilt back over himself. Then he turned his solid back to her. Wen Chuchu was stunned. Her breath caught, and only when her lungs felt like they were about to burst did she begin to breathe in small, shallow gasps. She refused to admit it. She had just been captivated by Zhan Heng's excessively handsome face. The thick pheromone aura he exuded was practically criminal. If not for the pitiful shred of self-restraint, she still clung to, she might have pounced on him and thoroughly ravished the man. The next second, Wen Chuchu wrapped herself tightly in the quilt. Don't let your mind wander. A makeshift marriage should have a makeshift attitude. She would not take any advantage of Zhan Heng, nor would she let him have a single bite of her. Pressing her hand to her racing heart that went thump thump, Wen Chuchu forced herself to sleep. Perhaps exhausted from the day's turmoil, her tense body gradually began to relax its muscles, and her breathing slowly steadied. She fell asleep. However, Zhan Heng, with his back to her, could not sleep at all. At first he managed to feign cold indifference, ignoring her influence, forcing himself not to think, look, or touch. But as time passed, she slept more soundly. Zhan Heng, however, tossed and turned sleeplessly, because the faint fragrance emanating from her body was with each breath seeping bit by bit into his own. Like a tiny spark, it burned his already fragile reason to ashes. Uncontrollably, his mind conjured all kinds of indescribable scenes from that night. Closing his eyes, he saw her yielding softly. Opening them, he was assailed by her pervasive fragrance. It hung in the air as if tangible tiny claws clutching at his heart. The itch became unbearable. A nameless irritation and urge were gathering at high speed. The influence deepened and intensified with every passing moment. Zhan Heng's breathing grew heavier and heavier until, unable to take it any longer, he abruptly sat up from the large bed. He stared at Wen Chuchu, who was sleeping sweetly, grinding his teeth in helplessness. The complex emotions burned away all his reason. However, an even greater shock was yet to come. The next moment, a sound came from under the quilt. Wen Chuchu had passed gas. Zhan Heng's gaze shifted downward, and his pupils abruptly contracted. All illusions vanished in an instant. Zhan Heng gritted his teeth and flung the blanket aside. The cold air seeped in, causing Wen Chuchu to furrow her brow in her sleep, curling up like a shrimp. Zhan Heng ground his molars in anger, then covered her back with the blanket. He couldn't stay in bed any longer. If he continued, he didn't know what he might do. Zhan Heng glared and lay down on the sofa. Soon the sound of even teeth-grinding snores came from the bed. He opened his eyes, helplessly stared at the woman sleeping soundly on the big bed, and turned over. He couldn't hear anything, nothing at all. Yet though the grinding sound was faint, it was impossible to ignore. The sound grew more irritating with each passing moment, setting his teeth on edge and his heart itching, torturing his nerves without respite. Zhan Heng covered his ears with a pillow. After an unknown stretch of time, the sound finally ceased. His tense nerves relaxed, and Zhan Heng lay flat, slowly sinking into slumber. Half asleep, a steady snore brazenly announced its presence. Zhan Heng's nerves exploded. He threw off the pillow and glared at the woman on the bed, desperately wanting to shake her awake. He couldn't sleep, yet she slept so soundly. If neither could sleep, so be it. With an imposing demeanor, he halted abruptly, just as his foot was about to land on the bed. Wen Chuchu's lips were rosy, her mouth slightly open, her cheeks flushed from a restful sleep, making her look exceptionally soft and vulnerable. All of Zhan Heng's anger came to a sudden halt. The large hand hanging at his side slowly clenched into a fist. He took a deep breath, burying all his dissatisfaction deep in his heart. Zhan Heng strode forward, intending to spend the night in the guest room. But when he pulled, the door handle wouldn't budge. They were locked inside the master bedroom. Rage flared in his eyes. Wen Chuchu slept soundly through the night, waking to the morning sun's kiss. She rubbed her eyes, and upon opening them, a large, handsome face loomed before her. Startled, she gasped and jerked backward. A large hand saved her from a painful collision with the night's. Her palm instinctively pressed against the man's chest. The warmth and firmness of his touch made her breathing quicken and her cheeks flush. Zhan Heng, you scared me to death. Why are you so frightening so early in the morning? Zhan Heng curled his lips into a faint smile. Did you sleep well? Very well. I don't think I've slept this peacefully in ages. Freed from the pressure of facing her mother, she was happier than a bird released from its cage. But when her gaze swept over Zhan Heng, she was startled. The man had two huge dark circles under his eyes, and his smile didn't reach his eyes. There was no warmth in his gaze. What's wrong with you? She asked, timidly reaching out a hand. Before she could touch him, her wrist was caught in midair. I'm fine. The words were squeezed out between his teeth. If he was fine, then nothing was fine. Every cell of the man screamed that he was far from okay. Are you sick? Wen Chuchu asked cautiously. Wen Chuchu, are you not aware of your sleeping habits? Zhan Heng gritted his teeth. At this, Wen Chuchu's cheeks flushed crimson. Of course she knew. Suddenly she understood why Zhan Heng was so angry. Could it be that he hadn't slept well all night, merely watching her sleep soundly, grinding her teeth, passing gas, and snoring? Hee hee, how embarrassing. Yet despite recognizing her own fault, she resolutely refused to admit it was intentional. Scratching the back of her head, Wen Chuchu blinked her large, beautiful eyes with an expression of utmost innocence and profound apology. She pressed her palms together sincerely and said, "I'm so sorry. But you can't blame me entirely. I warned you before you went to sleep, and you simply didn't listen." Zhan Heng, who had endured an entire sleepless night, sneered, "So it's my fault, is it?" His rising tone conveyed his irritation with devastating clarity. "Haha, I can't put all the blame on you. It's half and half." Wen Chuchu patted his shoulder with a comfort. Zhan Heng let out a frustrated laugh. "Wen Chuchu, now you can spit out all the unpleasant things you intend to say at once." The menace in his voice made Wen Chuchu shudder. She cast a wary glance at him, let out a sly chuckle, and the little devil within her unfurled its wicked wings. "Then I'll say it. Brace yourself. I'm not just a terrible sleeper. I also have very high standards in life. So being my roommate is going to be painful. I think we should set some ground rules to avoid last night's kind of conflict. What do you think?" Seeing the man at a loss, Wen Chuchu's eyebrows nearly danced off her face. Ha ha ha, it was so secretly satisfying to see that insufferable man deflated. She resolved to do this more often. Wen Chuchu's mind was already plotting furiously. "Go on." The word was ground out between Zhan Heng's clenched teeth. Just as Wen Chuchu was about to speak, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Two distinct raps, clear and sharp. Startled, she shot a quick glance at Zhan Heng. Zhan Heng's eyes were dark and fathomless as he strode to the door on his long legs. When the door swung open, Madame Zhan's overly kind face appeared, peeking incautiously. "I'm not interrupting your couple time, am I?" Wen Chuchu's cheeks flushed crimson. She and Zhan Heng were like two fighting cocks. What couple time could there possibly be? But she was married to him and carrying his child. Even if she tried to explain, it would only grow more tangled in front of Madame Zhan. In everyone's eyes, she and Zhan Heng must have couple time. If not, that would be a huge problem. Frustrated and embarrassed, Wen Chuchu could only vent her resentment onto Zhan Heng. Her little book of grudges was almost full. She quickly said no. "Mother, is something the matter?" Hadn't they agreed before moving in that they wouldn't disturb their couple time? And here Madame Zhan was breaking her word the very next morning. How ridiculous. "Since nothing's wrong, Chuchu, come down for breakfast. The chef has prepared a very nutritious pregnancy meal." Madame Zhan's beckoning was like the lure of a demon. Wen Chuchu hesitated and glanced at Zhan Heng. He tilted his head, signaling her to hurry downstairs. Wen Chuchu dared not linger. She knew when to bow her head. After a quick wash, she and Zhan Heng appeared before the Zhan family hand in hand, exuding a false warmth. It must be said, seeing Madame Zhan and the rest of the family's enthusiastic reception gave Wen Chuchu an idea for how to properly torment Zhan Heng. "Haha, brace yourself. When the she-devil strikes, you'll know it. Chuchu, have some of these nutritious meals, they're good for pregnant women." Madame Zhan invited. Even Johnny Chen, that dignified father-in-law, offered her a faint smile. Wen Chuchu lowered her head and saw that it was indeed nutritious, but equally flavorless. After taking a couple of bites under Madame Zhan's expectant gaze, she paused her chewing. "How is it? Tasty, right?" Far from tasty, it was utterly wrong, unbearably bland. Yet faced with Madame Zhan's kindness, she couldn't utter a single word. Her envious gaze involuntarily drifted toward Zhan Heng's side. The steak was drenched in sauce, perfectly colored and fragrant, the aroma wafting relentlessly into her nostrils. Envy, jealousy, resentment. "It's all right. Is it not good? If so, I'll have the chef improve the flavor immediately." Faced with Madame Zhan's ardent hospitality, Wen Chuchu found it hard to refuse. Yet the food was so terrible, she could barely swallow. Her greedy eyes unconsciously fixed on the steak in Zhan Heng's plate. Sobbing inside, she craved it so much. As if sensing her gaze, the man spoke. "These flavors aren't suitable for a pregnant woman." A single sentence shut down all possibilities. Wen Chuchu was utterly frustrated. After breakfast, Zhan Heng went to work as usual while she was enveloped by the enthusiastic Madame Zhan. One moment she was told to eat fruit, the next to drink soup. The bland breakfast had already been enough, and now she had to swallow those tasteless broths. What drove her to the brink was the sheer boredom. She could watch TV, but using her phone was discouraged, and the computer was strictly forbidden. Normally, Wen Chuchu would have been slaughtering enemies in mobile and PC games. How could she be bored to the point of smoking? When the third type of soup was brought to her lips, Wen Chuchu felt nauseated. Ugh! She dry-heaved right in front of Madame Zhan. Wen Chuchu's face darkened instantly. Never in her life had she been so humiliated. But Madame Zhan could barely contain her joy and said cheerfully, "Are you feeling unwell? Let me think. It must be almost time for morning sickness. Chuchu, tell mother what you'd like to eat, and I'll have someone prepare it for you." Wen Chuchu's eyes lit up at the words. Since morning there had been no oil or flavor in her stomach. It was utterly tasteless, and she was on the verge of breaking down. Mother, I want to eat. Before she could finish, Madame Zhan immediately added, but it's better to avoid things unsuitable for a pregnant woman. Crayfish hamburgers hot, and sour noodles, grilled gluten spicy chips. All sorts of snacks flew past her eyes, mercilessly. Wen Chuchu was in agony. Pressing her chest, she felt even more like vomiting. The sight of the white soup on the coffee table with red goji berries floating on top stirred a churning storm in her stomach. Finally granted an hour of free time, Wen Chuchu went upstairs, immediately pulled out her phone and called hello. The man's voice was exceptionally pleasing. Moreover, he seemed to be in a social setting with the clinking of glasses unmistakable in the background. If Wen Chuchu weren't so miserable, it might be bearable. But while she was being tormented, suffering from morning sickness, and feeling like death, Zhan Heng was out enjoying himself. This was utterly unfair. If Uncle can endure, Auntie declares she cannot. Wen Chuchu was unusually angry. Zhan Heng, where are you? The angrier she became, the more she had to suppress it, the more she had to appear pitiful. Wen Chuchu knew this well, otherwise how could she punish this heartless man? She gritted her teeth, and Zhan Heng looked around at the noisy surroundings. One of his close buddies was groping one of the box hostesses. To prevent Wen Chuchu from overhearing anything she shouldn't, he covered the receiver and said calmly, out on business. This excuse should be foolproof. Although he had always kept his distance from women, with no female presence within several meters during business dinners, any ordinary woman would probably know when to back off after hearing that. However, Wen Chuchu was certainly not an ordinary woman. She was terribly petty. Suffering at home during pregnancy, all fun things and delicious food were off-limits to her. Why? How could Zhan Heng still be out socializing? Heng, I'm so hungry. I don't want to drink those nourishing soups. She dragged out her final syllables, a plaintive baby voice emerging. Sometimes with a man you have to express your grievances directly. Heng. Hearing that nickname, Zhan Heng's back shivered. If an ordinary person called him that, they would be silenced the moment the words left their mouth. Yet coming from Wen Chuchu's lips, it was unexpectedly not so hard to accept. He straightened his back, even more awkwardly pressing his legs together to hide an inappropriate reaction. He absolutely could not admit that one sentence from her had caused a physical change in a certain part of his body. He cleared his throat, his ears burning hot, and calmly glanced around at the people nearby. When no one noticed his unease, he cleared his throat again, intending to give Wen Chuchu a thorough all-round. But before those rebukes could leave his mouth, a subconscious question slipped out. What do you want to eat? Zhan Heng clenched his fists. His brow furrowed in annoyance. What was wrong with him? Wasn't he supposed to put Wen Chuchu in her place? How could he be asking what she wanted to eat? Upon hearing Zhan Heng's words, Wen Chuchu's mouth was already watering, ready to show itself. Then, Heng, can I eat whatever I want? Of course. Wen Chuchu's heart stretched along with his drawn-out words. Not allowed. But the man's next sentence instantly sent her heart plummeting to the bottom. She knew it. Relying on a man is like expecting a sow to climb a tree. Hey, she protested. Except for junk food, tell me what you want, and I'll bring it back for you. Wen Chuchu's eyes lit up. Really? She eagerly began ordering, reeling off a series of dish names, without a single pause, fluently enough to astonish anyone. Wen Chuchu then made a small request. By the way, Heng, I'm so bored at home. If your business dinner ends, can you come back earlier to see me? I want you to keep me company. Boredom couldn't be endured alone. She was suffering, yet he dared to carouse outside. No way. Let's see how she would tame this chauvinistic jerk. The breathing at the other end grew slightly heavier. Seeing this, Wen Chuchu began to escalate. Heng, you don't understand. Although we've known each other for a short time, somehow I've fallen for you beyond recovery. I miss you so much. I want you to come home to be with me. Her sobbing baby voice was pitiful. For a moment, Wen Chuchu's heart leaped into her throat. All she could hear were the frantic thumping sounds of her own. What would Zhan Heng reply? Would he reject her, or would he reject her? After all, there was hardly any affection between them. If he refused, she wouldn't be surprised at all. She silently counted her heartbeats countless times, just as she was about to find a way to save face. Suddenly, the man's low, husky voice sounded in her ear. Got it. How concise, how arrogant and presumptuous. He really thought she missed him, didn't he? What a narcissist. Let him keep that misconception, as she could save her emotions and give him a massive surprise. So, are you coming back? Before Wen Chuchu could say another word, the line went dead with a series of beeps. He actually hung up on her. Anger and shame flickered across her delicate face. Clenching her small fists, Wen Chuchu decided to play the part thoroughly. Once Zhan Heng returned, she would teach him a proper lesson. Inside the private room, Zhan Heng put away his phone and spun it in his palm. The next moment, as the focal point of the crowd, he drew everyone's gaze like a natural magnet. Still handling business at a time like this? Turn it off. Come on, let's have a drink together. Someone started a ruckus, and a daring few even pushed a blushing young girl toward Zhan Heng. Go on, toast President Zhan. The girl mustered her courage and moved a foot forward, but the next second Zhan Heng's icy gaze swept over her, freezing her in place. All her admiration and words were trapped in her throat. The overwhelming aura radiating from Zhan Heng formed a natural barrier, completely isolating her. She dared not harbor even a trace of delusion. Enough. Zhan Heng didn't even spare a glance at the shy yet pretty girl, directly addressing the men who were fooling around. I'm married. My wife is strict and won't allow me to misbehave. This bombshell instantly reduced everyone present to ashes. No way, since when? That's way too fast. I haven't even met the sister-in-law. Is this a joke or for real? I can't. It's true. Zhan Heng said, lightly lifting his wrist to reveal a clean watch face. Curfew's up. Oh, I have to go. He grabbed his coat and stood up to leave. The young girl's lips moved as if she wanted to say something to Zhan Heng, but intimidated by his imposing presence, she couldn't utter a single word. Without even glancing at her, Zhan Heng strode out quickly before the others could react, leaving everyone in the room staring at each other. Is this for real, eh? How would I know? Let's dig up some info. Looks like Brother Zhan is really scared of his wife. She must be formidable. Fear comes from love, from novelty. Someone teased, trying to comfort the girl. One, don't lose heart. Maybe in a while, when Brother Zhan gets bored, he'll see your worth. Come here, let me tell you about Brother Zhan's preferences and taboos. If you cater to his taste, you'll surely move him. Soon one nodded. Outside the private room, Zhan Heng strode on his long legs and climbed into his luxury car. Home. Those two simple words inexplicably carried a hint of urgency. The driver in the front seat, who had been by Zhan Heng's side for years, immediately detected the subtle nuance in those words and sneaked a glance through the rearview mirror. Zhan Heng sat with a perfectly straight spine, his posture flawless even while seated. As if sensing the driver's gaze, he swept his eyes over. A shiver ran down the driver's spine, crushed by the man's overwhelming presence. Like a tiny quail, he trembled his shoulders and promptly spun the wheel, racing towards the Zhan mansion. Throughout the journey, Zhan Heng never lifted his eyelids. His gaze half fell on the phone in his palm. Occasionally, the screen's light flickered in the dimness, revealing the call interface with Wen Chuchu. Though he appeared composed, ascetic, like an aloof flower atop a snowy peak, only Zhan Heng knew how terribly off-kilter he truly was. It seemed that whenever he encountered Wen Chuchu, all his self-control would collapse. He needed to carefully discern whether it was because he had been too long without female companionship his mortal heart stirred, or whether it was precisely because she was Wen Chuchu that his heart went so wildly out of control. Halfway there, at a century-old renowned eatery, Zhan Heng's low, mellow voice rose. Stop. The driver, surprised, kept silent out of professional composure, and the car halted smoothly. Longlegs stepped out from the open door. For the first time in his life, Zhan Heng exposed himself to public view. Seeing the long queue before the old shop, he frowned almost imperceptibly. After getting out, the driver asked nervously, President, what do you want to buy? He'll queue up. Still need to queue. In theory, yes. Zhan Heng's brow furrowed deeper. The line stretched all the way to the end of the street. If it came to their turn, by the time they returned, Wen Chuchu's little temper would surely explode. President, please wait. No need. Before the driver could step forward, Zhan Heng strode past the queue with his long legs, went straight to the first person, and said to the anxiously waiting man, 100,000 yuan, buy your spot in line. Buy my spot. You wish. The cursing man hadn't finished his rant when belatedly he was astounded and stuttered, well, what? 100,000. A tycoon. Turning around, the man's eyes collided with a figure so handsome that legs went weak. A familiar impact clashed in his mind. Before the passerby could identify the big shot before him, his ears were already surrounded by exclamations and screams. Zhan Heng. Oh, my idol Zhan Heng. Zhan Heng needs to queue. I don't need money, he'll swap with you, idol. No, I'm further ahead, I'm willing. Zhan Heng. The first passerby in line finally snapped back to reality. The richest man, Zhan Heng. Shock, doubt, disbelief. All collided to challenge his nerves, sending them into frenzy. 100,000 deal. No joke, that was several months' salary for him. If he were a step late, and those fangirls offered it for free, he'd be at a huge loss and regret it forever. Driver, transfer the money to him. The passerby quickly finished the transfer with the driver. The 100,000 dinged into his account, and he rubbed it repeatedly, hardly believing his eyes. 100,000, just like that, handed to him. Mr. Zhan, what would you like to order? The service girl behind the counter wore the same fangirl expression, shy, adoring, timid, excited, as she looked at Zhan Heng. An idol. What did it feel like when the idol you could only gaze at on screens suddenly appeared before you? The service girl felt she might faint at any moment. Just looking at the idol felt so blissful. How could she handle it? Zhan Heng recited the menu that Wen Chuchu had requested. The waiter's expression grew increasingly intriguing. Mr. Zhan, these are all flavors favored by young ladies. I never expected you to actually like them. A man as masculine and sword-like in aura as Zhan Heng. Shouldn't he be eating something more manly? The next second, Zhan Heng's reply struck agony into the hearts of all the fangirls present. Bought them for my wife. 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 Goddess, are you married? This can't be true. I refuse to believe it. Goddess, are you joking? The waiter voiced this question on behalf of the countless fangirls. No. Zhan Heng's expression was utterly serious with no trace of jest. The waiter, heartbroken, felt tears instantly well up in her eyes. Mr. Zhan, how could such a breathtakingly handsome, supremely outstanding limited edition man ever marry? Is my order ready? The man's deep, mellow voice carried a distant coldness. His entire demeanor exuded a sharpness that warned others to keep their distance. The waiter snapped out of her sea of sorrow and hastily began packaging the items. Mr. Zhan, please wait a moment. It will be done shortly. Mr. Zhan, what kind of person is your wife? She must be extraordinary. After this bombshell, the fangirls on site erupted into frenzy. Mr. Zhan, is she from a noble family? Mr. Zhan, is she very beautiful? She must love you deeply, deeply to have one Mr. Zhan's heart. The richest man, the breathtakingly handsome Mr. Zhan. How many outstanding women coveted him? What kind of woman could possibly be worthy of Mr. Zhan? Everyone was bursting with jealousy and curiosity, overwhelming the old establishment. Zhan Heng glared coldly. It's none of your business. Everyone was taken aback, then quickly relieved. Indeed, a goddess should be this aloof, unapproachable. But the next moment their curiosity itched, and they couldn't help but start imagining Zhan Heng's other half. Mr. Zhan. Mr. Zhan. Mr. Zhan. Countless fangirls tried to get a closer look, but the driver stood like an iron tower blocking anyone from approaching. Mr. Zhan, your order is packed. The waiter stared at Zhan Heng with longing eyes. You? Are you leaving? If I don't leave, am I waiting to get scolded by my wife? Oh my God. That damn woman actually dared to scold the richest man, Mr. Zhan. This man, a golden treasure, if given to them, would be cherished to the depths of their hearts. That damn woman, how wasteful and reckless. The crowd was indignant and restless, wanting to take Mr. Zhan's place and teach that damn woman a lesson in socialist values. However, before the crowd could react, that tall figure had already strode with long legs through the crowd, bent down, and entered the luxury car. The car shot away like a cold arrow, quickly disappearing from sight. However, the bombshell of Zhan Heng's marriage lingered on. The crowd, immersed in the sorrow and frenzy of their idol being taken, excitedly stirred up a campaign of condemnation against Zhan Heng and his wife on social media. The news Zhan Heng married directly surged to the top of the trending list. Countless fangirls, unable to vent their jealousy and hatred in real life, finally found an outlet. Madame Zhan abuses husband, goddess so pitiful. Search for Madame Zhan. Who stole your goddess? Swish, swish, swish. Although no one knew who Wen Chuchu was, the online war of words against her was already in full swing. As for Wen Chuchu, the one at the center of it all, she remained utterly unaware. At this moment, she was facing the bland and tasteless nutritious meal on the dining table, along with various soups and broths, and the concerned smile of Madame Zhan. Chuchu, why aren't you eating? Is it not to your taste? Wen Chuchu dared not say she disliked it. This meal had been meticulously prepared under Madame Zhan's strict supervision. If she truly said she didn't like it, Madame Zhan would surely be disappointed. Although Wen Chuchu had a bit of a temper, she was the type who yielded to kindness rather than force. She couldn't bear to expose the truth that the food was terrible. Thus, she could only reluctantly force herself to eat. Her stomach, like a balloon, was slowly being filled under Madame Zhan's watchful gaze. After dinner, Wen Chuchu immediately excused herself, claiming she was tired, and quickly went upstairs. She shut the bathroom door and promptly vomited all the food she had forced into her stomach. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The vomiting was violent and unending. Her entire stomach churned turbulently, nearly coming out altogether. Just as she was miserably crying with snot and tears streaming down her face, her personal appearance in disarray, a steady, firm footstep resounded from the doorway. What's wrong? As Zhan Heng's low, husky voice sounded, Wen Chuchu's small back trembled, then stiffened, straightening up. The physical discomfort and the grievance of being forced to eat like a duck surged up in an instant. Anger made her bite her red lips with her white teeth. She had waited so long for this guy to finally return. She was going to give him a good lesson. Wen Chuchu thought to herself, clenching her small fists, then turned around and blossomed a sweet smile at the man, one that mingled fragility with ingratiation. Her brows were curved, her lips red and teeth white, and her sparkling watery eyes looked exceptionally beautiful under the light. Zhan Heng's cold, hardened heart tightened. His brow involuntarily furrowed. Before his mind could react, his fingers had already touched her delicate face. Morning sickness, is it very hard? Wen Chuchu nodded heavily. Her fine, silky, smooth skin rubbed against the man's palm as she nodded. An indistinct electric current following this movement traveled along the nerves straight into the depths of his heart. Zhan Heng's heart quaked heavily. Seeing the little girl's aggrieved appearance, a wave of bitter, hidden pain swept through his chest. It seemed he was in pain because of her suffering. Mom said you had dinner. The man's eyes fell on the toilet behind her. Looks like you threw it all up. Inside her heart, a little version of Wen Chuchu was gnashing its molars, silently cursing the cold, heartless Zhan Heng to the heavens. This shameless dog of a man. Wouldn't any other husband, upon learning how terribly his wife was suffering from morning sickness, at least give her a loving hug and speak some gentle, comforting words? When it came to him, there was nothing. The more she hated Zhan Heng to death inside, the more pitiful she appeared on the outside. Yes, Heng him so uncomfortable. Although part of Wen Chuchu's act was pretense, the discomfort was real, the grievance was real, and the pain was real. It's a good thing you're back, otherwise I might have to spend this long night on an empty stomach. At times like this, of course, she had to play up how miserable she was. Besides, she really was terribly miserable. While playing the pity card, her wet doe-like eyes fixed on his hands. Had he brought back the thing she had asked for? Zhan Heng caught that subtle glance and couldn't help but chuckle. Under her unwavering gaze, he reached out and gently ruffled her soft hair. Heng. Although the nickname sounded somewhat pleasant, Zhan Heng's reason resisted it from the depths of his heart. Right, it's my exclusive pet name for you. How does it feel? It felt absolutely terrible. This internal complaint was on the verge of being spoken, but when he looked at Wen Chuchu's tearful eyes, not a single word could escape his lips. Not bad. Wen Chuchu could see that Zhan Heng's expression was forced, and he was clearly resistant to this nickname. But that was fine. The more he disliked it, the more she would use it. So, Heng, did you buy the things I asked for? At the mention of food, Wen Chuchu's eyes practically sparkled. Zhan Heng couldn't refuse and turned his gaze to the bedside table in the bedroom. Wen Chuchu's eyes gleamed, and she completely ignored the conflicted Zhan Heng, rushing straight for the delicious food. Holding the snacks, she squinted her eyes in contentment like a kitten, a sight that made Zhan Heng's his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed up and down. Great. Heng, you have no idea how much I suffered in your family's home. Tell me. Zhan Heng settled into the sofa at the foot of the bed, crossing his legs elegantly, and loosened his tie as he watched the little girl's exuberant demeanor. This small gesture performed by this man carried an air of refined elegance. Wen Chuchu caught a glimpse of it, and realizing her own gluttonous expression contrasted sharply with his poise, a flicker of self-consciousness passed through her heart. But the feeling lasted only a second. Her naturally optimistic nature quickly dispelled such thoughts. I was so bored at home all day. Mom kept following me around, first making me eat this nutritious meal, then drink that tonic soup. You have no idea. Those dishes and broths were so bland and tasteless, I was practically dying of misery. Zhan Heng's brow furrowed unconsciously. He had been busy with work all day and hadn't considered the little girl's situation. Now that he thought about it, his neglect seemed somewhat unfair to her. And you know, I never have the heart to turn down someone's kindness. I watched Mom prepare those meals and soups with my own eyes. She checked every 15 minutes, so careful and attentive. With such fervent enthusiasm, how could I bring myself to say it was terrible? So even though I genuinely found it unbearably awful, every moment was torture, but facing Mom's concerned face, all I could say was, it's delicious, thank you, Mom. You wouldn't understand. A rough, carefree man like you can't possibly grasp this feeling. As she spoke, Wen Chuchu pulled a tasty morsel from the takeout box, stuffed it into her mouth, and felt a wave of bliss fill her entire being. The food is good. I'm perfectly satisfied now that you've brought it, Heng. But during the day I was so bored at home alone. I'm pregnant, so I can't use my phone or play games, only watch those mindless, idiotic TV dramas. If you're truly bored, you can come to work with me tomorrow. At Zhan Heng's words, Wen Chuchu stopped chewing, immediately her eyes wide, as if she were staring at one of the 8 wonders. Shock, astonishment, sheer disbelief. Are you kidding me? Do I look like I'm joking? Zhan Heng's gaze fell directly onto her chubby little face. Both cheeks were stuffed with food like a greedy little hamster. So cute, it's bloody adorable. Great. Wen Chuchu even forgot that her mouth was full of food. A surge of joy exploded in her heart, and the roast chicken in her mouth dropped to the floor with a plop. She fumbled in a panic, belatedly realizing how disheveled she looked, and scrambled to pick it up. Suddenly a tissue appeared before her eyes. Wen Chuchu's face blazed crimson, her earlobes burning hot. She lifted her eyelids to see Zhan Heng's calm and indifferent expression, his tall and slender figure casting a shadow as he handed her a tissue. She reached out and took it, her little face red as blood. For some reason beneath her chest a frantic thump thump, heartbeat pounded as if it were about to leap out. Thank you. Choking made her even more embarrassed. The next second a broad warm palm suddenly pressed against her back, stroking gently, as if soothing a small animal. With the man's touch, clusters of electric currents joyfully skittered across her skin. Amidst the chaotic trembling of her heartbeat, Wen Chuchu dodged away. As she just opened her mouth, a finger suddenly pressed against her red lips. Shoo! The man's handsome face was inches away, his warm breath brushing against her fine hairs, flattening each one. Do not speak while eating or while lying down, or you'll choke. It was clearly a caution, yet Wen Chuchu caught a whiff of ambiguity. The fine hairs on her back flattened again at this suspicion. She recoiled as if scalded, jumping like a startled cat, as if her feet were on springs or the floor was scorching, and shot away to distance herself from the man. I know. You said you'd take me to work tomorrow, is that true? Unless you want to stay cooped up at home. Watching the girl's excited yet somewhat aloof movements, a shadow darkened Zhan Heng's eyes. Wen Chuchu's eyes sparkled with bright starlight. I'm almost bored to death at home, and my personality is too unsuitable for getting along with elders. Heng, I still want to be with you. If she goes to work with Zhan Heng, the man will be busy with official matters anyway, and all that free time will be hers. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Wen Chuchu was practically waiting on tenterhooks. Heng, you have no idea how much I missed you at home. Missed your handsomeness, your thoughtfulness, and even more your sense of responsibility. When it came to blowing flattery, she dared to claim second place, and no one dared to take first. After all, under the coercion of her mother at home, she had long honed a unique skill. Is that so? The man cast a skeptical glance, complimented by his height, perfect waist-to-shoulder ratio, firm and smooth lines, the curve of his jaw, and handsome striking features. Just staring at him like that made Wen Chuchu's skin crawl. Deep inside, the affliction of being dominated by a handsome man and having weak knees struck again. Since childhood, Wen Chuchu had an illness, the inability to walk past a handsome man. Now facing this rare limited edition handsome man, her cat disease raged fiercely beyond cure. In Wen Chuchu's heart, a lecherous little figure was slyly urging, go on, knock down this handsome guy. Another prim and proper little figure retorted with a stern face, Wen Chuchu, no, where's your reserve? A girl doesn't release the hawk until she sees the rabbit. Hold on. In the end, justice triumphed over evil, smiting the lustful little wretch into oblivion. Having quelled the wicked thoughts, Wen Chuchu composed herself with impeccable poise, her large moist eyes blinking innocently. Indeed, the next moment a sudden force pressed upon her shoulder, propelling her into a solid, unyielding chest. The distinct, robust scent of a man filled her nostrils. A moment ago she had yearned for this, the next her dream became reality. Beneath her palm lay firmness, hardness with a subtle elasticity, an exquisite tactile sensation. Her delicate little hand could not resist exploring up and down, tracing the contours, the curves, the musculature, caressing and squeezing. Exactly the pectoral muscles she had imagined. Wen Chuchu grew increasingly exhilarated with her groping, a sly, gleeful smile, curving her lips, utterly immersed in the bliss of copping a feel. Had enough. The man's gaze dropped straight down, landing on her small hand. Wen Chuchu followed his line of sight. Oh my, what did she see? She was blatantly pawing at the limited edition iceberg man. Where was her reserve? Her pride? Her self-respect? Her image? Her face? Wen Chuchu's ears burned, her breathing ragged. She sneaked a timid glance at the man, then yanked her hand away as if scorched by fire. The expression on her face could not have been more prim and proper. It could not have been more solemn. As if she had been reluctantly performing a duty, not actively committing a crime. Ahem. Clearing her throat, she attempted to salvage her dignity. Whenever I fall, I instinctively touch the ground. A little habit, trivial matters for a spirited soul, you know. She strained to depict her groping as purer still. Reluctantly, she cast a lingering look at the man's chest, gave it a hearty slap. If I've offended, forgive me. Withdrawing her hand, she turned around and stuck out her tongue in a spot the man could not see. How mortifying. Even her face, as thick as a bulletproof vest, was about to burn through with shame. Just now you. Zhan Heng eyed her playfully. You didn't just touch, you also squeezed. Wen Chuchu, let her die. There was no need to punish her in such a way. her toes curled clawing at the ground as she mentally excavated an entire villa out of sheer awkwardness. The man's voice continued with a smile. It's all right, Chuchu. If you like, you may touch freely. After all, we're legally licensed. Legally licensed. Wen Chuchu doubted her ears. Were those words really spoken by the man who embodied seriousness, propriety, abstinence, restraint, elegance, and nobility? Wasn't he an iceberg? Why didn't he keep his frosty aura and realize that saying such things would shatter his persona? Miss Wen care for a ride. The man spouted a torrent of shameless words, the kind that was deadly. No. Though Zhan Heng did nothing but watch her with amusement, Wen Chuchu felt as if the man had already done everything to her with his eyes. She was the one who had copped a feel. Yet under the man's mere glance, she had the strange sensation that her own tofu had been devoured. Too skilled. This man born with a frosty aura plus a torrent of flirtatious talk. Who wants him? Selling him as scrap? No. Selling an old train. One that upon hitting the tracks speeds and overtakes like a madman. No. I'm not going anywhere. Time to chow down. Having failed to seduce and been seduced in return, Wen Chuchu, utterly disgraced, decided to focus on being a dedicated foodie. Let the flirtatious iceberg man roll far away. Wen Chuchu, the rice bowl warrior, began to concentrate on her meal. Yet even 3 feet away from the man, she was still affected. Eat slowly, no one's fighting you for it. The man's large hand gently wiped the corner of her mouth. Wen Chuchu lifted her eyelids and stared at Zhan Heng, so close, utterly frozen. Help! Why was his gaze so affectionate? So eerie it sent chills down her spine. Their eyes met. Being stared at like this by the man, Wen Chuchu almost thought he had a secret crush on her. As her imagination ran wild, his next words abruptly brought her crashing back to reality. So filthy. Not only did his tone reek of disdain, but even the expression on his face was full of contempt. The way he looked at her was as if he were gazing at a grimy little stray cat. Wen Chuchu frowned, feeling utterly wounded. She slapped his hand away forcefully and declared, "A food warrior's mealtime allows no interruptions." Having said that, she turned around, her rosy lips mumbling, "If you think it's dirty, just don't look all right." Though her words carried equal disdain, the corner of her mouth that he had pinched with his fingertips tingled and trembled with a strange numbness. How strange. His hands looked no different from hers, so why did a single touch from him feel like an electric shock coursing through her? Thinking this, she cast a curious glance at his large hand. Not looking was fine, but upon closer inspection, his palm was broad and sturdy, yet his fingers were slender and elongated. One glance at them revealed an unmistakable air of nobility and wealth. Even the shape of his palm was so exquisitely formed that he truly seemed to be the darling of the gods. What's wrong with my hand? Following her inquisitive gaze, he raised his palm. Wen Chuchu immediately shook her head. Nothing. She continued, focusing on her meal. As she ate, she began to sense something was off. Because the man's gaze was far too intense, it made her feel thoroughly uneasy. Not one to be overly sentimental, she simply accelerated her eating pace. Under his lingering stare, she devoured everything he had bought within 5 minutes. Satisfied, she licked the remnants of sauce from her glossy lips, raised her 2 greasy paws, and prepared to slip past him into the bathroom to wash. "Let me through." She darted out of his line of sight. Click, the door closed. She let out a long breath from deep within her chest. How strange. Whenever she was around Zhan Heng, she seemed to become more and more unsettled. Shaking her head, she began to wash her hands. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Zhan Heng elegantly crossed his legs and settled onto the sofa. He tilted his head to glance at the closed bathroom door, a deep light flickering in his eyes. Just now he had carefully distinguished his feelings. When facing Wen Chuchu versus other women, the sensation was utterly different. In the private room, that young lady was similar in age to Wen Chuchu, her face brimming with immaturity, yet the flattery in her eyes was too deliberate. Compared to Wen Chuchu, she was simply. At this thought, Zhan Heng furrowed his brow. Jumping to such a conclusion was not his style. He needed to find another opportunity to discern carefully whether his heart was moved only by Wen Chuchu or if he was merely fond of her type. Cunning, lively, innocent-spirited. Such types of young girls, would he like them all? Utterly unaware of Zhan Heng's inner thoughts, Wen Chuchu finished washing and emerged with hands that gave off a pleasant fragrance. Full A. Zhan Heng lifted his eyelids and looked at her. By the way, you've been working all day and went out for late night socializing. You must be very tired. If you're exhausted, feel free to rest by yourself. I'm not sleepy yet. On one hand, this could avoid the awkwardness of sleeping in each other's arms. On the other, she wanted to sneak in a couple rounds of games while he was asleep. Her loyal gaming fans must have been missing her like crazy already. Come to think of it, she hadn't touched her mobile game in 2 or 3 days. Today she was going to show off her skills. The man's next words froze her rigid as a wooden statue. Perfect. I don't feel like sleeping either. His gaze burned with playful intensity as he studied her. We could go for a thrilling drive together. In the 21st century, men and women alike spoke in coded banter, and Wen Chuchu refused to believe his version of driving could possibly be innocent. Goose flesh prickled along her spine, every hair on her body stood on end. She dared not even glance at him. Don't joke around. I'm not in the mood right now. She cradled her small belly like a gilded talisman. That one reckless night had already cost enough. Such incidents must never happen again. Her marriage to Zhan Heng was purely expedient. As for what came next, she hadn't yet decided. Especially this child, arriving so ill-timed. Shouldn't a child be born from love long awaited and cherished by both husband and wife? She refused to let her child enter the world through this makeshift union with Zhan Heng. Wen Chuchu needed time to think deeply and carefully. Thinking about what? The man leaned forward, tapping her forehead with a crisp, resonant tap. Then Wen Chuchu found herself seated beside Zhan Heng, before a vast liquid crystal screen remote controller in hand, embarking on their very unconventional drive. This drive bore no resemblance to that kind of drive. Relief washed over Wen Chuchu. Hearing her sigh, the man beside her lifted one corner of his lips, his eyes deep with quiet, knowing amusement. So, did Chuchu imagine a different kind of drive with Mia? Wen Chuchu shook her head violently, her bangs fluttering wildly before her eyes. It's worth considering. His tone held the indulgent weight of royal decree. No need to consider. I refuse. Such intimate teasing sent heat flooding into her cheeks, flushed her earlobes crimson, and quickened her breath. Good heavens, she'd completely misread him. She patted her burning cheeks, just as his low velvety voice brushed her ear. Stay clear of the roadside, or you'll restart from scratch. Absolutely not. Wen Chuchu might master nothing else, but when it came to playing, no one could outshine her. Her dark, lustrous eyes locked onto the screen. Every sense sharpened, every fiber focused. She plunged headlong into competition with the man. The pink car fell behind the blue one. Wen Chuchu had spent her life immersed in mobile or PC games. This joystick-controlled racing demanded unfamiliar precision. Yet with each passing second, she narrowed the gap between them. At last, victory resounding and absolute. Yes, I won. Triumphant elation surged through her. She clapped her hands, her eyes sparkling, moist, luminous, brimming with starlight, as if an entire galaxy had spilled across their surface. Watching her unrestrained joy, Zhan Heng felt as though honey had poured straight into his heart, sweetness seeping deep into his lungs, his soul. Her happiness eclipsed his own. Zhan Heng, who'd intended to rest, found himself uttering unbidden again. Wen Chuchu's eyes blazed with sudden brilliant light. Setting down her controller, she offered her suggestions with quiet confidence. Heng, besides this racing game, do you have anything else we could try? Such as Zhan Heng asked, voice low and steady. How about King of Glory? Or maybe we could team up for a round of PUBG. But the moment the game titles left her lips, Zhan Heng's brow furrowed sharply into a deep vertical crease. What is that? You're kidding. Surely you've played it. Wen Chuchu stared at him, incredulous. Fine. Today Big Sister will show you how to shine and soar. Upon logging in, Wen Chuchu skillfully opened the voice chat, first pulling Zhan Heng, who had registered a new account, into the party, then inviting her usual gaming buddies to form a team. When everyone was present, their enthusiasm nearly crushed Wen Chuchu like popcorn. Chuchu, you're finally here. We missed you so much. Hey, who's that you brought? A new face. Don't mind him, he's a rookie. Just carry him to victory. If you manage that, I guarantee he'll return the favor when you need to level up your accounts. Wen Chuchu made the promise. Instantly the crowd erupted. That's no trouble. Leave it to us. We'll give the newcomer an amazing gaming experience. After the greetings, Wen Chuchu closed the voice chat and excitedly turned to Zhan Heng. Heng, don't worry. This game is super fun. Way more enjoyable than street racing. Zhan Heng's dark eyes fixed on the girl, his words carrying a double meaning. I still feel street racing suits me best. Wen Chuchu, oblivious to his innuendo, was utterly clueless. She casually patted the man's shoulder. Try it. How will you know if you don't give it a shot? Then she briefly explained the simple rules of the Battle Royale game. Soon they began to drop. The four chose a city with a high player density. Upon landing, Wen Chuchu said, quick, grab a weapon, preferably a submachine gun. Early game is mostly close combat. No sooner had she spoken than she saw the character controlled by the man already holding a submachine gun. Wen Chuchu wisely fell silent. When you see someone, just spray and pray. Speak of the devil. On the minimap, footsteps appeared. Wen Chuchu, unarmed, planned to find a spot to hide. Then she heard a fierce burst of gunfire, and Zhan Heng's kill count increased by 1. Amazing. Wen Chuchu could hardly believe her eyes. Heng, are you sure this is your first time playing? Zhan Heng uttered a low from his throat. A genius. As Wen Chuchu praised him, she also luckily found a submachine gun. The following moments would bring a series of humiliations. She had assumed Zhan Heng was a noob, bad at the game but addicted. Unexpectedly time and again the man saved her. By the end of one match Zhan Heng had 17 kills. She had a mere 4. Comparison brought. In the voice chat 2 teammates exclaimed in awe. Chuchu, are you sure he's a newbie? He plays better than the professional players in the national server. Especially that sniper shot. So clean. In awe. And you wanted us to carry him. Looks like he carried you instead. A barrage of comments made Wen Chuchu's cheeks flush and her ears burn. She was utterly unconvinced. It's just luck. A blind cat catches a dead mouse. What's so special? How about another round, a teammate suggested. Of course Wen Chuchu agreed. She was itching to contest Zhan Heng's performance. She had already been raring for a rematch. But just as she spoke, Zhan Heng opposed. No. The man's pitch-black pupils were deep, as if hiding a turbulent river. Chuchu, you're pregnant. It's already 11 at night. You should be sleeping. Wen Chuchu bristled. No one dared to stop her when she was in the middle of an addictive game. Moreover, being inexplicably pregnant was already a miserable plight, and enduring such torment in the Zhan family made her feel utterly aggrieved. Now even games were denied to her, making life seem utterly hopeless. Just as she was about to voice her protest, a sudden thump knock came from the door. Every hair on their bodies stood on end as both pairs of eyes turned toward the entrance. Wen Chuchu blinked, silently questioning who could it be at this late hour. Did the Zhan family have a habit of bonding at such a late time? Zhan Heng curled his lips, stood up directly, and walked to the door. Who? The man's voice was unexpectedly pleasant. A limited edition man who, if not a CEO or tycoon, could easily be a radio announcer. Magnetic, slightly husky, and utterly captivating. The next moment Madame Zhan's warm voice came from the door. It's me, Zhan Heng. I've brought a bowl of soup for Chuchu. Open the door. Instantly the man's eyes narrowed. He turned to look at Wen Chuchu and gave her a meaningful glance. Wen Chuchu, puzzled, furrowed her brows tightly. Zhan Heng's slender fingers pointed at the quilt, signaling her to cover herself. The next moment Wen Chuchu nodded, and with lightning speed swiftly pulled the quilt over herself, leaving only her little head exposed. Zhan Heng's brows knitted even tighter as his long fingers pointed at her clothes. Wen Chuchu's ears turned bright red. Oh my heavens! Did they have to put on such a complete act? But the situation was urgent, leaving no time for overthinking. She squinted and gestured, signaling Zhan Heng to turn around. Zhan Heng complied, his gaze fixed on the door panel as his slender fingers loosened his collar, revealing a faint glimpse of honey-toned chest. The rustling sounds made by the young girl reached his ears, and the associations they sparked caused the man's earlobes to flush crimson. 1 second, 2 seconds. Time flew yet crawled. Done. The shy voice of the young girl made Zhan Heng's throat tighten, his Adam's apple rolling once. His slender fingers grasped the door handle. Click. That sound seemed to land directly on her heart, making Wen Chuchu's heart clench. Overwhelmed with shyness, she buried herself tightly under the quilt. Oh. The scene that greeted Madame Zhan's eyes made her exclaim in surprise. The young girl's face was flushed with shyness tinged with pink, her eyes glistening like those of a fawn. Innocent, pure, exuding an adorable tension and subtle allure. Even Madame Zhan, a woman, felt her heart skip a beat. And her own son, whose shirt was usually immaculate, was now disheveled with buttons undone, revealing his honey-toned chest and the faint redness on his earlobes. All of this made Madame Zhan, a seasoned woman, instantly understand. She was overjoyed, yet somewhat embarrassed. Sorry, did I interrupt you? Wen Chuchu's ears burned crimson. She knew that Madame Zhan must have misunderstood, and that Zhan Heng's intention was precisely to make her misunderstand. Oh no, would her image in Madame Zhan's eyes be tarnished? Wen Chuchu's heart was filled with anxiety and began to beat uncontrollably. Here, Zhan Heng, take this. You're responsible for making sure Chuchu drinks it. Chuchu, have a good rest and don't tire yourself out. Madame Zhan's words carried a hidden implication. Wen Chuchu had no idea how to respond. She dared not even think about what exactly tire yourself out meant. Her ears were bright red, overwhelmed with shame. Before she could explain, Madame Zhan had already set down the soup bowl and dragged Zhan Heng out of the room. The door was left ajar, a faint murmur could be heard through the crack. Zhan Heng, Chuchu is pregnant. I know you two are newlyweds in the honeymoon phase, but you must be careful. Don't be too vigorous, or you'll scare the grandchild in Chuchu's belly, and it'll give you a piece of my mind. If possible, try to avoid it. Every word that reached her ears was suffocating with shame. Mrs. Zhan genuinely believed that she and Zhan Heng were speeding on the road. Wen Chuchu clenched her fists in embarrassment. What a scoundrel Zhan Heng was. It was all his terrible idea. Why insist on having her take off her clothes and hide under the covers? She was even more foolish, actually following his rotten advice. Oh, Wen Chuchu was utterly desperate. Just as she was grinding her teeth in helplessness, the door slammed shut with a bang, and Zhan Heng's tall and slender figure appeared. His gaze was deep and somber. Whether it was an illusion, she always felt a flicker of fire burning in the man's eyes. It seemed perhaps as if it were kindled by the topic Mrs. Zhan had just brought up. Not thinking about this was fine, but the moment she did, Wen Chuchu gritted her teeth and fumed. It's all your lousy idea. Mom must have misunderstood us. Misunderstood? What? Zhan Heng's eyes darkened even more. Misunderstood that we were. Meeting the man's gaze directly, she felt both shame and anger gritting her teeth, and pausing for a second before saying speeding. Exactly. The corner of the man's lips curled into a half smile. I intended for her to think so. Why? Wen Chuchu was furious, enraged for her already precarious image. If Zhan Heng kept this up, what would Mrs. Zhan think of her? Unless you want to drink another bowl of soup. Zhan Heng's gaze fell on the bowl of soup on the nightstand. At the sight of the bowl, Wen Chuchu shivered involuntarily. I absolutely don't. She cowardly shrank her eyes, grabbed the man's arm pleadingly, her moist eyes begging. Could you drink that bowl of soup for me? If you don't like it, just pour it away. With that, the man strode over on his long legs, picked up the bowl, and emptied it into the bathroom toilet. Wen Chuchu watched in stunned amazement. So that was possible. She loved this slick move. Her eyes curved into bright, sparkling stars. Step by step, she walked over and happily linked her arm with his. Giving him a thumbs up, she said, Awesome. Then next time can I do the same? As long as Mom doesn't catch you, there's nothing wrong with it. This answer made Wen Chuchu feel utterly relieved. How could there be such an understanding man? The problem that had been bothering her was solved so effortlessly. How could she ever thank him enough? Wen Chuchu squeezed out a smile and said, Heng, you've helped me so much. How should I repay you? Zhan Heng paused, glancing at the little girl's excited face. Unable to suppress a smile, he said, Then you'll have to think hard about it. With that, he narrowed his eyes and loosened his tie. Catching the man's subtle movement, Wen Chuchu's throat tightened, her breath scorching, and she involuntarily recalled those indescribable speeding topics. Was Zhan Heng about to actually start speeding for real? No way. Every single cell in Wen Chuchu's body was screaming at that moment. The gratitude he spoke of. Could it be that he wanted her to offer herself as a reward? No way. She staggered backward, her eyes widening in shock, like twin bronze bells. What? At that moment, the man loosened his tie. His shirt buttons had already been undone too, at the top, revealing a sliver of honey-gold chest, irresistibly alluring. What about it? It's time to rest. He seized her wrist. A tingling warmth instantly spread from that point, sending shivers along her nerves, each one a quiet challenge to her composure. Her breath grew ragged, her cheeks flushed crimson. But it's still early. Early. With his free hand, he lifted his wrist, revealing a smooth, pristine watch face. It's 10 o'clock, hardly an hour for a pregnant woman to remain awake. Wen Chuchu bristled. Since learning she was with child, everyone treated the life inside her as a treasured artifact, while forgetting she was a person first. Yes, the baby mattered, but did her own heart not deserve equal weight? It was high time someone corrected this man's skewed perspective. Hey, I was a person long before I became a pregnant woman. Yet look at how I'm treated now. Nothing like a normal human being. I can't eat what I crave, only forced to swallow those wretched bitter broths. I'm denied even the simplest games, left to drown in boredom all day. And you, not only do you offer no comfort, you still attend social engagements outside. Have you ever considered how I suffer alone in your home while you're embraced by others? Zhan Heng, do you truly welcome the child growing within me? Resentment and fury poured forth from her rosy lips in rapid succession. Zhan Heng's gaze deepened, dark, inscrutable. Ordinarily, such misunderstanding from a young woman would ignite his temper, but instead, inexplicably, he spoke. Calm, deliberate, there is no embracing others. He leaned in close, his warm breath brushed her neck, flattening every fine hair on her skin. I've always kept my distance from women. A faint knowing curve touched his lips. You understand your husband far less than you think. Humph. She'd even been teased, yet his explanation eased something tight within her chest. She'd meant it as a test. If Zhan Heng were quick-tempered, he might have glared coldly. But since his temperament proved unexpectedly steady, well, she wouldn't hesitate to shape him however she pleased. We've known each other too briefly. How could I possibly know you? Wen Chuchu retorted, sharp-tongued. Then she gently withdrew her wrist from his grasp. No matter. Time is on our side. Plenty of it ahead for you to truly understand me. His tone held quiet gravity. Wen Chuchu blushed under his unwavering penetrating gaze, as if every layer of her, tender or resilient, had already been seen, savored, and claimed. Was she overthinking, or was his meaning truly layered? She couldn't tell. The more she spent time with Zhan Heng, the more enigmatic he became, his impossibly handsome face utterly unreadable, betraying nothing. Wen Chuchu's eyes widened. Of course I need to find an escape route. Escape route? She failed to notice the danger gathering in Zhan Heng's eyes. Yes. Oblivious, she continued. Although we got the marriage certificate, you must feel the same as I do, that this marriage isn't real. And you decided on such a major life event so rashly. Zhan Heng's eyes narrowed. The air grew thick with peril. Isn't it because of the baby? Wen Chuchu touched her belly. If I didn't marry you, mother would punish me terribly, wouldn't she? So marrying me was just to avoid family discipline. Yes. Before she could finish, her crimson lips were sealed by the man. His kiss was forceful, his teeth bit into her lips, as if to punish her. Burning breath accompanied by fervent kisses sprayed across her face, raising every tiny hair. The next moment she struggled violently like a fish gasping for oxygen. Let go of me. Her words were shattered, incoherent. Until, when Chuchu's cheeks flushed crimson, panting uncontrollably, Zhan Heng finally took pity and released her. His thumb traced her red lips, his eyes narrowed, the danger lingering. Wen Chuchu was mortified. That bastard Zhan Heng. How dare he kiss her by force? You. She covered her numb lips, speechless with rage. How could you kiss me? Is it wrong to kiss my wife? But our marriage is clearly fake. Wen Chuchu, you've always called it fake, but I never agreed. Wen Chuchu was left speechless. Thinking back, it was true. While she talked about a fake marriage, the man had never echoed her. As for his expression, utterly unreadable. So it could be interpreted as tacit agreement, or it could be argued as dissent. She had been tricked. At this moment, she finally sensed the danger belatedly. She took a large step, eyes wide like a startled fawn, alert to the extreme. She said, "You don't mean to. Wen Chuchu, I married you to be a true husband and wife. But I don't think that way." Wen Chuchu's eyes glistened with terror. "I know. That's why we need time." With those words, Zhan Heng moved forward, trying to grab her wrist. This time Wen Chuchu was wiser, if she wouldn't let him touch her. She dodged nimbly. "You're right. We need time. After all, in my heart, you're just a simple roommate, and roommates don't extend their wolfish claws to each other." It was both a warning and a reminder. Wolfish claws. No wolfish kisses. Wen Chuchu firmly covered her mouth with one small hand. Even now she could still feel the sensation of the man's kiss on her lips. A tingling numbness, and when he kissed her, her head spun dizzily. Yet with such force, she couldn't possibly fall asleep. In short, it was the strangest, most peculiar feeling. "You look like you're savoring it." Zhan Heng teased. Wen Chuchu would never admit it. "No, I'm not. Don't talk nonsense." Such an accusation almost made her spit blood. Her eyes wide, Wen Chuchu retorted. "Heng, your kissing technique is really terrible." The word terrible was about to leave her lips when she abruptly pulled back. Good heavens. The last time she mocked a man's skill in bed, the memory of him narrowing his eyes at her in intimidation was still vivid. If she now criticized his kissing technique, wouldn't she be signing up for another lesson in the art of technique? No. Terrible. Zhan Heng's tone rose, his eyes narrowing. "Your kiss really surprises." Wen Chuchu abruptly changed course. "Oh." Zhan Heng drew out his tone, quite amused. "How does it? It's not bad, actually. Criticizing him was a mistake, so praising him, buttering him up, that should be safe, right?" However, Wen Chuchu had miscalculated. The man's brows and eyes softened, clearly pleased. Then he said, "Since you like it, how about?" Wen Chuchu instantly understood what he was thinking. She clamped both hands tightly over her red lips. "Although it's not bad, I almost passed out from lack of oxygen. For the sake of my health and the health of your son and daughter in my belly, this kind of skill-based activity should be reduced, minimized, better yet. Let's save our energy. You yourself said I'm pregnant. Pregnant women need rest and should avoid all strenuous activities." The excuse was absolutely flawless. Wen Chuchu couldn't help but silently applaud her own cleverness. An occasional session shouldn't be a problem. Zhan Heng teased her further. Wen Chuchu shook her head like a rattledrum. No, I'm suddenly feeling sleepy. I think I'll rest." With that, Wen Chuchu slipped under the quilt like a fish ready to be a turtle hiding in its shell. However, the next moment the mattress sank at one corner, and a spine-chilling sense of pressure emanated. Rustling, she poked her little head out from under the quilt straight into the blazing gaze of the man. A playful curve tugged at the corner of his lips as he looked deeply at her. "I'm sleepy too. Let's rest together." The word rest was emphasized heavily by the man. A shiver ran down Wen Chuchu's spine. Daring not to entertain any further thoughts about him, she simply turned her back to him. All right, good night. She said it crisply without any hesitation, afraid of giving rise to any further complications. The next second her waist tightened as his large hand pulled her, dragging her into a solid warm chest. Skin against skin, the heat seeped through her skin into her nerves and then surged into every cell of her body. She shivered violently. This was too much. Even if he really intended to be a husband and wife with full rights, able to race down the highway, there should be a bit of a build-up before suddenly engaging in such naked flesh-to-flesh combat. What kind of behavior was that? She grumbled inwardly, but dared not move a single muscle. She was terrified that the slightest stir would transform the man behind her into a wolf, devouring her until not a single bone remained. She stiffened like a log. 1, 2, 3 wooden soldier. Men, it seemed, wouldn't have any improper thoughts about a dead fish or a log, right? After all, in the TV shows and novels she'd read, when a scumbag abandoned the heroine, had always complained about no skill being a vegetable, a dead fish, not knowing how to cry out. Yet she had miscalculated again. The man seemed perfectly fine with hugging a log. Good night, Chuchu. His tone as he spoke even sounded somewhat pleased. The man was pleased, but Wen Chuchu's feeling was not so pleasant. After all, not many people can keep pretending to be. Moreover, the man's arms were as firm as iron, tightly encircling her, so that any movement she made would inevitably result in physical contact with him. And physical contact was the consequence she least wanted to see. In utter helplessness, she closed her eyes in pain. Sleep. Only by sleeping could she ignore the overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from the man and the subtle tingling sensation caused by the physical contact with him. However, falling asleep was not that easy. Moreover, behind her was Zhan Heng, a huge presence that could not. If you don't want to sleep, we can do some sleep-inducing exercise. Suddenly, the man's low, mellow voice exploded in her ear. Wen Chuchu immediately squeezed her eyelids, shut, her voice carrying a pleading tone. No, I'm sleepy. I need to sleep. If you're not sleepy, you don't have to force yourself. They'll accompany you. Accompany her. To do what? Wen Chuchu swore. She was definitely not having lewd thoughts. It was absolutely the man's words that were too misleading. She couldn't help but let her imagination run wild, naturally thinking too much. No need to force. No need to force. She said in quick succession, then gathered her courage, quickly pulled away the man's arm, and curled her small body into the other corner of the bed. There was now a distance of 2 full persons between her and Zhan Heng. The quilt was pulled taut, creating a large gap, through which cold wind rushed in. What are you afraid of? As his low, slightly hoarse voice sounded the next second, a powerful force coiled around her waist once more. The man embraced her again, shattering her courageous effort into nothing. Good heavens! Wen Chuchu couldn't take it anymore. She turned over and sat up, glaring fiercely at Zhan Heng. Heng, I think we need to have a serious content. The man's face remained calm without any ripple. About the matter you mentioned of being husband and wife in name and reality. Before she could finish speaking, Wen Chuchu's face was already blushing terribly. Coincidentally, I'm very interested in this topic. The man slowly propped himself up with his long arms, every movement exuding an air of refined dignity. Even when speaking ambiguous words, his tone carried an ascetic quality. Wen Chuchu's cheeks were red, her breath heavy. I hold a different opinion on your proposal. I think our situation is not suitable for being so-called husband and wife in name and reality. Wen Chuchu said. Reason. Zhan Heng was still concise, adhering to the principle of using as few words as possible. Because. Wen Chuchu's mind raced, finally grasping an excuse. Because I have no interest in you. This excuse was perfect, right? Wen Chuchu thought. In what aspect are you not interested in me? The man narrowed his eyes as if intrigued, leaning close to her small face, analyzing point by point. Is my physique not good? The man squinted, sizing her up. Under the light, she wore a very conservative pajama set, with a yellow cartoon pattern SpongeBob lay on her chest, its not-so-conservative undulating curves rising and falling with her heavy breaths. Every movement of the curves attracted his gaze, unblinking. Wen Chuchu, feeling stiff from the man's burning stare, could not speak smoothly. Well, that's not it. Zhan Heng's physique was definitely one of the few good bodies she had ever seen, the best, so my income isn't high. Zhan Heng said coldly. Don't be ridiculous. If Zhan Heng's income isn't high, then who in this country can claim to have a high income? Wen Chuchu shook her head like a rattle drum, firmly indicating denial. Then I'm not good-looking enough. Of course. That's not it either. Zhan Heng's face, if displayed on big screens or small screens, could be described as extraordinarily handsome. Otherwise, how could she repeatedly immerse herself in the man's radiating charm, unable to extricate herself? Then, my technique isn't good enough. The last question, the man narrowed his eyes, exuding a dangerous aura. Wen Chuchu felt it directly, shuddering with a chill. Good heavens. This man is really vengeful. Last time she joked about one thing, and he remembers it till now. Of course it's not that either. Wen Chuchu kept in mind, firmly refusing to pluck hair from a tiger's back. Why, oi? The man's gaze locked onto her, precisely, direct and burning. Because I think the two of us don't know each other well enough. You are wonderful. You can be considered the man most girls in this country want to marry without a doubt. But I don't have feelings for you. Feelings, you understand. It's love. Emotion, the feeling between a man and a woman. Wen Chuchu explained with difficulty. Facing this block of iron, she felt it was so hard. It was as if there were several generation gaps between them, making communication very brain-racking. I understand. Feelings mean I can't do without you, and you can't do without me. That thing we indeed don't have between us. But not having it now doesn't mean we won't have it in the future. Zhan Heng analyzed calmly. Wen Chuchu truly hit a wall of iron. Yet Zhan Heng's serious and earnest demeanor didn't seem like a joke. She had no choice but to force a smile and say, feelings like this, you can't just cultivate them by wanting to. I haven't had many relationships, but am very clear that from the first moment I see a man, I know whether he and I can click. You and I? It's obvious. We don't click. Zhan Heng interjected. Wen Chuchu nodded vigorously. The two of them were finally on the same wavelength. Simple, in the days to come, it'll work hard to make us click. After saying this, Zhan Heng firmly embraced Wen Chuchu, ignoring her struggles, and covered the quilt tightly over both of them, saying, sleep. Wen Chuchu was not convinced. She struggled with her hands and feet, finally managing to poke her head out. Just as she was about to angrily condemn the man's violent behavior, she met his deep, burning gaze. If you don't sleep, he'll really consider doing something with you. A threat. A blatant threat. Wen Chuchu dared not move, so she obediently closed her eyes. I'm sleeping. She wrapped herself tightly with the quilt, completely blocking any physical contact. The man's voice came from his throat with a hint of lowness. It seemed to contain a smile. The angry cells in Wen Chuchu's body rebelled. This damned man actually dared to threaten her. But thinking of the man's threat, Wen Chuchu weighed her own small frame and swallowed her anger down again. Next time, if this damned man dares to threaten her again, just wait and see how she'll deal with it. The next morning dawned. They faced a new challenge, persuading the Zhan family to let Wen Chuchu accompany Zhan Heng to work. At the crack of dawn, she had already donned the outfit Zhan Heng had selected for her. A slightly casual suit ensemble. Once the clothes were on, Wen Chuchu felt like a different person. During her studies at a mediocre university abroad, her attire had always been casual and relaxed. This was the first time she had worn such formal garments. Tugging at the hem of her jacket, she asked nervously, Heng, will Mom and Dad agree to let me go with you? Yes. The man adhered to his laconic nature. All right, I hope so. Wen Chuchu bit her red lips, following behind Zhan Heng like a timid bride. Hand in hand they appeared in the dining room. The moment their fingertips touched, a jolt of electricity seemed to surge through her. She was momentarily stunned. This wasn't the first time it had happened. She should learn to stay calm. She persuaded herself, silently, deliberately suppressing the tingling sensation that raced along her nerves. Dad, Mom, Grandpa. Zhan Heng greeted the elders. Wen Chuchu followed suit. Good morning, Dad, Mom, Grandpa. Good. Grandpa, Zhan responded with a kindly smile. However, Mrs. Zhan couldn't help but frown when she saw what Wen Chuchu was wearing. Chuchu, why are you dressed like that? At home, you don't need to be so formal. Besides, a pregnant woman should wear something more comfortable and loose-fitting. Wen Chuchu felt embarrassed and looked to Zhan Heng for help. He squeezed her hand and said, Mom, Chuchu is coming to the company with me today. What? Mrs. Zhan's brows knitted into a tight knot. Chuchu is pregnant. How can she go to the office? Your workplace is bustling with people coming and going, but it's not conducive to rest. And the radiation from computers is so strong. She absolutely can't go. I've already asked my assistant to purchase a radiation suit, Zhan Heng replied calmly. Chuchu, Zhan Heng's work is extremely tedious. Are you sure you want to go with him? Would Wen Chuchu ever utter the word no? She had been utterly bored yesterday while being forced to rest at the Zhan residence. If she had to endure another day like that, she would go mad. I'm willing. She gazed affectionately at Zhan Heng. As long as I'm with Heng, I'm not afraid of boredom. Mom, I don't want to be apart from Heng for too long. Can you understand how I feel? After all, she and Zhan Heng were still in the honeymoon phase of their new relationship. Sure enough, as soon as she uttered this little white lie, a look of hesitation appeared on Mrs. Zhan's face. It's not impossible for Chuchu to go to work with Zhan Heng. This way she can also familiarize herself with the company's operations. After the baby is born, she can seamlessly step in to help Zhan Heng. There are plenty of positions in the company that would suit Chuchu. Mr. Zhan, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Chuchu, why don't you thank your father? Generally when Mr. Zhan gave the nod on family matters, it was final. When Chuchu's eyes lit up, and she quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Grandpa. Her thanks came in a rapid succession. Instantly the dining room was filled with a warm and cheerful atmosphere. Mrs. Zhan had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Before Wen Chuchu and Zhan Heng left, they endured a barrage of reminders from Mrs. Zhan. Zhan Heng, you must take good care of Chuchu. After leaving the Zhan family, Wen Chuchu felt like a bird set free, utterly elated. Once inside Zhan Heng's Maybach, she even hummed an unknown tune. Light and joyful, even the air seemed infused with a hint of sweetness. Zhan Heng's gaze was involuntarily drawn to the young girl. Due to her pregnancy, she wore no makeup, only a small bun on her head, with wispy bangs falling loosely over her forehead, accentuating her lively and playful face. As she hummed, her rosy little lips pouted, adding a touch of blush to her cheeks that was particularly charming. Watching her, Zhan Heng felt as if a feather were tickling the very core of his heart. When the young girl turned her head to look at him, Zhan Heng shifted his gaze out the window, pretending as if nothing had happened. Heng, once we get to the company, just focus on your work. Don't worry about me. Wen Chuchu had already planned her strategy. After clocking in at the company while the man was busy with work, she intended to sneak out and have a little rendezvous with her best friend. It had been far too long. She needed to vent about her fierce mother. If it weren't for her mother's strict discipline, she wouldn't have married herself off so casually. Where are you going? Unexpectedly, her thoughts were immediately seen through by the man. He was too sharp. Couldn't he be even a little gentler? Wen Chuchu gave a dry laugh and said, I made plans with my best friend. I want to hang out with her. Telling the truth, this man probably wouldn't interfere, right? Heng, you won't say no, will you? Fine. Great. Overjoyed, Wen Chuchu excitedly grabbed one of the man's arms. She kept shaking it back and forth without realizing how intimate such physical contact was. Far from feeling uncomfortable with the young girl's sudden closeness, Zhan Heng actually found it quite pleasing. With that thought, a dark gleam flickered in his eyes. Then Heng, just drop me off at the pedestrian street. The soft, tender voice reached his ears, bringing inexplicable pleasure, yet Zhan Heng's brow furrowed. You want to go now? Not coming to the company with me to report any? Wen Chuchu waved her hands repeatedly. No, just thinking about that scene gives me chills. You probably don't know, but I'm terrified of formal occasions. With that, Wen Chuchu clung to his arm, shaking it back and forth. The discomfort stuck in Zhan Heng's throat. When he looked down at the young girl's ingratiating, pleading expression, all melted into helplessness. Fine. The word was spoken with reluctance, but to Wen Chuchu's ears it sounded like heavenly music. Awesome. Heng, I knew you were the best. Her eyes, filled with the light of a whole galaxy, even made Zhan Heng wonder for a moment if in gratitude the young girl might give him a kiss. The thought flashed through his mind, and Zhan Heng's gaze fell directly on her lips. But it remained only in his imagination. The young girl was ecstatic, her eyes sparkling with the brilliance of a starry river, gazing excitedly out the window, not sparing him a single glance. As if he were merely a tool to achieve her goal. The tool in question, Zhan Heng pressed his lips into a tight line in displeasure. Almost involuntarily, Zhan Heng suddenly spoke, and then, Wen Chuchu was puzzled and repeated. Before she could answer, her chin was abruptly pinched between two long fingers, forcibly turning her face to meet the man's dark, turbulent eyes. The next moment, warmth spread across her lips. The man lowered his head, capturing her lips in a lingering kiss, turning and pressing, lingering and grinding. Inch by inch, his heavy breathing overtook hers, a scorching heat rising to her ears. Only belatedly did she realize what the man was doing. Again, she was being kissed forcibly, and this time when she was completely off guard. Resist. Resist without hesitation. Wen Chuchu pushed him hard, shoved him, but to no avail. Helpless, she resorted to both teeth and nails. As her teeth sank into the man's lip, instead of releasing her, he transformed the contact of lips into a grinding of teeth against lips. Bit by bit, inch by inch, it reached the deepest itch in her heart, making her breath ragged, and for a moment she was dizzily swept away by the kiss. She was both anxious and angry, furious and indignant. Hey! In the midst of their inseparable embrace, she managed a protest. But it was utterly useless, only deepening the kiss. Just when Wen Chuchu thought she would drown, the man reluctantly released her. His gaze fixed on her was burning and profound, as if a flame was kindled deep in his pupils, threatening to bore a hole through her. Covering her fiery lips, she glared at the man in fury. You. Her fingers trembled, but she was too ashamed to utter a single word. She had to admit that although she resisted at first, later she had indeed immersed herself in that sweet, sour, and dizzying sensation. Next time you want to thank me, just take the initiative yourself. The man's thin lips curled playfully. What? Wen Chuchu paused for 2 seconds before understanding what he meant. So kissing her forcibly was his way of demanding payment from her. Despicable. Shameless. Lewd. Wen Chuchu was furious, her face flushed with shame. Biting her numb and trembling red lips, she said, "That's too much. Zhan Heng, although you are my husband in name, I will not allow you to always be so intimate with me. Since we are husband and wife, such contact should be within normal bounds." Zhan Heng said indifferently. Wen Chuchu had truly accumulated enough anger toward Zhan Heng. This damn man. Not only did he get her pregnant, but he also forced her to give up her wonderful single life and become a wife against her will. Moreover, he didn't maintain a proper distance from her, repeatedly trampling on her bottom line. Unbearable. If she endured any longer, wouldn't she become a turtle? She had to teach him a lesson. But how to punish him? Wen Chuchu's eyes rolled around, and she decided to stay put for now until she found a way to torment him. I want to argue with you for now, but I hope you can keep it a secret that I'm meeting my best friend. No one in the Zhan family should know. Keeping it a secret is no problem, but what reward will you give me? The man raised an eyebrow, asking her. Good heavens, he was pushing his luck. Did he want to kiss her forcibly again? No way. Looking at his expectant expression, was he hoping she would kiss him voluntarily? Utterly wishful thinking. But no matter how much she cursed inwardly, Wen Chuchu had to maintain a fake smile. What reward do you want? Wen Chuchu gritted her teeth secretly. The next second, Wen Chuchu felt Zhan Heng's gaze slide away from her. The profound meaning in that look stretched her breath into an endless thread. She nearly suffocated her lungs from holding it in, yet on the surface, she had to feign innocence, her smile a perfect counterfeit. Her moist eyes fixed on the man. She was so pure. Surely he couldn't voice those tinted thoughts and ideas. It was she who overestimated the man. Think carefully. What leverage do you have to win my favor? The man didn't answer. But this dismissive remark stung her more than any lurid words could. What leverage did she have? She racked her brain, turning it over and over. Every single brain cell jumped in a frenzy, and the only answer that came was seduction. But alas, that method of winning favor was utterly unsuitable for the relationship between her and Zhan Heng. To maintain her innocent fawn image, she ended the topic with a cheerful laugh. All right. I'll give it serious. Think my ass. Wen Chuchu strained to keep the smile on her lips as she said to the man, I'm here. Just drop me off by the roadside. Before the car had even stopped, she decisively yanked open the door. Suddenly, a grip of force snapped around her wrist, pulling her back. She was forced to meet a handsome face with furrowed brows. Zhan Heng's expression darkened. Is your safety awareness so lacking that I must give you a lesson? Only then did Wen Chuchu grasp what he meant. What was this? Did these high-end limited edition men always have to speak so circuitously? All he wanted was to remind her to be careful. Why did he have to be so tsundere, so aloof, so noble? Got it. No lesson needed. Mr. Zhan, don't forget, I'm an honor student. The man's brow slowly knitted. Wen Chuchu then realized the earlier topic about geniuses and failures. Oh no. The embarrassment was overwhelming. The tips of her ears reddened involuntarily. Before the man could notice, she turned around with feigned nonchalance, waving a hand behind her back. Goodbye, Mr. Zhan. With that, she strode away gracefully. She must never let him see she was blushing. As a genius, she had to remain calm and composed. Zhan Heng watched the little girl's fleeing figure, his eyes brimming with deep, unfathomable emotion. Just as the driver was about to start the car, he suddenly ordered assistant leave 2 men to follow the madam. Keep me informed of any movements on her side. The assistant's gaze fixed on the window, he replied, without hesitation, yes, CEO. Though he wondered how the CEO and the madam had ended up in a flash marriage after just one meeting. But the assistant speculated that the CEO must care deeply for his wife. A flash marriage didn't necessarily mean cold feelings. After all, wasn't there a perfect counterexample right beside him? Free from Zhan Heng's ever-present gaze, Wen Chuchu felt like a bird released from its cage. So liberated, she could sing out loud. Strolling into the bustling mall, her first move was to call her best friend. I'm here. Where are you? Hurry over. I'll give you 10 minutes no show, and you're out. After hanging up, Wen Chuchu began to wander through the mall. She spotted a dress she liked and reached for it, but just then a pale hand snatched it faster. She looked closer. What a surprise, it was an old acquaintance. The expression on Su Shue's face also stiffened. The next moment she greeted with practiced familiarity. Hi, what a coincidence, Mrs. Zhan. This form of address gave Wen Chuchu pause for thought. She recalled that earlier in the Zhan family's living room, Su Shue had repeatedly addressed her as Miss Wen. Why had she suddenly changed her address? Hello, Dr. Su, puzzled as she still offered Su Shui a greeting. The next moment a woman accompanying Su Shui leaned and looking at her with ill intent. Mrs. Zhan. Though the woman's gaze was fixed on her, the question was directed at Su Shui. Su Shui forced a smile and quickly introduced, yes, Wenji. This is the newlywed wife of Mr. Zhan Heng, Miss Wen Chuchu. Her private matters were laid bare. Wen Chuchu struggled to suppress her displeasure. She batted her big eyes at Su Shui and asked directly, Dr. Su, and this is? Oh, Miss Wen, this is the daughter of a family with long-standing ties to the Zhan family, a childhood friend of Mr. Zhan, the heiress of the Heng family, Heng Wenji. Heng Wenji's unbridled gaze swept up and down over Wen Chuchu. That look practically screamed, someone like you deserves to marry Zhan Heng. Wen Chuchu had always adhered to the principle of being kind to others, but that definitely did not extend to being friendly toward those who looked down on her. Since this woman did not like her, Wen Chuchu saw no need to humble herself. Hello, Miss Heng. Then her gaze fell squarely on Su Shui's face. Dr. Su, I didn't realize we shared such exquisite taste. We both fancy the same dress. More than that, the man she fancied was likely the same too. But as that thought flashed through her mind, Wen Chuchu immediately sensed something amiss. She did not fancy Zhan Heng at all. It was merely that the man Su Shui desired happened to be her husband. Since we both like it, let each buy one. In Wen Chuchu's world, there was no such thing as giving way. Hearing her words, Heng Wenji spoke up. The shop assistant said, there is only one piece left. Having said that, she looked at her with a meaningful expression, as if waiting to see a joke. As if she could be intimidated. Without hesitation, she picked up the dress and said to the shop assistant, no need to try it on. Wrap it up for me. She would not yield, especially to Su Shui, who was eyeing her husband covetously. And that Heng Wenji, clearly another woman drooling over her husband. Wen Chuchu's words left the two women dumbfounded. Heng Wenji's eyes darkened as she immediately rebuked. Miss Wen, even if you are Mrs. Zhan, that is no excuse to act tyrannically. This dress was clearly seen first by Dr. Su. Moreover, Dr. Su is the Zhan family's personal physician. Regardless of the circumstances, you should defer to her. Meanwhile, Su Shui stood by wearing a pitiful expression and looking helpless. When it came to dealing with fake sweethearts, Wen Chuchu was an expert. Why should I defer? I may be Mrs. Zhan, but that doesn't mean I have to be pushed around. I adore this dress. I can't put it down. So the early bird catches the worm. Dr. Su is so slow, she must not like it that much. I'm different. When I like something, I seize the advantage. Both Heng Wenji and Su Shui were rendered speechless with fury. It was the first time in their lives they had encountered someone so utterly unrefined. Moreover, the woman showed no signs of yielding to moral coercion. It was like confronting a hedgehog, armed with force yet utterly clueless about how to strike. Wen Chuchu strode past the two women and instructed the waitress, scan the QR code. With a beep, the payment was completed. Wen Chuchu picked up the clothing, ready to end the skirmish. Miss Heng, Dr. Su, feel free to continue your shopping. May you find your preferred styles soon. Farewell. With that, she prepared to make a graceful exit. However, Heng Wenji had long harbored a grudge against Wen Chuchu and was not about to let her leave so hastily. She swiftly reached out to grab her. Don't go. I'll buy this dress for Dr. Su. The dress was not particularly loved by Su Shui, who had even hesitated due to the exorbitant price. But witnessing Wen Chuchu's audacity, Heng Wenji resolved to bleed her wallet and join forces with Su Shui to vent their anger. Wen Chuchu looked at Heng Wenji's face, which was brimming with the intent to provoke her, and scratched her hair in mock distress. Heng, what was it? Heng Wenji. Heng Wenji reminded her through gritted teeth. Miss Heng Wenji, I suspect you are severely nearsighted. You might want to visit the shop next door for a pair of glasses. Clear eyes and a sharp mind would better suit your status, don't you think? Only then did Heng Wenji realize that Wen Chuchu was indirectly calling her blind. She grew even angrier, pointing at Wen Chuchu, her face red with rage. Well, what do you mean? Exactly what I said, Miss Heng. It's obvious you're severely nearsighted, otherwise why would you try to snatch the clothes I've already paid for? Miss Heng, the early bird catches the worm, but the late bird suffers. That's about speed, not robbery. Drooling over something I've already paid for is against the law. Heng Wenji stared at the smiling Wen Chuchu, shocked by the accusation. She quickly released her grip on Wen Chuchu's shopping bag. Tu didn't mean that. I'm not trying to steal from you, I just want to buy the clothes you're holding. Heng Wenji explained in a panic. The Heng family was a prominent household and reputation was paramount. If such a charge were to stick, the consequences would be dire. Then the problem is even simpler. I'm not selling. Wen Chuchu rolled her eyes at Heng Wenji and turned to leave. But Heng Wenji grabbed her again. Don't go. Leave the clothes and I'll pay you double. In the blink of an eye, you'd make a full profit. Surely you're satisfied. With that, Hang Wenji reached for the bag in Wen Chuchu's hand. Unexpectedly, Wen Chuchu dodged her. Sorry, I still want sell. Miss Heng, I must remind you that coercing a sale is also illegal. If you don't mind, I could escort you to the police station for a visit. Despite the harsh words, Wen Chuchu spoke with a smile. Hang Wenji felt as if she had kicked a steel plate. She never imagined this lowborn girl could be so tough to crack. No wonder she had managed to get Zhan Heng to marry her after just a few meetings. Her methods were not to be underestimated. For a moment, Hang Wenji glared at Wen Chuchu, and the atmosphere grew tense. Then Su Shue's soft voice chimed in. Wenji, stop it. I don't want the dress anymore. Let Miss Wen have it. The word, let, infuriated Wen Chuchu, and she let out a bitter laugh. She had won it with her own ability, as she didn't need anyone's allowance. Only the incompetent needed others to concede to them. Wen Chuchu skidded to a halt, freezing in place, then turned around, forcing a smile that didn't reach her eyes as she faced Su Shue. Make way. Sorry, but I don't need Dr. Su to make way for me. This is something I earned through my own effort. Why would I need Dr. Su to yield? Besides, if Dr. Su truly wanted to be generous, you should have spoken up when Miss Hang was making things difficult for me. Now that I've won decisively and you've lost, what's with this pretentious magnanimity? Wen Chuchu's sharp tongue lashed out, leaving both of them utterly speechless. Never mind, I'm not one to hold grudges. This time I'll forgive Dr. Su's rudeness, but next time the art of tea really tests one's skill. Dr. Su, your tea ceremony is clearly subpar. With that, Wen Chuchu strode away gracefully. Behind her, two faces flushed with alternating shades of red and white. Su Shue was of much lower status. Although Wen Chuchu's background wasn't high, Su Shue's was even lower. Hang Wenji, born into nobility, had always been surrounded by flattery. Never before had she been so ruthlessly humiliated. Her chest heaved with fury. Through gritted teeth, she muttered, that Wen Chuchu. Absolutely out. Hang Wenji, herself well versed in the art of pretense, chose to ignore her own grievances and instead feigned sympathy for Su Shue in this awkward situation. Dr. Su, let's not stoop to her level. We'll let it slide this time. Let's pick another dress. Don't worry, I'll tell brother Zhan Heng to teach that insolent girl a lesson. Upon hearing Hang Wenji's words, a glint of dark light flashed in Su Shue's eyes. Her purpose in clinging to Hang Wenji, offering flattery and care, was merely to get free food, drink, and clothes. Whatever the motive, as long as Hang Wenji was willing to spend it, was good for her. Moreover, someone else taking the lead to teach Wen Chuchu a lesson was exactly what she wanted. But no matter how she schemed, inwardly she maintained a gentle facade. Miss Hang, that wouldn't be appropriate. Besides, I can see that Mr. Zhan and Miss Wen are deeply attached. At the last gathering at the Zhan residence, he openly defended her. If you complain to Mr. Zhan, he might turn the tables on you, and that could harm your relationship with him. I am just a person of low status, hardly worthy of Miss Hang's righteous protection. Su Shue put on a submissive look. Hang Wenji's anger flared even more at her words. No, this cannot end here. Listen to me, I will stand up for you. Listening to Hang Wenji's repeated assurances, a faint smile curled at the corner of Su Shue's lips. After leaving the two petty schemers, Wen Chuchu went to a dessert shop, ordered ice cream, and began devouring the junk food. Just as she was finishing the cup, her long-awaited best friend, Su Lanshan, finally arrived. Seeing her enjoying a treat, Su Lanshan immediately became agitated, setting down her expensive handbag and snatching the ice cream cup from her hands. How rude. Absolutely outrageous. Wen Chuchu, it's only been a few days, and you've become so stingy. Couldn't you have ordered one for me while you waited? Whining pitifully, she scooped a large spoonful into her mouth, her expression full of contentment. Wen Chuchu watched the delicious treat disappear, a frown of annoyance creeping onto her face. Hey, where's your manners? Snatching food from a pregnant woman. Su Lanshan, your etiquette needs work. Pregnant. Su Lanshan's eyes nearly popped out of her head. Wen Chuchu let out a long sigh. It's a long story, like a child without its mother. Once you start, there's no... So with a hint of coquettishness and affectation, she stroked her hair and said to Su Lanshan, well, during the time you couldn't see me, I accidentally got married. Married? Su Lanshan's eyes nearly popped out. Her face was full of disbelief. When, to whom, and why did you get married? The next second she asked again, no, even if you got married, it's only been a few days. Then, her gaze dropped straight down to Wen Chuchu's still flat belly. Where did that in your belly come from? Oh, can't hide the belly, so you dragged someone in to be a happy dad. Su Lanshan instantly guessed the point. As Wen Chuchu's best friend, who didn't know how terrified she was of her mother. If she got pregnant out of wedlock and her mother found out, her skin would be peeled off. Having her marriage motive so easily seen through, Wen Chuchu felt a bit embarrassed. No. The person I married is the father of the child. You. When did you give away your virginity? Hurry, tell me every detail, and how you felt. Su Lanshan's eyes went wide, every gossip cell in her body fired up. At this mention, Wen Chuchu was so frustrated she could spit blood. She already had a child, yet she had no memory of that night at all. The only feeling. Pain, 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 pain. But if she revealed such a feeling, wouldn't she be utterly humiliated? So she put on her tsundere face again, shot Su Lanshan a sideways glance, and said, "Well, to avoid corrupting unmarried maidens, let's not discuss it in detail." "Don't be like that." Su Lanshan suddenly stopped, then started being curious again. "You haven't answered my first question yet. Who did you marry? Who was the person that caught your eyes? Confess and get leniency, resist, and he'll torture you ruthlessly." Su Lanshan made a fierce gesture like a tiger pouncing on a mountain. This was worth telling. Wen Chuchu demurely tucked in her chin, looked straight at Su Lanshan, and cleared her throat. This series of actions nearly drove Su Lanshan mad. She stretched out both hands, pretending to strangle Wen Chuchu. "Spit it out. Spit it out. Don't string me along." Wen Chuchu, having built up enough suspense, coyly began, "Do you know the richest family in our country, the Zhan family?" "Holy crap. Who in the Zhan family did you marry? Is it a relative of the Zhan family's branch?" "Oh my God, Wen Chuchu, you've refreshed my impression of you. Such a magnificent achievement. If you tell people it's prime bragging material." Su Lanshan's every cell began to tingle with excitement. Wen Chuchu simply rolled her eyes. "Su Lanshan, can't you think bigger?" She gestured a big She secretly complained in her heart, does she look that bad? Doesn't Zhan Heng match her? Su Lanshan's thinking. TSK, TSK, TSK. Who is it? Don't play riddles with me, I'm not that smart. Confess quickly. Su Lanshan interrogated. Wen Chuchu said, "Before I tell you, brace your arms on the chair, don't move, don't get scared and fall over." Ahem, listen. The man I married is none other than the richest man in the country, the head of the Zhan family, Zhan Heng. Su Lanshan's jaw dropped in disbelief, her mouth agape, as if a chicken egg could fit inside. Wen Chuchu kindly supported her chin and gave it a gentle push. "Hey, I know this is shocking, but you don't have to make that face." "The richest man?" Su Lanshan's voice trembled, her eyes nearly popping out. "Are you joking with me? You, with the richest man, Zhan Heng?" The elongated tone vividly captured Su Lanshan's astonishment. "Yes." Wen Chuchu remained remarkably composed, almost scaring the courage out of Su Lanshan, yet she wore a calm expression, even eagerly summoning the waiter for several desserts, ordering many of Su Lanshan's favorites. "But," Su Lanshan was at a loss for words. "Do you have any proof?" Wen Chuchu shook her head directly. Although she was married to Zhan Heng, it was unlikely she carried their marriage certificate with her. Moreover, they were in a fake marriage not that close, and there were no saved photos in her phone. "Pa. Boasting without tax, you can just keep bragging." Su Lanshan finally regained her composure. "You don't believe me? Then there's nothing I can do. After all, talent is like pregnancy, in time it will eventually show itself. As for whom I spouse is given time, you will surely find out." Wen Chuchu's nonchalance made Su Lanshan grow serious. "You're serious? How exactly did you get to know the richest man, Zhan Heng?" Her gaze scrutinized, filled with disbelief. "How did you manage to attract Zhan Heng? If we go into that, it would be a never-ending story. 2 months ago, Z had a breakup, we got drunk, and after we checked into a room, who knew I would take a wrong turn? As a result." She looked straight down at her belly, shrugging her hands. "You can see I got pregnant, and then we got married. You've really hit the jackpot. However, I can understand your rushed marriage due to pregnancy, but what about the richest man, Zhan Heng? You didn't force him into marriage with your belly, did you? It couldn't have been that easy, right? Or was there some untold affair between you two? Dream on. I just returned from abroad not long ago." Wen Chuchu blocked Su Lanshan's wild speculations. "That's true." Su Lanshan rubbed her aching head, unable to suppress her astonishment. "Then why did he marry you?" "It's simple. Probably the richest man's family was pressuring him to marry, and then I just happened to be pregnant, so it was a perfect match for a wedding." Wen Chuchu spoke lightly and simply. However, to Su Lanshan's ears it sounded far from simple. She clicked her tongue and said, "If it were really as simple as you say, you should check your ancestors' grave to see if it's smoking." While the two were deep in conversation, 2 figures entered the dessert shop. They were none other than Hang Wenji and Su Shui, who had just suffered a setback in front of Wen Chuchu. Su Shui instinctively spoke up. "Wenji, it's Miss Wen. We should change to another dessert shop." This seemingly casual remark precisely provoked Hang Wenji's competitive spirit. Hang Wenji declared, "Why should we change? I like the desserts here. She just married brother Zhan Heng. It doesn't qualify her to be domineering. Let's go." Hang Wenji strode confidently into the dessert shop. Wen Chuchu was chatting enthusiastically with Su Lanshan when suddenly the phone in her pocket began to ring with a sharp trill. Both of them startled, and then two heads with four eyes simultaneously fixed upon the phone lying on the table before Wen Chuchu. The name Zhan Heng caused Su Lanshan's pupils to dilate in shock. Is it really Zhan Heng? Wen Chuchu gave her a look that said, "Would I lie to you?" and then answered the call. To prove she wasn't bluffing, she even activated the speakerphone. "Hello, Mr. Zhan Heng, what are your orders? Just say the word." Her words carried a hint of verification intended for Su Lanshan's ears, while her tone also bore a touch of eagerness to please Zhan Heng. Good heavens. In front of her best friend, she had to save face, didn't she? "Where are you?" The man's voice was instantly recognizable as elegant as a cello. Su Lanshan's eyes widened as she stared intently at the phone, mouthing silently. The meaning was clear. Is it really the richest man, Zhan Heng? Wen Chuchu lifted the corners of her mouth with pride and set him at them all. You. In truth, she was testing to see if the man would actually come. It seemed the allure of his voice alone wasn't enough. If Zhan Heng appeared in person, Su Lanshan would be utterly astonished. "Send me your location. He'll come." Zhan Heng, as always, was concise. Just what she wished for came true. Wen Chuchu's heart was secretly elated, but in front of Su Lanshan, she had to feign reluctance. This isn't appropriate. After all, it's your working hours. If you come now, won't Mom and Dad blame me for distracting you? Don't pin such a crime on me. After all, Madame Zhan was so kind as she didn't want to leave a bad impression. The boss, Zhan Heng, said, effectively cutting off her words. "I need to supervise you. In your current condition, you shouldn't eat too much junk food. That's what Mom specifically told me." He invoked the authority of the elder, and though his words were light, the concern within them was palpable. Those two simple lines added a great deal to Wen Chuchu's vanity. Her voice became light and airy, sweet enough to drip honey. "All right, he'll wait for you." With that, she hung up the phone. Then cheerfully she sent him her location. Setting down her phone, she saw Su Lanshan's dumbfounded. "Wen Chuchu, what kind of incredible luck have you stumbled upon? Even a man of Zhan Heng's stature would set aside his work for you. Don't people of their upper-class circle usually prioritize their careers above all else? Right now you're practically the enchanting siren who bewitches the ruler." Su Lanshan gave her a thumbs up. Wen Chuchu was inwardly gratified, but modestly waved her hand. "Don't say that. Actually, what brother Zhan Heng actually set aside his work for you?" Suddenly a voice cut into their conversation. Wen Chuchu froze for a moment, then turned to look behind her. Two familiar figures occupied her sight. They were none other than Hang Wenji and Su Shui, the ones with whom she had clashed earlier at the luxury goods store. And the one accusing with righteous indignation was clearly Hang Wenji. Wen Chuchu's brows knitted together. Miss Hang is eavesdropping on a private conversation between friends, a part of the Hang family's upbringing. Hang Wenji was furious. She had once again touched upon her most sensitive point. This woman was utterly insane. "Miss Wen, I'm only concerned about you. That's why I offered a word of advice. Why must you be as prickly as a hedgehog, treating me with such hostility?" Wen Chuchu was amused by this remark. In this world, there were far too many people who, under the guise of caring, actually meddled and felt smug from their moral high ground. Hang Wenji was undoubtedly a prime example. "There's no need for your concern." Although Wen Chuchu detested such behavior, she still kept a smile on her face. As the saying goes, never strike a smiling face. Even if uninformed bystanders witnessed this scene, they wouldn't be misled by Hang Wenji and Su Shui's narrative. This point was crucial. Though deep down, she didn't care about public opinion. Unfortunately, there was a tigress waiting at home, and she couldn't afford to ignore it. The Wen family had strict discipline, and the family rules were no joke. After all, Miss Hang and I have only met once. Hang Wenji was afraid that Wen Chuchu wouldn't respond, but once she spoke, she promptly seized the opportunity. "I'm not just concerned about you, but also about Brother Zhan Heng. Brother Zhan Heng is no ordinary man. His career is very important. Perhaps you were not born into a noble family, so you don't understand our way of life. A person who delays her husband's career for selfish reasons cannot last in high society." Hang Wenji alternated between intimidation and threats. Wen Chuchu finally understood the underlying message. However, despite her innocent appearance, she was not foolish. Would she fall for this? No way. She had always been one to yield to kindness, not force. "If I can't stay, then divorce is an option." Miss Hang, discussing personal matters with a mere acquaintance is a great taboo. You shouldn't break this rule repeatedly. Our relationship has not reached a level where we can care about each other. Wen Chuchu cheerfully rejected this form of emotional blackmail. Hang Wenji had never encountered such a tough nut to crack. On the surface, Wen Chuchu seemed naive and easy to bully, but when the bullying actually began, the reality was far from that. "You," Hang Wenji, exasperated, pointed at Wen Chuchu, unable to utter a single word. At this moment, the seasoned Su Shui played her role perfectly. She gently lowered Hang Wenji's hand and advised, "Miss Wen, Wenji may be blunt, but she has a warm heart. She said what she did out of concern, not wanting Mr. Zhan's career to suffer nor your marriage with him to be affected. Oh, the tactics had escalated. But Wen Chuchu was not afraid. She would counter every move. She immediately began to dismantle their arguments. If my marriage with Mr. Zhan is so fragile that it can't withstand such a small test, then what's the point of keeping it? Wen Chuchu blinked her large, clear eyes, refuting each point. Moreover, Mr. Zhan is an adult not so incompetent that one instance of skipping work would ruin his career. If that were the case, then his career would be far too fragile. Mr. Zhan and I are both adults, and we take responsibility for our every action and decision. I appreciate your kindness, but you are overthinking this. With her moist eyes, Wen Chuchu looked even more innocent than Su Shui when playing the victim. Su Shui was left speechless, making an issue out of nothing. Utter sophistry. Heng Wenji lost her temper. Just then a low, husky voice reached their ears. Well said. Everyone turned to see. Everyone turned to look. Into their sight came Zhan Heng walking over, surrounded by his assistants. He was the very protagonist they had been discussing. For a moment, everyone's expressions were intriguing. Heng Wenji and Su Shui wore embarrassed looks of being caught red-handed. Su Lanshan's mouth was slightly agape, stunned, as if she could swallow an egg. That expression wrote one sentence: it really is Zhan Heng himself. Shocking. In contrast to the others, Wen Chuchu appeared much more enthusiastic. Her moist eyes suddenly burst with countless sparkles as she cheered toward Zhan Heng. Mr. Zhan, you're... Although it was she who had called him, and she had even fought a battle of wits with the two big hypocrites Heng Wenji and Su Shui over this matter, upon seeing the real person, Wen Chuchu still said, I didn't expect. You actually came. Zhan Heng's gaze fell on the empty dessert cups on the table, and his brow unconsciously furrowed. With indescribable affection in his eyes, he said, if I hadn't come, would you have secretly eaten junk food behind my back? Heng Wenji's eyes nearly popped out at the sight. Was this the Zhan Heng she remembered, the one who was so indifferent to everything? Why toward this Wen Chuchu did he become so gentle, so considerate, and even show temper, become vivid like a living person? Su Shui, having seen it once before, was not so surprised. As for Su Lanshan, her expression was similar to Heng Wenji's. She could hardly believe the scene before her. That goofy bestie of hers, Wen Chuchu, had actually married the richest man, Mr. Zhan Heng. And Mr. Zhan was so caring and attentive toward that goofy Wen Chuchu. That sentence carried an enormous amount of information. It seemed that Wen Chuchu's pregnancy was indeed true, and Mr. Zhan apparently cared a lot about her child. This made it even more enviable. One could hardly bear to think how deeply Mr. Zhan must love. Meanwhile, Wen Chuchu, the object of everyone's envy and jealousy, after hearing Zhan Heng's words, her eyes flickered, and she quickly found a shield. She pushed Su Lanshan forward and introduced her. These desserts I treated Lanshan to eat. This is my bestie Su Lanshan. Lanshan, this is my new husband Zhan Heng. Su Lanshan felt Zhan Heng's gaze fall on her face. Suppressing her inner excitement, she clasped Zhan Heng's large hand with both of hers, as if meeting her idol, and star excitement and elation written on every line of her face. Mr. Zhan, I often see you in financial news. You surely don't know me, but I definitely know you. I never thought we would have such fate. You actually married Chuchu. Mr. Zhan, you don't know how close Chuchu and I are. When Chuchu was a goof, so her bestie was bound to share the same trait. Seeing that this goof was getting more and more out of control, and to avoid her revealing any embarrassing stories about Wen Chuchu, she quickly said, Heng, since we're married, we must treat Lanshan to a meal, so I treated her to desserts. I didn't eat much, so don't worry so much. When she said this, she was actually a bit cautious. Although she had devoured most of the desserts herself, she was confident in her reasoning and absolutely would not change. But one still had to put on a show. At this moment, Su Shui explained to the bewildered Heng Wenji she is pregnant. The 4 words carried an extraordinary impact. Heng Wenji swayed, nearly fainting in public. It was a close call. Luckily, Su Shui caught her, sparing her the embarrassment of collapsing before Zhan Heng. Yet in the next moment, an overwhelming rage surged within her. She struggled mightily to regain her composure, but when she spoke, her words were aimed directly at Wen Chuchu. Is that so? However, when I entered, I saw Miss Wen indulging in desserts. Since it was an accusation, it couldn't be too obvious. Heng Wenji smiled, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear, and said, Miss Wen eats so quickly. In just a short while you've devoured 2 cups of ice cream. This both criticized Wen Chuchu for her lack of table manners and her rudeness, and exposed her lie about not eating. Heng Wenji inwardly cheered for herself. Meanwhile, when Wen Chuchu heard Heng Wenji expose her, the smile on her lips abruptly froze. Good heavens! That damned woman. It didn't matter when she started the quarrel, but she had to do it right in front of Zhan Heng. Zhan Heng and this Heng Wenji were from families with a long-standing friendship, a bond forged over many years. She had only known Zhan Heng for a few days, and the connection, built on the child in her womb, was fragile at best. Every alarm in her body blared, and she braced herself for Zhan Heng to humiliate her. If he truly intended to denounce her publicly, then she would have no choice. No choice but to go down in flames together. As Wen Chuchu thought this, her heart rose to her throat in anxiety, and she could clearly hear the frantic thumping beneath her chest. Thump. Thump. Chuchu, is it good? Unexpectedly, after hearing Heng Wenji's words, the man cast her a half-smiling glance, then fixed his ardent gaze on Wen Chuchu's face. Wen Chuchu shuddered under that burning look. She let out a dry chuckle and said, fair. Fairly decent. The man's eyes lingered on the dessert cup as he said unhurriedly, a little can lift your spirits, but don't overeat. Understood? This gentle command delivered with a smile, and the man's eyes turned sweet and delightful. Moreover, he reached out to her, and in her astonished, wide-eyed gaze, he wiped away the remnants of cream at the corner of her mouth. Little kitten. Wen Chuchu was stunned. After all, Zhan Heng was a walking embodiment of charisma. With him leaning in so suddenly, she had no defense at all, and in front of so many people. Wen Chuchu stared blankly at Zhan Heng, utterly captivated by his person. Meanwhile, on the other side, Heng Wenji was grinding her molars in fury. How sour. How infuriating. How jealous. That woman was so ordinary. How did she win Brother Zhan Heng's heart? Chuchu, you spoke well. The bond between you and me will not waver because of anything. In time you will come to know that. These words answered why Zhan Heng had said earlier that Wen Chuchu spoke well. They also indirectly slapped the self-righteous Heng Wenji in the face. For a moment, Heng Wenji's face alternated between red and white. After a long pause, she barely managed to squeeze out a few words. But, Brother Zhan Heng, if Uncle finds out you skipped work because of Miss Wen, he will be furious. Wenji, that's my concern. Zhan Heng silenced her with a single sentence. Heng Wenji looked at his indifferent face, momentarily at a loss for words. The aura of aloofness emanating from Zhan Heng was so intense that Heng Wenji, who had known him for so long, could not possibly be unaware. Although his exterior remained calm, he must have been angered. Heng Wenji shuddered. So did Su Shui. She had known Zhan Heng for so long. Never before had she seen him this furious. Though his facial expression betrayed no change, Su Shui simply knew he was angry. Brother Zhan Heng. Heng Wenji attempted to explain that she had only meant well. But Zhan Heng, Wenji Chuchu, doesn't like anyone meddling in her life, and neither do I. Chuchu and I have our own way of being together. We don't need anyone's guidance. How could Heng Wenji ever have meant that? She was only targeting Wen Chuchu, but she would never ever target Brother Zhan Heng. She was eager and anxious, but all her words were stuck in her throat, unsure how to speak. It was Su Shui who spoke. Mr. Zhan, Miss Heng meant well, but ended up causing trouble. She didn't mean to. Upon hearing this, Heng Wenji cast a grateful glance at Su Shui. However, this plea did not move Zhan Heng. Lifting his eyelids, his gaze fixed straight on Heng Wenji. Wenji, don't let there be a next time. This time, for the sake of our long-standing friendship, I won't hold it against you. If there is a next time, and you make Chuchu angry again, I will not be lenient. Were such distant and icy words truly coming from Brother Zhan Heng's mouth? Heng Wenji couldn't believe her eyes and ears as she was stunned. Her hands clenched into tight fists, and her entire body began to tremble. Brother Zhan Heng was the one she had secretly loved for so many years. In her fantasies and impressions, though aloof and cold, he had always been kind to her. But after meeting Wen Chuchu, had she become so insignificant? Heng Wenji couldn't control her trembling red lips. She bit her teeth and kept shivering. A layer of tears glistened in her eyes as she looked at Zhan Heng with a pitiful expression. Even Wen Chuchu felt sorry for Heng Wenji. Such a beauty, so deeply devoted to Zhan Heng, almost on the verge of a direct confession. Surely Zhan Heng would soften and agree in the next second. Yet, the next moment Zhan Heng spoke coldly. Chuchu, let's go. The topic suddenly turned to her, and Wen Chuchu was utterly bewildered. Huh? Where to? Didn't you say you wanted to treat Miss Su to a meal, or does Miss Su only want dessert? Upon hearing this, Su Lanshan nodded vigorously. Yes. I'm just hungry. Heng Wenji and Su Shui were completely left out. All right, let's go now. As he spoke, Zhan Heng raised his wrist to check the time. After saying this, he naturally reached out and put his arm around Wen Chuchu's shoulders. Wen Chuchu looked straight up, tilting her head, and met the man's deep, turbulent eyes. The man's eye sockets were deep, as if hiding an ocean, and every ripple seemed to be filled with indulgence and affection for her. With just one look, Wen Chuchu's legs went weak. The charm of a handsome man was truly undeniable. She was almost ready to surrender to Zhan Heng's masculine allure. Moreover, he was so considerate of her face in front of so many people, acting so gentle and attentive. If she hadn't known they were in a fake marriage, she would have deeply immersed herself in the man's tenderness. Damn, he was too immersed in the act. She almost took it seriously. Witnessing this scene, Heng Wenji's heart shattered. How could this be? Brother Zhan Heng actually really likes that Wen Chuchu. What's so good about her? Heng Wenji's body felt as if immersed in volcanic lava and icy water. In just a few seconds, she was walking on the edge of ice and fire. At the same time, Wen Chuchu struggled to pull her gaze away from Zhan Heng's face. The next moment, she was firmly embraced by the man who walked straight past Heng Wenji and Su Shui without a glance. With Zhan Heng being so supportive, Wen Chuchu didn't let him down either. As she passed Heng Wenji and Su Shui, she didn't forget to smile and wave at them. A hint of smugness appeared appropriately on her face. Hee kicking a tea artist was her specialty. With Miss Heng, Miss Su, you must be having dessert. What a pity, I won't be able to treat you to dinner. Bye-bye. Su Lanshan also chimed in, saying to the two bye-bye. Heng Wenji and Su Shui could only watch helplessly as they left. Look that smug look on her. How can she do this? Brother Zhan Heng actually dotes on her so much. Heng Wenji complained. Su Shui fanned the flames from the side. What can be done? It's because Mr. Zhan likes her. Even if Mrs. Zhan finds out, probably nothing will happen. No. Heng Wenji's sense of justice was overflowing more and more. Clenching her fists, she said, we must come up with a plan. Su Shui said gloomily, what can we do? Dr. Su, let's do this and that. Heng Wenji's eyes shifted as she leaned close to Su Shui's ear and whispered. Su Shui bit her lip, looking hesitant. Is this okay? Dr. Su, you've seen how arrogant and domineering that Wen Chuchu is. Relying on Brother Zhan Heng's affection for her, she's dragging down his career. Brother Zhan Heng might not care, but the Zhan family's business cannot be allowed to be ruined like this. We are all doing this for the Zhan family and Brother Zhan Heng. Su Shui hesitated. All right. Okay. Great. Heng Wenji beamed with joy. Wen Chuchu and Zhan Heng hosted a meal together for Su Lanshan. Su Lanshan was sensible, though after an extravagant meal, she slipped away. The spacious private room was left with only Wen Chuchu and Zhan Heng. Wen Chuchu ate with great relish. Finally free from those bland, nutritious meals and soups, she felt as if she had arrived in paradise. All table manners and damned appearances were thrown to the wind. Then a somewhat rough fingertip brushed across the corner of her mouth, leaving a dark sauce stain on a pristine white tissue. Along the skin where the man had touched, a cluster of electric current crept subtly from her eyes, rapidly darting down her spine, causing her to shiver with a start. She lifted her gaze and looked straight at Zhan Heng. The man's face carried a hint of mockery, yet also seemed to hold many complex emotions she couldn't decipher. Under such a burning gaze, a warm and soft current suddenly surged in her heart. Extremely embarrassed, a blush quickly crept up to the roots of her ears. I was too hungry, so I lost all decorum. Anyway, I don't care. Mr. Zhan, you probably don't care either, hee. After all, she never took this marriage seriously. So abandoning all appearances, she might as well just be herself openly. Even though her ears were red and her breathing was heavy, Wen Chuchu, fearing she might never taste such delicacies again, kept stuffing food into her mouth. A dark glint flashed through Zhan Heng's eyes. His fingers unconsciously stroked her head soothingly. Eat slowly. You can come out with me for some fresh air again tomorrow. Really? After receiving the man's affirmative answer, every cell in Wen Chuchu's body was thrilled. Overwhelmed with excitement, she hugged Zhan Heng tightly. That's wonderful. Heng, you're so amazing. Marrying you is the greatest fortune of my life. Praise flowed like water, as if it cost nothing. Zhan Heng could tell that Wen Chuchu was exaggerating, but for some reason her words like tiny awls kept drilling into his heart. A warm, soft current flowed through him. Keep eating, Zhan Heng said. Wen Chuchu nodded happily, a sparkle already appearing in her eyes as she looked at him. But the tranquility at their table was soon shattered. Zhan Heng received a phone call. As he looked at the screen, a trace of surprise appeared on his face. Then he answered the call. The caller was Madame Zhan. Her voice was frantic. Zhan Heng, I agreed to let you take Chuchu to the company, but I didn't agree to you taking her to eat junk food. The first 3 months are the most unstable period. You're a grown man, how could you be so reckless? Wen Chuchu couldn't hear who was calling or what was said, but she clearly saw the man's brows furrow and a chilling aura swept over him. Zhan Heng looked very angry. Who told you, Heng Wenji or Su Shui? Hearing this, Wen Chuchu was stunned. She should have known earlier. Those two damn scheming women actually dared to blame the victim first. They were the ones trying to morally blackmail her. And she had barely managed to sneak out for some good food. And now right after it was ruined. Wouldn't that mean she could never eat such delicious food again? Wen Chuchu quickened her pace of stuffing food into her mouth, while fuming with indignation, her small chest heaving violently and her eyes wide as saucers. Zhan Heng, it doesn't matter who told me. All I know is that Chuchu can't eat any junk food right now, and you actually left work during office hours. You know, in the years you've held this position, you've never done anything so improper. If your father finds out. As the company's president, after handling official matters, I have the freedom to go out as I please. Mom will bring Chuchu back after I finish here. Before Madame Zhan could finish, Zhan Heng hung up. When Chuchu was anxious, but she had stuffed too much food in her mouth and suddenly choked. Suddenly a glass of water appeared before her eyes, and a soothing force was applied to her back. His large palm moved down her spine, each stroke sending a jolt of electricity through every nerve. When Chuchu choked, her eyes rolling back as the tingling numbness spread through her nerves, leaving her at a loss. With difficulty, she drank a large gulp of water from the man's hand. Straining her neck, she struggled to swallow the mouthful of food. The effort made tears burst from her eyes. After wiping them away, her first words were a demand. Was it Mom who called? Does she know I ate junk food? Zhan Heng rubbed his phone, lifting his eyelids to observe the little girl's nervous demeanor. Sauce clung to the corners of her mouth, her cheeks bulged from stuffing too much food in, like a hamster secretly feasting. This appearance was indeed far from the ideal partner Zhan Heng had envisioned. Yet somehow, when he met those watery, bewildered big eyes filled with question marks, a flicker of heat stirred within his chest. His Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed up and down. Then he extended his slender fingers to loosen his tie. The single word carried a deep, husky tone. At the same time, when Chuchu's small face instantly fell. No way. Then, from now on, can I still come out with you for a feast? When Chuchu tugged urgently at his arm, Zhan Heng reached out, gently wiping the sauce from the corner of her mouth with a tissue. That might be the case. How could that be allowed? Zhan Heng's intimate gesture didn't even register with Wen Chuchu, as her mind was consumed with anxiety. If she were strictly forbidden from following Zhan Heng out and confined to the Zhan household, drinking those endless soups and tonics, wouldn't her life be utterly ruined? Heng, you have to help me think of a way. No, how did Mom find out? Could it be Dr. Su and that Miss Heng who tattled? At this point, Wen Chuchu's eyes turned unusually serious. Seeing that the little girl had finally caught on, Zhan Heng couldn't help but smile, then nodded at her. I knew it. Wen Chuchu's eyes contorted into polygons in anger as she grumbled and rubbed her hands together. Since that's the case, then from now on I won't hold back when I run into the two of them. Hearing her words, Zhan Heng's eyes showed a hint of inquiry. Wen Chuchu explained, Heng, you don't know. Today, as soon as I arrived at the mall, I spotted the same dress as Miss Su. Sticking to the principle of the early bird gets the worm, I didn't yield it to Miss Su. And by the way, I also corrected some of Miss Heng and Miss Su's moral coercion ideas. Maybe my tone was a bit harsh, and they felt displeased, so when I came to the dessert shop, they followed to pick a fight. I didn't expect they'd be unwilling to give up until they got the better of me, and then they went and snitched. How can there be such petty people? It's completely unreasonable. When Chuchu rattled off a long stream of words, then suddenly thought of something, and said, oh, by the way, I didn't yield the pair like Kong Rong. You won't think I'm not generous or considerate enough, will you? Zhan Heng parted his thin lips to speak, but the little girl cut him off. Waving her hand, Wen Chuchu adopted an air of determined self-avoidance of worry. Forget it, I don't care what you think. Even if you believe I'm wrong, I want change. I am who I am, a different sparkle of fireworks. Even if my personality brings me trouble, I absolutely won't change. Next time I run into them, I'll definitely teach them a good lesson. And if you or the Zhan family don't like this kind of daughter-in-law, just let me know. I'll happily and neatly roll myself out. Even though this temporary husband Zhan Heng wasn't bad and Madame Zhan was kind to her, just thinking about those damnable soups and tonics, Wen Chuchu simply couldn't take it anymore. As her words fell, Wen Chuchu felt the air suddenly drop to freezing point. A chilling aura began to emanate from Zhan Heng. Intimidated by the man's commanding presence, she gathered her courage and lifted her eyelids. What met her gaze was his handsome face caught between a smile and a sneer. He didn't seem angry, yet perhaps he was. This ambiguous atmosphere left Wen Chuchu uncertain. The next moment, his low, raspy voice sounded in her ear. You sound like you've already planned an escape route. Hearing this, Wen Chuchu sensed something was off. His tone seemed laced with coldness, mockery, and perhaps a hint of displeasure. Before she could discern it, the next moment he gripped her wrist with a slightly forceful hold. His strikingly handsome face was now in it. They were nearly breathing the same air. The warmth of his breath scattered across her neck, making every hair stand on end. Her entire system screamed in alarm. Danger. Imminent danger. Wen Chuchu, do you know what I dislike the most? Well, what? Wen Chuchu was reluctant to admit that she was utterly captivated by the man's aura. She struggled to cling to the few rational cells left in her body, refusing to let herself be seduced by Zhan Heng's charm. Perhaps sensing her discomfort at their close proximity, Zhan Heng magnanimously pulled back a little. Just a little, about the length of an arm, but it allowed Wen Chuchu to breathe a huge sigh of relief. He lifted his eyes to meet hers and said word by word, "In our corporate recruitment, the most critical step is to inform new employees that once they join the group to work for me, there is no turning back. Only those who cut off their retreat can charge forward relentlessly." Wen Chuchu was utterly confused. SSO what? Why was he suddenly bringing up recruitment now? What was going on? Leaving no retreat is one of my life principles, Zhan Heng's. Wen Chuchu remained perplexed, her big eyes filled with question marks. The next moment, she heard the answer. This principle applies not only to me, but also to most people around. How tyrannical. Hearing this, Wen Chuchu felt Zhan Heng was no different from a tyrant. Was he going to force her to follow this damn principle too? The word obedience had never existed in Wen Chuchu's dictionary. Even if at home she was terrified of her old mother to the bone. But that was merely lip service, an outward show of respect for her mother. In reality, didn't she still go wild and indulge as she pleased? Whoever dared to stop her from having fun would become her number one enemy. In our marriage, you and I alike must abide by this principle. Sure enough, the man actually dared to say that. Wen Chuchu was instantly struck with despair. A dry chuckle escaped her rosy lips as she said, "Don't jump to conclusions so quickly. Zhan Heng, let me analyze this case by case, okay? I'm going to ask you a series of questions. Don't find it troublesome. Let's have a friendly discussion." Fine. Zhan Heng's gaze toward her was rather profound, tinged with an unmistakable depth. But Wen Chuchu was too absorbed in figuring out how to escape the marriage to notice. "Zhan Heng, do you like me?" "You definitely don't, right?" At her question, Zhan Heng's eyes brimmed with an overwhelming, unnameable emotion. His gaze bore into her layer upon layer of pressure accumulating the atmosphere, descending to freezing point. Yet, he did not answer. Wen Chuchu, however, interpreted his silence as tacit agreement with her. Thus she quickly said, "Indeed, our perceptions of each other are the same. Though you are outstanding, I do not like you. At the very least, not to the point of being hopelessly in love. As for me, I cannot even claim to be outstanding. I am merely a social parasite drifting through life. I believe your dating standards as a favored child of heaven must be a beautiful, wealthy, and exceptionally brilliant woman, the cream of the crop. And coincidentally, I fit none of those. Though I am not ugly, I cannot be called beautiful either. Fair. Yes, that I have. Wealthy. Absolutely not. Outstanding. I wouldn't even dare to think about it with my little toe. Are you certain you want to marry someone so ordinary and utterly unwilling to change? And are you sure you want to use the child in my belly to tie down our lives together? The saddest thing in marriage is two strangers forced to muddle through a lifetime. Zhan Heng, think about it. What conditions do we have to stay together without retreat?" As she spoke, Wen Chuchu stepped forward, courageously patting him on the shoulder. "Zhan Heng, don't be so tense. Relationships break up, marriages end in divorce. You don't have to bear such a heavy psychological burden. I don't expect much from you, nor do I demand such a great sacrifice from you. Let's just take things as they come. When the conditions that bind us no longer exist, we part ways amicably." Wen Chuchu grew more animated as she spoke. Where could one find such a reasonable, elegant, and magnanimous partner? She was practically telling Zhan Heng that this marriage might as well not exist. If it weren't for the disgrace of him fooling around with other women outside, she would have even been willing to accept that. She was deeply moved by her own magnanimity. But at that very moment, she suddenly sensed a shift in the air. It became tense and hostile, as if some danger was about to descend at any instant. Wen Chuchu instinctively lifted her eyes. Blazing. "Zhan Heng, well, what kind of look was that? Was he about to devour someone? What's wrong? What did I say that's incorrect?" "Zhan Heng, you can correct me, but don't be angry. The consequences of anger are severe. You'll be terrified." She stumbled backward, her mind racing, then cast a glance down at her own belly. Instantly, the courage Liang Jingru had lent her surged forth. She proudly thrust out her small belly, as if brandishing her amulet of immunity before the man. "Besides, you can't project negative energy at me. It's bad for the baby's prenatal education. As the daddy, you must shoulder the great responsibility of educating our child. It's a long journey. You need to work hard. Hold it in. Don't get angry." Wen Chuchu, acting quite convincingly, began to throw her weight around with the little being in her belly, flaunting an air of invincibility against Zhan Heng. A sly smirk even curled at the corner of her lips. The next second, Wen Chuchu noticed the man's gaze dropping straight down, fixed on her belly. That look carried a searing heat. With just a glance, she already felt utterly uncomfortable, as if her stomach had been scalded by his eye. She quickly covered it. For the sake of the child in your womb, I'll overlook what you said today, but I hold a different opinion on your views. Zhan Heng declared. Those few words bore an overwhelming pressure silencing Wen Chuchu completely. Her crimson lips trembled twice, yet in the end she said nothing. Let's go. Mother and the rest are already at home waiting to interrogate us. At the mention of this, Wen Chuchu's head throbbed. See, can I skip it? She was forcibly dragged by Zhan Heng, her small face scrunched up. Probably. Zhan Heng, I don't care. Though I'm pregnant, I know my own body. I know what I should and shouldn't eat. If I still have to go back and suffer, let alone anything else, whether this child will be born safely is another. Wen Chuchu spoke fiercely, but her threat struck Zhan Heng hard. The man turned, his eyes narrowing, a dangerous aura emanating. What did you say? I didn't catch that, Zhan Heng said. My meaning is clear. If your family controls me so strictly, then don't blame me. Before Wen Chuchu could finish, a pressure, neither too light nor too heavy, was placed across her neck. Zhan Heng's large hand had seized her chin, ruthlessly cutting off her breath. Wen Chuchu was stunned for a full 2 seconds before reacting. Good heavens! Was Zhan Heng angry? His face looked so terrifying when darkened, and he actually dared to lay hands on her. Intense rage surged through Wen Chuchu's heart as she struggled violently. Let go. Cough. With great effort under her fierce resistance, Zhan Heng finally released his grip. Yet his dominant aura remained, as if he felt no regret for the act, even implying he would do it again if she threatened him with the child. Faced with such an imposing Zhan Heng, Wen Chuchu was dumbfounded, though she had known from the start that he was not someone to trifle with. Yet during these days since marriage, the man had been patient and gentle with her. She almost thought he was a cat, aloof on the surface but docile inside. Who would have guessed she was mistaken? He was a wild leopard all along, usually cold and graceful, occasionally tender, but wild and untamable. Deep down he was perilous. She had been careless. She had underestimated. Wen Chuchu, listen. This child is not only yours, but also the flesh and blood of my Zhan family. Since you used this child to force me into marriage, then carry the baby to term peacefully, willingly if you can. If not, then carry it unwillingly. His resounding words left Wen Chuchu petrified. She stood rigid as a wooden post, staring at the man, radiating chilling ferocity, unable to move for a long time. You actually. Next time you utter such inauspicious words, the punishment will only double. The man's cold, fierce voice echoed in her ears for a long time. Wen Chuchu was utterly terrified, stunned, and stupefied. Overwhelmed by the anger and dominance radiating from the man's brow and eyes, her crimson lips trembled, and for a long while she could not utter a single word. Though deep down she possessed an unyielding spirit, when it came to direct confrontation, her innate timidity took the upper hand. Don't be upset, Heng. I was just joking, teasing you, alright? Did you? Take it seriously. She let out a hollow laugh, her toes curling in sheer embarrassment. Whether it was a joke or not, at the very least what I said just now was completely serious. Zhan Heng curled his lips, yet that arc held not a trace of a smile. The chill in his eyes was bone deep and terrifying. Wen Chuchu cast a single glance at him and flinched. Got it. Then let's head home. Mom and the others must be waiting for us. When the awkwardness became unbearable, Wen Chuchu was always the one to smooth things over. There was no helping it. Her innate people-pleasing nature couldn't bear to let the stifling silence linger. The rules at home are indeed strict, but they're all for the safe birth of the child in your belly. Bear with it. No matter how hard it gets, it's only 9 months. Perhaps realizing his earlier attitude and threats were too harsh, Zhan Heng began to speak stiffly. His tone had a faint hint of reconciliation, but the brusqueness of his words was deeply unpleasant. The little figures in Wen Chuchu's heart were in an uproar. They screamed and raged, wishing they could blast Zhan Heng into pieces. Yet her natural cowardice made her surrender. It felt as though her body had bowed down, but her spirit stubbornly refused to yield. She was caught in a twisted state, utterly unable to swallow this indignity. Zhan Heng, her newlywed husband, always so gentle and considerate, had actually grabbed her by the throat. Wasn't that domestic violence? So cruel, so cold, so heartless. But I really feel awful. I don't want to drink the soup. Just thinking about it made Wen Chuchu's little face scrunch up. Her eyes were moist, as if layers of tears were building up, threatening to fall at any moment. Zhan Heng constantly reminded himself not to be soft-hearted. But when he saw those pitiful watery eyes, his heart still tightened. If you don't want the soup, pour it out. But it's easy when you're here. What if Mom insists on watching me drink it? I can't just down it in front of her and then secretly spit it out behind her back. That would cause acid reflux and seriously harm my health. Wen Chuchu was deeply distressed. Besides, you have to go to work. You can't stay with me all the time. At this, Zhan Heng's brows also knitted into a deep furrow. Also that Dr. Su and Miss Heng are utterly shameless. Since they can't beat me openly, they resort to dirty tricks behind my back. You have to stand up for me. I cannot just swallow this insult. Heng Heng, before we go back, let's rehearse our story. Wen Chuchu's eyes darted around as a brilliant idea took shape. Since Zhan Heng wasn't being helpful, she would have to rely on herself. In this world, the truth was that leaning on a mountain and it crumbles, counting on water and it flows away. Only relying on oneself was the ultimate principle. Wen Chuchu thought, helpless and bitter. Rehearse our story. The peculiar phrase made Zhan Heng's brows tighten. Yes, we can't just admit to their accusations. That would be too foolish. We have to fight back. Wen Chuchu waved her little fists in anger, utterly furious. That irresistibly charming little face instantly made Zhan Heng lose his composure. Unable to control himself, he asked, "How do we resist?" Wen Chuchu gave him a coquettish glare and said, "Of course, by firmly denying it. If Mom and Dad ask about me eating junk food, you deny it along with me. If Dr. Sue starts to speak, well, both shut her down. The most important thing is not to take away my freedom to go to work with you. I never want to be locked up in the Zhan residence, lonely and alone again." Fear was rapidly gathering in Wen Chuchu's watery big eyes. Zhan Heng watched, and the heart beneath his chest softened into a hopeless mess. He shouldn't. Reason warned Zhan Heng not to be fooled by this little girl's act of playing the fool. But emotions still won out. He couldn't help but think. Wen Chuchu had inexplicably become pregnant, and at such a young age, she had to bear these unbearable burdens. She had indeed suffered great grievances, and the child in her womb was his. No matter how he looked at it from every angle, he should fully support the little girl. You eating junk food is a fact, Zhan Heng pointed out calmly. I know. Wen Chuchu immediately clasped her hands in supplication. I know. I promise that was the only time. From now on, without your permission, I won't touch a single bite of food. But I can't listen to Mom. She's too restrictive in what she forbids, and within the allowed range there's nothing. Heng Heng, considering how pitiful I am carrying your child, please be on my side. Wen Chuchu never imagined that one day she would be so humble for the sake of a bite of food. She wasn't even as free and happy as when she was at her parents' home. Things were getting worse every day. If she had known, she would never have gotten married. All right. Zhan Heng's eyes gazed deeply at the little girl, his handsome Adam's apple rolling up and down. An uncontrollable heat was assaulting him from below. He had to clench his fists tightly to restrain himself. Awesome. Heng Heng, I knew you were the best to me. Yeah, right. Wen Chuchu excitedly and cautiously took Zhan Heng's hand. Outwardly, she was overjoyed, but inwardly, she was adding a bold, severe mark against Zhan Heng in her mental grudge book. This damned man. Not only had he made her pregnant for no reason, but he also treated her, a pregnant woman, so cruelly. Despicable. Shameless. A man who threatens a woman deserves to die. The whole way back to the Zhan residence, Wen Chuchu silently cursed Zhan Heng. Only when the car stopped and the man got out extending his strong hand toward her did she snap out of her satisfying cursing. Looking at the man's hand, countless questions flashed through her mind. Was this to help her get out of the car? A sweet after a slap. Damned man, isn't this tactic used to tame dogs? And he was using it on her. No way he would succeed. She absolutely would not be moved by such lowly tactics. Surname Zhan. I'm pregnant for you. It's only natural that you be considerate to me. Thinking this, Wen Chuchu unhesitatingly placed her hand in Zhan Heng's. As she stepped out of the car, she had the illusion of being Empress Dowager Cixi with Zhan Heng as the eager little eunuch. For a moment, she was haughty and arrogant. Before Zhan Heng could glance over, she swiftly changed her expression, morphing into a picture of docile charm, her eyes curving into a sweet smile. In the art of facial transformation, she rivaled Sichuan opera masters. With a stiff grin plastered on her face, Wen Chuchu pondered a serious question. Heng Heng, watch my cues and adapt on the fly, all right. She had a premonition that stepping into the Zhan family's living room would thrust them into a fierce debate. Yet she deemed herself an absolute genius at arguing her way out. Zhan Heng's voice came low and husky, sending a shiver down her spine. With suppressing the odd sensation, Wen Chuchu grasped Zhan Heng's hand, every nerve taut, and strode in with the fervor of a martyr marching to her doom. But the moment her foot crossed the threshold, every cell in her body erupted. For there in the living room sat her own mother in person. Instantly she cowed. All her cells blared in alarm. Danger. You have entered the highest level of peril. Danger ahead, beware. Danger ahead, take care. Danger ahead, tread with care. Wen Chuchu's eyes bulged and she seized Zhan Heng's sleeve, giving it a sharp, firm tug. When the man cast a questioning look her way, she stiffly gestured toward Zhang Shania, her eyes screaming, clearly my mother is here. Why is she here? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Anxiety consumed Wen Chuchu's gaze as she fidgeted restlessly, her hackles rising. Zhan Heng understood Wen Chuchu's meaning. His large hand gave her wrist a reassuring squeeze. His eyes conveyed just as clearly, "Take things as they come, don't be afraid. I've got this." Perhaps it was the unwavering calm in Zhan Heng's gaze that oddly soothed Wen Chuchu's frazzled heart. She forced out a dry smile. Just as she braced herself for a full-scale confrontation, her mother's familiar voice rang out. "Wen Chuchu, you're finally back." The words, dripping with icy malice, struck Wen Chuchu like a cold arrow, piercing straight through her. A shudder ran down her spine as she quickly responded. Mom, I'm here." Her voice was sweet, lively, and quick-witted. A playful smile hung at the corners of her lips. Her eyes were crescent-shaped, projecting an image of perfect obedience. Zhang Shania looked at her daughter and seethed with fury. On the surface, Wen Chuchu appeared docile and compliant, even treating her mother like a fearsome beast. She seemed the epitome of a worry-free, triumphant mother. But Zhang Shania alone knew that Wen Chuchu harbored a rebellious streak deep in her bones. No matter how sweet her facade, it could never hide her defiance. Otherwise, how could she, under such strict family discipline, have ended up pregnant out of wedlock? And on top of that, to be gorging herself indiscriminately while pregnant, without a shred of restraint. For Zhang Shania, this was an utter disgrace to her entire life. That was why, even as she sat in the Zhan family's living room with a beaming smile, she was secretly grinding her teeth at Wen Chuchu. That smile was so sinister it made every hair on Wen Chuchu's body stand on end, sending chills down her spine. Good heavens! Could you tone it down? This is, after all, someone else's living room. Could the strict upbringing wait just a little longer, if only a little? At the moment when Wen Chuchu's entire body was blaring alarms, she suddenly felt Zhan Heng's grip on her wrist tighten. His touch was profoundly reassuring, and he cast her a glance. That single glance radiated an overwhelming sense of security. The next instant, his deep, mellow voice arose. "Mother, you've arrived." Zhang Shania wore one face when confronting Wen Chuchu, but a completely different one when facing her ideal son-in-law Zhan Heng. Soft, kind, and benevolent. She was the very embodiment of the perfect mother-in-law. Witnessing this, Wen Chuchu pouted her rosy lips in displeasure. Humph. Compared to herself, wasn't Zhan Heng merely taller, better-looking, wealthier, and slightly more outstanding? Was a Sichuan opera-style face change really necessary? She hadn't even displayed her own face-changing skills yet, and already she was treated to her own mother's virtuoso performance. If asked how Wen Chuchu felt, it was undoubtedly a mix of bitterness and sourness. "Yes, your mother called me and told me about Chuchu's pregnancy. I received the call." At this point, Zhang Shania shot Wen Chuchu a cold, piercing glare. Then when her gaze shifted back to Zhan Heng, it instantly softened. Like a gentle drizzle, it stood in stark contrast to the storm she had unleashed on her daughter. Wen Chuchu's heart quivered. There was no denying her mother's imposing authority. With just a few glances, all of Wen Chuchu's defiant cells surrendered. The little figures inside her heart began to tremble, collectively, glumly contemplating her fate. "I was utterly astonished. I only knew you two had a hasty flash marriage, but I never imagined this wretched girl would have the audacity to do such things behind my back. Getting pregnant is one thing. At least you're married and settled. But to think she'd still eat junk food, even your mother is too soft-hearted to be strict with Chuchu. But Chuchu doesn't know her limits. She mistakes your mother's leniency for weakness and outright disobeys. How can that be allowed? I came today specifically to teach Chuchu a lesson." Zhang Shania's string of words explained the reason for her appearance. But when Chuchu cautiously lifted her eyelids and immediately spotted Su Shui standing behind Madame Zhan and Zhang Shania. Oh, splendid. She knew Su Shui was no good bird. From the very beginning, Su Shui had appeared as a potential romantic rival. At first, when Chuchu hadn't taken it seriously and even found it amusing. But just because of a snatched dress, this cup of green tea was already eager to display its tea ceremony. When Chuchu decided to launch a cautious counterattack under her mother's stern authority and before everyone's eyes. "Mother, I didn't eat any junk food." When Chuchu blinked, her big eyes blatantly lying while dragging out her Gatuda fail-free card. "Zhan Heng. If you don't believe me, just ask Zhan Heng. How would I dare to disobey Mother? Mother, I truly did not eat junk food. I believe Dr. Su and Miss Heng must have been mistaken. All that junk food was eaten by Su Lanshan. If I'm lying even half a word, may I?" She was about to swear solemnly when, the next second, her mouth was firmly covered by a large palm. Zhan Heng calmly sealed her lips, his thin lips curling slightly. "Chuchu is right. I can testify that she didn't eat any junk food. The child in her belly is not only hers, but also mine. I'm a bit older, so I know better than she does what to eat and what not to." The man's voice rang out, instantly commanding the entire scene. Even though what she and Zhan Heng said was a lie, somehow Zhan Heng's words carried an air of credibility. Wen Chuchu pulled down the man's large hand, barely restoring smooth breathing. Heaving for air, she exhaled a long, deep sigh from her chest. Then she suddenly realized they were in front of so many people. Her ears burned crimson with embarrassment. How awkward. Her toes curled against the ground. Embarrassment saturated every breath. To prove Zhan Heng's words true, she nodded frantically. A flicker of hesitation crossed Madame Zhan's face. For Zhan Heng did not appear to be lying, and her son had never been one to tell untruths. Is this true? Madame Zhan's skeptical gaze shifted to Wen Chuchu. Wen Chuchu replied, true. Truer than gold itself. Madame Zhan hesitated, her eyes falling on Su Shui. Su Shui felt that gaze like a slow execution upon her entire being. Under the collective scrutiny, Su Shui stepped forward with an awkward smile. Madame Zhan, Miss Heng witnessed this matter. I can hardly verify its truth. Moreover, even the act of informing had been Heng Wenji's doing. How could Su Shui leave herself such a glaring vulnerability? Just as Su Shui's uneasy heart threatened to burst from her chest, Zhan Heng's low, mellow voice suddenly sounded again. His tone was gentle, yet the threat and intimidation in his eyes made Su Shui shudder violently. Dr. Su and Miss Heng acted out of goodwill, concern for Chuchu and my child. I understand that. But excessive concern has exceeded the bounds of Dr. Su's professional duties. Next time, do not trouble so many people over such a trivial matter. Meeting his eyes, Su Shui felt a shiver run down her spine. She had already grasped Zhan Heng's implication. His meddling had grown tiresome. Su Shui's heart pounded wildly beneath her chest. Would Zhan Heng dismiss her over this? If so, she would lose everything and gain nothing. I am sorry. Son-in-law Zhan, even if Chuchu didn't eat those junk foods, making you skip work during office hours is hardly a good sign. Zhang Shania hit the nail on the head. This was the true issue. Neither Madame Zhan nor Zhang Shania would tolerate such behavior. One mother feared for her son's career, the other dreaded her daughter being branded a seductress. What a meticulously orchestrated drama of maternal concern. The mothers began to unleash their tongues, launching condemnations from their moral high ground. Yet just as the two mothers were ready to take the stage and dominate the scene, Zhan Heng's single sentence effortlessly silenced everyone. Mom, skipping work is no big deal. At this stage, the child in Chuchu's belly matters more to me than any career. As he spoke, Zhan Heng's adoring gaze fell on Wen Chuchu, the tenderness within it causing her heart to clench. His electrifying eyes were so powerful. One glance sent her heart pounding, nearly leaping. Rest assured, I will take good care of Chuchu, cherish the child in her womb, and protect them both for a lifetime. His eyes shimmered with affection, enchanting to the point of being utterly irresistible. Zhan Heng's words stirred up a storm of controversy. The two mothers exchanged glances, their eyes filled with surprise and suspicion. They seemed astonished that Zhan Heng and Wen Chuchu had already cultivated such a profound bond in such a short time. However, Madame Zhan quickly regained her composure, her eyes flickering as she smiled, and said, Zhan Heng is right. For now, the baby in Chuchu's womb is the most important. That won't do. Zhang Shania interrupted Madame Zhan. Though the baby is important, Zhan Heng's career is even more crucial. Mom, these aren't mutually exclusive, Zhan Heng explained calmly, hands in his pockets. My career won't suffer from missing one day of work. Zhang Shania's smile turned awkward. Zhan Heng met Madame Zhan's gaze and said, nor will my abilities diminish just because I spend some time with Chuchu. The company's performance speaks for itself. With that, Zhan Heng gently took Wen Chuchu's hand. Everything was understood without words. The warmth and happiness that surrounded them were undeniable. The three people in the living room looked at each other in astonishment. Madame Zhan was quick to react, soon saying, look at me, I was so anxious that I began to doubt my own son's. Zhang Shania awkwardly tried to smooth things over. Zhan Heng's excellence is clear to all. I trust. Then she changed her tone, saying, but today's incident is still Chuchu's fault. Chuchu apologized to your mother-in-law and promised it won't happen again. When Chuchu felt pressured and had no right to refuse. Just as she was about to speak, the grip on her wrist tightened. No apology is needed. If anyone should apologize, it's me. Zhan Heng looked at her, his eyes brimming with deep emotion. Then he turned his gaze to the two mothers. Mom, I'm sorry. I'm the one who made Chuchu bear the blame for affecting my work. Next time I will take better care of Chuchu and never let her fall into any predicament in any aspect. Zhang Shania quickly waved her hands. No need to apologize. This is not your fault. Then she hurriedly signaled to Wen Chuchu. Chuchu, say something. Wen Chuchu was deeply reluctant, but at that moment she had to save face for her mother. I'm sorry. I promise I won't affect Zhan Heng's career. Zhan Heng suddenly spoke. My career is not something anyone can easily influence. Chuchu, you don't need to apologize. Then he addressed the two mothers. Mom, from now on Chuchu's job is to rest and take care of the baby. As the father of her child, I will also devote some of my energy to looking after her and the baby. If we make a big fuss over every little thing, we'll become a laughingstock. His sharp gaze suddenly lifted to look at Su Shui. Su Shui's heart shrank. She suddenly realized that Zhan Heng, who had always been lenient and never difficult, could be so cold and fierce. Just a single glance from him made Su Shui shiver with cold. As her heart pounded with anxiety, Zhan Heng's voice rang in her ears. Dr. Su, the old mansion needs a specialized obstetrician, but your expertise doesn't match. For now you'll be transferred to Lansong Courtyard to serve. Su Shui's face turned deathly pale. This job was her proudest asset, the perfect excuse to get close to Zhan Heng, and her stepping stone to navigate high society. How could she lose this job, even though it was merely a transfer to Lansong Garden? Yet everyone knew that Lansong Garden was just one of Huatingbai's and used villas. Being transferred there would essentially negate her career. This couldn't happen. Su Shui's eyes were filled with panic, her lips trembling as she tried to defend herself. But the next moment Madame Zhan's affirmation struck her. Zhan Heng's concern is valid. Now that Chuchu is in the first 3 months of pregnancy, the most unstable period, it's reassuring to have an obstetrician. But Dr. Su has been working in the old residence for so long, and I've grown accustomed to her. It's better not to transfer her. Madame Zhan's words allowed Su Shui's heart, which had been in her throat, to gradually settle. Zhang Shania also caught the implication behind Zhan Heng's words. At this moment, even though she held no fondness for Dr. Su, she had to say something. Dr. Su was only concerned about Chuchu, so she made a fuss over nothing. I don't think it's necessary to change her position over this. Zhang Shania's words were undeniably clever. They subtly highlighted Su Shui's meddling while also displaying her own magnanimity. Su Shui clearly understood Zhang Shania's implication, her face shifting between pale and red. Her ears burned with embarrassment. Yes, Zhan Heng, there's no need for resignation. Just add another family doctor. Madame Zhan said, indirectly pleading for Su Shui. Regardless, seeing someone speak up for her, Su Shui's expression finally improved slightly. However, no one anticipated that Zhan Heng would be unusually adamant on this matter. Dr. Su, an important guest of mine, is staying at Lansong Garden. He's ill, and I believe you are the most suitable person to attend to him. I trust your medical skills, and am confident you can take good care of my guest. Zhan Heng's gaze met hers, and Su Shui's tense nerves immediately relaxed. So that was it. I see. Then he'll go. Mr. Zhan, rest assured I won't let. Su Shui felt both disappointed and delighted. Disappointed because she wouldn't see Zhan Heng for a long time, delighted because he wasn't angry at her for reporting to Hang Wenji. Seeing Zhan Heng's insistence, Madame Zhan said no more. Zhan Heng then instructed the butler to immediately help Su Shui pack her luggage and head to Lansong Garden. And so with Zhan Heng's firm stance, the matter was settled. Wen Chuchu, who had been observing the whole affair, was utterly bewildered. She had thought Zhan Heng wanted Su Shui to resign to stand up for her, but instead, he was promoting her. This infuriated her. Out of sight of the two mothers, she shot a fierce glare at Zhan Heng. Her big watery eyes seemed to speak. Wen Chuchu, Zhan Heng, you've disappointed me so much. Zhan Heng raised an eyebrow as if replying, oh, in what way have I disappointed you? Wen Chuchu wrinkled her nose fiercely with pure malice. Wen Chuchu, every single part of you has disappointed me beyond words. Humph. The little figures inside Wen Chuchu's mind roared in unison. Zhan Heng, you bastard. How dare you not stand with me? This is absolutely intolerable. Regardless of the exchange of glances between the two of them, the two mothers proceeded to condemn their unreliable behavior today. In the end, they reached a unified opinion for the time being. Wen Chuchu's unborn child should take priority, yet they must not let their careers tip out of balance. Family and career. Zhan Heng must carefully balance both. In ordinary days, television dramas and novels often depict women trapped in such a dilemma. Now seeing this very problem placed before Zhan Heng, the wealthiest man, Wen Chuchu felt a sense of schadenfreude. I've seen too many dramas where men put women in difficult positions. Now it's your turn to take the stage, dazed and confused, aren't you? However, her schadenfreude lasted less than a second, for in the next moment Zhang Shania's hostile gaze turned toward her. With a forced smile that didn't reach her eyes, she said, Chuchu, I have some private words to share with you. Let's have a heart-to-heart mother-daughter talk alone. Wen Chuchu's hair stood on end. Her small back was ramrod straight like that of a zombie. Hey, she laughed dryly, extremely embarrassed, and said, Mommy, well, that's not necessary, is it? Heng, and I still have some things to handle. How about we talk after I get home? As she saw her mother's gaze turning sharp, Wen Chuchu quickly added another sentence. Besides, Mommy should spend more time with mother-in-law. After all, there's still so much time ahead. Wen Chuchu was hinting to Zhang Shania. Now she was no longer the daughter of the Wen family, a little ant clutched in her palm. Now she was a married daughter, water splashed out. From now on they could appropriately establish some distance and such. However, Zhang Shania had practically watched Wen Chuchu grow up. She knew all too well what schemes were twisting in those winding guts of hers. The smile at the corner of her mouth deepened, yet the danger within it became thicker and undispersed. There will be plenty of time. But I feel that between us, mother and daughter, there are still some issues that are urgent and need to be dealt with. With that said, Zhang Shania was about to stand up. Wen Chuchu instinctively wanted to flee. Her heels had even already retreated a step. She was prepared if her mother charged at her, she would turn and run. This was the winning experience gained from 20-plus years of maneuvering with her mother. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. In the nick of time, in a flash. Just when the war seemed about to break out, a low, mellow voice successfully halted this life-and-death battle between mother and daughter. Mom, I know you must be harboring a grudge over Chuchu's pregnancy before marriage, but this matter is my fault first. Now that Chuchu is pregnant, if you have anger with no outlet, let me take the punishment on her behalf. The man who had been standing shoulder to shoulder with Wen Chuchu had somehow stepped forward and addressed Zhang Shania. All of Zhang Shania's anger came to an abrupt halt, yet traces of unsubsided fury remained in her eyes. Son-in-law Zhan, you overthink things. Chuchu and I were just going over the matters needing attention during pregnancy. It's not a punishment at all. Besides, Chuchu is my biological daughter. How could I possibly do anything to her? Hearing these words, Wen Chuchu's body trembled. This meant she was going to be disciplined no matter what. Good heavens. It seemed that today's domestic punishment was something she could not escape. Just as Zhang Shania stepped forward about to seize her, Wen Chuchu's scream was trapped in her throat. At the peak of her terror, an arm firmly interposed itself between her and Zhang Shania. It was Zhan Heng. Wen Chuchu felt as if she had been granted a pardon, clutching at this lifeline and ducking behind Zhan Heng. Mommy, calm down. We're not at home. Wen Chuchu reminded her mother with a sly tone. Watch your image. You've always been the embodiment of grace, elegance, beauty, and dignity. Flattery poured out of her mouth like it cost nothing. Zhang Shania ground her molars facing Zhan Heng and said, Son-in-law, what is this? Do you think I would devour Chuchu? Watching coldly, Zhan Heng was indeed a considerate husband. Zhan Heng deliberately shielded Wen Chuchu behind him, saying, Mother-in-law Chuchu's fear of you is etched into her bones. But now, during her critical pregnancy, I cannot allow her to be frightened or experience any negative emotions. His deep, sincere eyes met Zhang Shania's. I hope for the sake of her pregnancy you can spare her for now. The primary responsibility lies with me. Regarding this matter, I can accept any punishment on Chuchu's behalf. With that, Zhan Heng commanded in a deep voice, Butler, bring the ruler. The old butler prepared handed an iron ruler to Zhan Heng. The moment Wen Chuchu saw the ruler, her eyes widened. She had thought only she was threatened by such a tool since childhood. Unexpectedly, Zhan Heng's household also possessed such an antique. Moreover, from the ruler's marks, it had clearly been in the home for a long time. Glancing at Zhan Heng's perfect profile, Wen Chuchu felt a strange sense of kinship, fellow sufferers. Yet the next moment, what happened made her jaw drop. The man she usually had to look up to now held the ruler in both hands, and suddenly dropped to one knee. Seeing his lowered level, her heart leaped into her throat. This. It mustn't be. Mom, I know Chuchu, and I have made an irreparable mistake. I've even brought shame upon you. All of it is my fault. As the culprit, I am willing to bear the full punishment. Whatever number of strikes you intended for Chuchu, you can apply double to me. The light in the man's pupils was firm and sharp. Wen Chuchu gasped and frantically tugged at his clothes, trying to make him rise. Awkward. Too awkward. Her out-of-wedlock pregnancy was being openly discussed in her mother-in-law's living room, and her hastily married husband was defending her so fiercely. As she felt utterly ashamed, and overwhelming gratitude surged in her chest. Tremors of emotion crawled up her spine inch by inch. She even forgot her fear of Zhang Shania, her sole focus on making Zhan Heng stand up. Zhan Heng, you don't have to do this. I'm not the only one at fault. I'll bear my own consequences. Wen Chuchu bit her rosy lips and suddenly knelt beside Zhan Heng. Lifting her head, she met her mother's gaze directly. Mommy, I know I was wrong. Punish me however you see fit. I'll accept it without complaint. She said this defiantly, only to have an arm stretch out and protect her unhurriedly. Chuchu, you're pregnant. Leave this to me. His plain tone stirred a tempest in Wen Chuchu's heart. Zhan Heng actually defended her like that. A man's knees are made of gold. A towering figure like him, a rising star, should value his dignity more than life. Unexpectedly, he knelt before his mother for her sake and for the child in her womb. Who said I was going to hit Chuchu? Suddenly Zhang Shania's voice interrupted Wen Chuchu's overwhelming shock. Zhang Shania looked at Wen Chuchu with a smile and said, "Son-in-law Zhan, you misunderstand. Please get up quickly. Both of you get up. I only need to say a few words to Chuchu." Saying this, she gritted her teeth and pulled Wen Chuchu up, then gestured for her to help pull Zhan Heng up together. Wen Chuchu, dazed, helped Zhan Heng to his feet. Even though he had done something as public as kneeling, there was no trace of embarrassment on Zhan Heng's face. It seemed as if what he had just done was not at all shameful. Wen Chuchu couldn't help but marvel at Zhan Heng's strong psychological resilience. She was also captivated by the personal charisma radiating from him. In the eyes of ordinary people, such behavior would damage his dignity, a sheer humiliation. But in Wen Chuchu's eyes, Zhan Heng was responsible and flexible, truly a rare great figure. How could she be so blessed? She casually found a man for a flash marriage and ended up with such a limited edition gem. 3 lifetimes of fortune. Son-in-law Zhan, although it was a misunderstanding, your concern for Chuchu and the child in her womb has put my mind at ease as her mother. Chuchu, come here. Mom wants to have a quick word with you. Zhang Shania's unfriendly gaze fell upon her, and Wen Chuchu's spine shuddered. In the next instant, Zhang Shania grabbed her wrist with lightning speed. She pulled her aside, turning her back to Zhan Heng and Madame Zhan, and gritted her teeth, saying in a hateful tone, "Wen Chuchu, you have quite the nerve." Wen Chuchu was nervous and gave a dry laugh. "It is indeed a bit much. Don't be cheeky with me. Since things have come to this, hurry up and arrange the wedding. Don't wait until your belly is big and embarrass us so soon." Wen Chuchu had planned to find time to discuss divorce with Zhan Heng and deal with the child, but Zhan Heng cared so much that she suddenly had a premonition of being caught in a dilemma. "Otherwise, what do you want? To embarrass me even more? Well, all right." Wen Chuchu answered reluctantly, very reluctantly. But under the coercion of her domineering mother, she had no room to resist. A salted fish is a salted fish. It can't even turn over. After the coercion, Zhang Shania turned around and met Zhan Heng's face, which held a half-smile. "Mom, you're right. I plan to prepare a grand wedding quickly before Chuchu's belly grows." When Chuchu's eyes widened, Zhan Heng, how could he make decisions for her so easily? She wanted to roar in anger. However, Zhang Shania's face lit up with joy. The way she looked at Zhan Heng was like a mother-in-law seeing her son-in-law, more pleased with each glance. Even the two mothers began discussing the wedding arrangements enthusiastically right in front of them. When Chuchu was furious. Marriage, a major life event. Was it to be decided so easily? And she didn't even have the right to say it. How outrageous. She clenched her fists, gritted her molars, and prepared to launch a campaign against Zhan Heng. "Mr. Zhan," she said with a forced smile, "are you the only one who decides about the wedding?" Yet the man had his own reasoning. Casting a leisurely glance at the two bustling mothers in the living room, he remarked, "If I hadn't put it that way, do you think we could have escaped family discipline?" So was she supposed to thank him? The anger at Wen Chuchu's throat died abruptly. Though the man was cunning, his words were true. Perhaps her own mother, seeing Zhan Heng's sincerity, decided to let her off for now, though she still shot her icy glances from time to time. But at least this matter had been settled for the moment. Wen Chuchu truly didn't know whether to feel grateful or furious. "But, do you think after your mother learned about your pregnancy, there's a better outcome than marrying me, eh?" The man's questioning struck her, leaving her speechless. Indeed, it seemed there was no turning back. Little bubbles of anxiety kept rising in her throat. What to do? What to do? Zhan Heng lifted his eyelids and glanced upstairs, the meaning clear. "Let's discuss it upstairs." With no other choice, Wen Chuchu agreed. But thinking about having to explain to the two mothers, Wen Chuchu grew uneasy again. As if reading her thoughts, Zhan Heng spoke first. "Ladies, Chuchu and I have something to discuss. Excuse us." With that, he grabbed Wen Chuchu and left. A forced smile on her lips, she let him drag her upstairs. The door clicked shut, cutting off the mother's gazes, and Wen Chuchu let out a long sigh of relief. Finally free. Her heavy breathing gradually calmed. She met the man's unruffled gaze. "Do you have any good ideas? One that helps me escape family punishment without being bound by this marriage?" "No." Zhan Heng didn't even lift his eyelids, tossing out 2 words. "No." When Chuchu exploded. "You acted so certain, but you have nothing. You've ruined me. Do you realize that? I've already done enough by getting the marriage certificate with you, and now you want a grand wedding. If we can't be together in the future after announcing it to the world, how do we fix this? Wouldn't a high-profile wedding ending in divorce be utterly tragic?" When Chuchu's delicate face scrunched up in distress. "You're overthinking. Divorce is impossible." Suddenly her chin was lifted, meeting his dark, surging eyes. The vortex in his gaze had reappeared. Each whirlpool seemed to clamor as if to devour her. Wen Chuchu's heart skipped a beat as she instinctively wanted to escape. A feeling rose within her that she had provoked someone she shouldn't have. A fear that she might not escape unscathed. Why not? Because you're pregnant. The man's reply was hardly romantic. In fact, it was far too pragmatic. It sent Wen Chuchu's suspended heart plummeting to the abyss. What the heck? She had imagined all sorts of romantic lines. In the end, it was just for the child in her belly. Then you miscalculated. Wen Chuchu met the man's blazing gaze squarely, her little mouth chattering, what if I can't safely give birth to this child? Does that mean our marriage can't continue? How could it not? When Zhan Heng said this, his voice simple. Accidents happen, fortunes change. Who knows what tomorrow will bring? Maybe this child in my belly really won't be born safely. Absolutely impossible. Wen Chuchu's words were forcefully interrupted. The ferocity in her voice and the dominance in her gaze wove a net that tightly ensnared her. Wen Chuchu's heart quivered like a sieve, deeply enchanted by the personal magnetism radiating from Zhan Heng. Surprise, joy, and delight spread inch by inch through her body. She licked her crimson lips and forced herself to stay calm. How do you know there won't be any surprises? She murmured in a soft voice, complaining, you're just a man, not a god. Many things in this world are unpredictable. Zhan Heng's gaze burned as it enveloped her. Now that it's here, it's my responsibility. I won't allow any mishap, nor will any occur with it. It will be born safely. How absolute. Under Zhan Heng's overpowering demeanor, Wen Chuchu didn't even dare to retort. You? She glanced cautiously at the man and asked, do you really value this child inside me that much? What do you think? Did she even need to think? Zhan Heng had knelt before his own aged mother because of this child. A man's knees hold gold. What's more, they were the knees of a big shot. That was far more than mere gold. It was a rare treasure. Probably something she would witness only once in her lifetime. Wen Chuchu clicked her tongue inwardly. Then she voiced another doubt from the depths of her heart. Why? Is it because you feel you need a child to inherit your estate? Or is it that you would treasure any offspring of your own blood this much? Or perhaps this child can serve as a shield against your parents' nagging for grandchildren, so you. Wen Chuchu couldn't finish the sentence, because the man's long fingers gripped her chin, his gaze searing as he looked at her. The breath from his words struck her skin, flattening each fine hair. How can you not consider that it's because I care about you, and thus care about this child? Because it's born of you, because it's my seed. That's why I care. How can you not consider that it's because I care about you, and thus care about this child? Because it's born of you, because it's my seed. That's why I care. Into her heart. They drilled deep, leaving her heart numb, itchy, tingling, trembling. Her botus alarms blared in unison. Trembling lips, she forced a stiff smile. Stop joking. Care about me. We've only known each other for a few days. Heng ours was a whirlwind marriage. Wen Chuchu reminded him. There was no deep affection between them. Yet in the next second, a low, husky voice corrected her. Huh. Her big eyes were filled with astonishment, glistening as she stared at Zhan Heng. Don't call me Heng. Reduplicated syllables sound dumb. Call me Heng, or husband. Heng. The moment when Chuchu's voice fell, her lips were devoured by the man's thin ones. He lowered his head and kissed her solidly. Scorching heat and ragged breaths spread rapidly between the two. Wen Chuchu sensed something amiss and wanted to retreat. In seconds, the ambiguous, fiery kiss completely engulfed her. The kiss left her legs as weak as noodles. To keep from falling, she had to wrap her arms tightly around his neck. This small gesture seemed to strike some nerve in the man. His thin lips parted from her crimson ones, his blazing eyes fixed on her little whirlpools, emerging one after another, utterly sweeping her in. When the man lowered his head again, he gave Wen Chuchu an exquisitely lingering kiss. Being kissed again. Electric currents rapidly surged as his tongue even forcefully invaded, sucking all the sweetness from her lips. It felt as if her soul had been sucked away along with it. When Zhan Heng released her breath was uneven, her big eyes wet and misty. Don't look at me like that. Like what? Wen Chuchu looked dazed, innocent as a pure fawn. Beneath Zhan Heng's chest, his heart pounded wildly, on the verge of losing control. A rush of heat was climbing through his throat, about to burst forth. His eyes darkened, and he lowered his head to kiss her again. The fragrant scent mingled with her erratic breaths, ignited a fervor within his body. Some indescribable heat kept rising, scalding and unbearable. He could no longer hold back. Reason and desire tugged at him, fiercely torturing his very soul. His slender fingers silently traced down her neck inch by inch. When they reached the curve with a hint of release, he squeezed firmly. Wen Chuchu was stunned, a melodious sound escaping her throat. She opened her eyes, wet and shrouded in a misty allure. The taut string within him snapped completely. His arms slid under her neck, and he lifted her horizontally, carried her to the soft bed, leaned over, pressed down, and sealed her slightly parted red lips. The movements were fluid and seamless. Wen Chuchu's breath was slightly disordered, still unable to recover as familiar kisses descended. Her nose was filled with his masculine scent. His pheromones, intense and commanding, seeped irresistibly into her bloodstream. It seemed something hot was spreading from her heart across her skin little by little. Her ears burned crimson, and her breath was utterly chaotic. She clumsily dodged his pecking kisses, her whole body rendered limp and helpless. She did not even know whether she should be angry or succumb. Kissing Zhan Heng. The sensation was rather exquisite. Oh, just as she was sinking into his charm and skill, unable to extricate herself, she pinched her thigh hard, forcing herself to wake up. Hey! Zhan Heng was ablaze, and Wen Chuchu's cool skin was the perfect antidote. As he lingered in her fragrant soft shoulder, deeply inhaling, a finger gently poked his tense shoulder. He lifted his eyes, bloodshot, blazing with fire and electricity, causing Wen Chuchu to gasp sharply. Instinctively she shrank back. The overwhelming aura of aggression flashed a single word in her mind. Flee. Heng, you need to control yourself. I know I'm stunningly beautiful, and any man would lose control. But who are you? Clutching her wildly pounding heart, she flattered him profusely. You are the majestic, unflappable, outstanding, unrivaled business tycoon Zhan Heng. What kind of woman haven't you seen? A little cabbage like me isn't worth your effort. Gnawing on me wouldn't bring you glory or pride. Don't you think so? To avert the impending obligation, Wen Chuchu would say anything. What if I insist on wasting it on you? His eyes were deep and dark, the turmoil within them threatening to devour her. The double entendre made Wen Chuchu's face flush crimson. Her big eyes blinking rapidly, Wen Chuchu's mind spun at lightning speed. But why? A heat rose in her throat, and even within her body a strand of warmth kept surging toward her face. Because I am your wife. Wen Chuchu bit her crimson lips as the words lingered in her throat, and a flush spread from her cheeks to the tips of her ears, blood red. Though I quite enjoy your kisses, I think before I figure things out you shouldn't be so wanton. As she spoke, the man's eyes visibly narrowed, displeasure surging within. Wen Chuchu quickly explained, I know you don't like hearing this, but it's the truest words from my heart. Even though we are husband and wife in name, to me our relationship isn't that intimate yet. We only got married reluctantly because of the child in my belly. That is your perspective. Zhan Heng interrupted her, his eyes churning like spilled ink. But, Wen Chuchu mumbled, then asked, then didn't you marry me because of this child? If not, then why? Her moist eyes were veiled with a mist of confusion. Just looking at her, Zhan Heng felt his throat tighten, and he couldn't help swallowing his handsome Adam's apple, bobbing. Because you are to my taste. The man's words were no less than an atomic bomb, blasting her heart into scorched ruins. This was simply too shocking. The richest man, Zhan Heng said he liked her. Liked her for what? She was lazy, gluttonous, and such a good for nothing. No, it had to be a joke. Just a tactic to trick her into smoothly delivering the child. Men. A man's mouth is the devil's lies. She wasn't falling for it. Her lips twitched a few times, and Wen Chuchu barely accepted this fact. She said, Ha ha ha. To your taste. In what aspect? Gluttony, laziness, worthlessness, stupidity, or something else? As a salted fish lying flat and letting fate maul her, Wen Chuchu even had to exert effort to find a single virtue. A profound something surged in Zhan Heng's eyes. Which aspect suits my taste is not something I need to explain to you. In short, remember, you are destined to be Mrs. Zhan. Destined. Destined. The word made Wen Chuchu's face flush crimson. She couldn't help but let her mind wander to improper places. That ambiguous phrase deepened the darkness in Zhan Heng's eyes. An intense something blazing hot slowly seeped into his breath. She wished she could bite off her tongue. What's the point of repeating that? So the wedding is definitely happening. Wen Chuchu's mind raced. Her gaze locked onto her small belly. And the child must be born as well. Correct. The turbulent surge in Zhan Heng's eyes finally calmed. A softness fell from the slits of his eyes onto her small belly. That look seemed to carry something warm and tender, making her own belly feel cozy. An irresistible impulse rushed through the cracks of her heart, striking every cell in her body. She longed to immerse herself in the man's gaze and give him a big hug. She wanted to give him a passionate kiss to return all the tenderness he gave her. This impulse left Wen Chuchu dumbfounded. What was happening? Hadn't she agreed to just marry him as a shield? Why had she become so strange? Break. Emergency break. Wen Chuchu thumped her small fist against her forehead, her eyes brimming with mist as they fixed on Zhan Heng. So if you have any demands regarding the wedding, put them forward early. The man's low, mellow voice was like aged wine, seductive enough to lure one in. Wen Chuchu spoke almost instinctively. I want a garden wedding. They'll wear a long bridal gown, walk through the blessings of everyone, and step toward the man I love most. His eyes will hold only me. The ceremony will be utterly romantic, utterly grand, and every single person present will witness my happiness. He loves me to the marrow. Her youthful romantic musings. Which daughter doesn't harbor a touch of longing in her heart? Wen Chuchu was no exception. She didn't even know what she was saying, yet the words spilled out anyway. The next moment, her delicate face clouded over with gloom. She and Zhan Heng didn't match these fantasies in the slightest. At the very least, Zhan Heng wasn't her dearest, most beloved. How could his eyes possibly be filled only with her? As the richest man in the realm, Zhan Heng's heart was inevitably occupied more by his business. This was one of the reasons Wen Chuchu was reluctant to marry a wealthy tycoon. Even now, Zhan Heng showed little patience toward her. Just because she mentioned aborting the child, he dared to grip her by the throat. If they were married for long, and he grew weary, bored. Oh, imagining the possible misery, Wen Chuchu shuddered with a chill. Watching the misty veil over the girl's eyes, Zhan Heng's gaze darkened. Almost unconsciously, he brushed his thumb across her cheek. I understand. Wen Chuchu's delicate brows furrowed involuntarily. She had poured out her heart with such anticipation and boundless yearning, only to be met with such an indifferent I understand. See, one must never harbor any expectations of him. Men. Huh. Burning with discontent yet unable to show it, she suppressed her discomfort and said, I said all that in such vague terms, and you still understood. What exactly do you understand? Her adorable mutterings, though she tried to feign displeasure, the pout of her rosy lips and the shadow cast over her big bright eyes betrayed her little secrets. What you desire, and even what you haven't realized you desire, I can provide all of it. Zhan Heng's reply was formulaic, rigid, and utterly dull. Not a single hint of romance. Wen Chuchu heaved a deep sigh from her chest. She knew it. Romantic men only existed in TV dramas. As for her, she'd better stop dreaming. If she wanted a man's money, she shouldn't expect his romance. And Zhan Heng's only advantage was that he had an awful lot of money. You gain some, you lose some. Men with money devote their minds entirely to making more. How could they have the energy for romance? Wen Chuchu arrived at a most dejected conclusion. I understand. She was thoroughly displeased. Zhan Heng read her little thoughts, and with a finger lightly touched the tip of her fair, tender ear. I have time recently. Whatever style of wedding dress you want, whatever engagement photos you wish to book, and all the various requests for the ceremony, I can accompany you. Wen Chuchu lifted her eyelids for a peek. The young master's face was inscribed with condescension. His expression seemed to say, cherish this opportunity, or you'll regret it. Huh, what a killjoy. She hummed indifferently. In truth, her mind had already drifted from that damned romantic wedding to the matter of her pregnancy. Although none of her friends had yet experienced pregnancy, she had heard more than a little. Becoming pregnant was an arduous ordeal. Did she really have to go through all of it? Morning sickness checkups, a distorted figure, shortness of breath, sluggish movements, swollen legs and feet. The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. Lost in her thoughts, Wen Chuchu sighed deeply. Sigh. Her brows knitted tightly together. Zhan Heng, witnessing this, found his own brow furrowing into peaks and valleys. Typically a girl would be ecstatic upon hearing such news, wouldn't she? Yet here was Wen Chuchu troubled to the point of despair. It seemed that she truly did not want to marry him. What's wrong? Zhan Heng genuinely wished to express concern, yet his words always carried a hint of coldness. A pregnancy is so hard. Wen Chuchu cast a worried glance at Zhan Heng and sighed. I just don't know if I can endure it. Let's not even think about morning sickness checkups, body changes, or swollen legs. Just the thought of Madame Zhan's nourishing soup makes her feel utterly drained. This time she could not pretend at all. There was no way. Just thinking about it made it hard to breathe. No matter the difficulties, we'll face them together. Wen Chuchu did not believe him. For the past few days he had been busy with work, and hadn't she faced everything alone then? Forget it, you have work to do. Wen Chuchu's little face dimmed. I will adjust my work schedule to spend more time with you during this pregnancy. That's impossible. Wen Chuchu shook her head quite pessimistically and a little understanding. You weren't even there when I was drinking the soup. I will be there. Zhan Heng held her hand, slightly tightening his grip. He wouldn't let her feel pain, yet a tingle of electricity surged through her nerves. In that moment, she felt like she wanted to angrily shake him off. But you won't always be there. The light in Wen Chuchu's big eyes dimmed. Just seeing that dimness made Zhan Heng's heart tighten. He almost said, I will always be here. However, considering his work nature, he swallowed that impulse down. Seeing Zhan Heng silent, Wen Chuchu felt increasingly aggrieved, her rosy lips pouting as she whimpered, and I want to eat so many delicious things. But I'm not allowed. For a foodie, the skies are black and white. Color has exited Wen Chuchu's world. What do you want to eat? Zhan Heng couldn't help but ask. There are so many things I want to eat, but sadly you might not allow it. Say it. A forceful word filled with dominance, yet also brimming with affection and a hint of urgency. Wen Chuchu noticed. Zhan Heng was truly a lovable person. Though he was as dense as a brick when it came to pampering the child in her belly, he was anything but vague. In that moment, she felt a thrill of having grasped Zhan Heng's weakness. Excitement. Joy. She almost let out a scream from her throat. With boldness, she began to enumerate the things she craved, but had been strictly forbidden from having. Crawfish hot and sour noodles, grilled scallops, grilled eggplant, grilled oysters, brown sugar ice, jelly, double-skin milk, little jelly. Just counting them made her happiness want to explode. A sense of indescribable satisfaction spread through her body. For a pregnant woman, holding back from eating was a cruel punishment. Zhan Heng watched the excitement on the little girl's face, listening to her desires for such junk food, and his satisfaction slowly cooled down. These are indeed not allowed. Saying this felt cruel even to him. Indeed, he saw the excitement on the little girl's face gradually fading away. In that instant, Zhan Heng felt an impulse to strangle himself. Zhan Heng pressed his lips into a straight line and asked instinctively, you really love food? Wen Chuchu, like a wilted plant, nodded dejectedly, yes. But even if I love it, I can't anymore now. Her eyes devoid of luster made Zhan Heng's heart clench into a knot. Who says you can't? He retorted. The words escaped before he realized what he had said. And Wen Chuchu's small face suddenly lit up as she looked at Zhan Heng, as if seeing the most beautiful ray of light. Under that gaze, Zhan Heng's heart melted into a puddle. Suddenly, he repeated that sentence. No junk food, but gourmet food, of course you can. But I can't eat it every day, can I, eh? Wen Chuchu's big eyes were filled with astonishment, question marks popping up one after another. I can't order delivery, and my movements will become more and more restricted in the future. Thinking about it, she felt worried. Unless you can cook. Wen Chuchu thought of a possibility. Her eyes shining, she fixed them on Zhan Heng, full of anticipation and joy. Can you? He couldn't. Those two words got stuck in his throat. Zhan Heng suddenly couldn't bear to see those beautiful big eyes dim. He wanted to see those big eyes sparkle and glow like a mouse spotting delicious food. It was so adorable, it made his legs weak. He wanted to protect that look. He wanted to protect Wen Chuchu's innocence. He wanted to make her happy forever and ever. Zhan Heng furrowed his brow, this thought stirring a strange resistance within him. Yes. The lie made the words sound unnatural. But of course Wen Chuchu couldn't tell. She was overjoyed, looking at Zhan Heng as if he were some rare treasure. Really? That's simply wonderful. I love food and you can cook. We're a match made in heaven. Suddenly I feel like marrying you isn't such a bad thing after all. Zhan Heng. He wanted to explain that his cooking was terrible, but the words got stuck in his throat. If you like it, I'll arrange it soon. Zhan Heng said. Wen Chuchu was ecstatic. That's awesome. They'll be waiting for your good news. And, oh, there's one more thing I hope you can promise me. Speak. Still that single word. Now it carried a hint of domineering husbandly affection. You should know that pregnancy is very hard for a woman. So I hope you can accompany me, protect me, cherish me, understand me, comfort me when I'm in pain, and cheer me up when I'm unhappy. I know it's not easy to do. After all, we're not a loving couple, just a hasty marriage brought together by the child in my belly. So we need to understand and tolerate each other even more. Only then will you make me willing to give birth to your child. Because I have so much to sacrifice to have this. According to reliable statistics, after giving birth, a woman ages faster than a man every year and her body changes. Weight gain, sagging, stretch marks, all kinds of pain. It will drive me crazy. And it doesn't end there. After the baby is born, the long breastfeeding period means I won't get a full night's sleep, enduring exhaustion and pain to nurse, change diapers, and so on. Her little mouth chattered on, never stopping for a moment. Zhan Heng narrowed his eyes, a faint sweetness and soft warmth rising from his chest. Okay, awesome. I knew you'd be the best, darling. Wen Chuchu's eyes curved into crescents, her large, beautiful eyes brimming with light. Now that you've agreed, you have to keep your word. A gentleman never goes back on his word. If you break this promise, then you shall be punished. Punished? Wen Chuchu's brain whirred at full speed, but she got stuck at a loss for words. May you never meet the woman you truly love. The punishment was soft and utterly powerless, yet its implication made Zhan Heng's pupils contract. Within his sight, those rosy little lips parted and closed, moist, red, and tender. Like a strawberry, they exuded a sweet fragrance, tempting him wave after wave. He did not defy his Bodis urge. He lowered his head and captured those chattering little lips. Surrendered completely. So this was what a kiss felt like. Addictive, intoxicating, utterly bewitching. So this was what it was like to have a chattering little creature by one's side. A bit annoying, yet unexpectedly sweet. Wen Chuchu's eyes flew wide open. She had been kissed again and again. Oh whoa, how could this go on? Without realizing it, she had grown accustomed to his kisses. Sweet, soft, tingling, numbing, itchy. Like a feather gently brushing her heart, sending currents zapping into her nerves one by one. It made her sink into the moment, unwilling to wake. That intoxication lasted for an eternity. An eternity. An eternity. When their lips finally parted, she even heard the pop of a wine cork being pulled from a bottle. How embarrassing. Her ears burned red as apples. Her big dark eyes darted around, utterly unable to meet Zhan Heng's gaze. So shameful. She didn't actually like this man, they were just thrown together. Yet she kept being seduced by his masculine charm. Kissed until her legs went weak, her heart melted, her will paralyzed. How could this be? Taking a deep breath, Wen Chuchu steadied her ragged breathing. Summoning courage, she lifted her moist eyes and said, "You're trying to kiss me, silly, aren't you? Too bad you miscalculated. I haven't forgotten yet. Are you on my side? No matter what problems we face in this marriage, can you stand by me unconditionally?" That single sound melted her bones and enchanted her heart. It sent Wen Chuchu's little heart pounding wildly. Thump, thump. Hey, isn't that a bit too hasty? Wen Chuchu bit her red lips, using the sting to jolt her senses. What if you and your career clash? What if you and your family clash? What if you and your parents clash? What if you meet some soulmate or first love, vermilion mole or moonlight, and I clash with them too? And also, what if you change your orientation and I clash with your male confidants or something? As soon as Wen Chuchu finished her last sentence, a large palm covered her little mouth. It firmly sealed her words. The slightly rough surface of his palm rubbed against her tender lips, sending currents piercing into her heart inch by inch. Into her lungs. By her ear, a low voice like a cello sounded. His breath cascaded layer upon layer over her nape, stirring every fine hair, making her shiver. Isn't the child in your belly proof enough of my orientation? Wen Chuchu, restrain yourself. Don't get too cocky. Why did these reproachful words feel so fiery, so intimate? Her heart trembled, her soul was intoxicated. Wen Chuchu shook her little head, shaking off his large hand. Just kidding. That's all. When she faced the man, her tone turned serious and she paused. Because in the man's eyes there were tiny whirlpools, and that attraction made her heart contract. Too eerie. Lately she had been increasingly affected by the man's emotions, becoming unlike herself. Since that's the case, let's sign a 3-part agreement. Wen Chuchu was well prepared. She tapped her head with a small fist, then pulled out the prepared paper and pen. With a swift scribble, she wrote a line of elegant handwriting. Within a few minutes she presented it to him like a treasure. Zhan Heng took it and scanned it quickly. Childbirth agreement. The furrow between his brows deepened involuntarily, and a trace of displeasure filled his eyes. Yes, it's actually simple. I just wrote down what you promised me. I've already signed, and you just need to put your signature. Zhan Heng rolled up the paper and stared at Wen Chuchu. You don't trust me. A cold, fierce aura permeated his breath like a giant hand gripping her lungs. Wen Chuchu's courage shrank in fear. She waved her hands repeatedly. It's not that I don't trust you. It's... Her mind raced. What answer would quell his anger? Got it. It's just that I don't trust a man's words. This answer loosened a taut string in Zhan Heng's body. But his face remained dark. Still, you don't trust me. Wen Chuchu got angry. I just want to give myself a guarantee. The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she became. You should have noticed that I really dislike being pregnant. It's not just about fearing the Wen family's rules. I'm also young and not ready to be a mother. And being a mother, I would have to sacrifice so much. My figure, my freedom, everything. You know the saying, give me liberty or give me death. I just want a guarantee from you, and you won't give it. Her rosy little lips pouted full of grievance, and her misty eyes were about to shed tears. Zhan Heng's heart clenched. He tightened his grip on the paper, then took the pen from Wen Chuchu's hand. Turning around, he pressed the paper against the table, and as if bewitched, signed his name. Sign, don't cry. He handed the paper to Wen Chuchu, and his rough palm moved toward her tear stains. As it brushed across her cheek, a tingling current ran through her. Wen Chuchu drew a sharp breath, lowering her moist lashes to look at the paper. The two characters, Zhan Heng, were bold and unrestrained, free and easy. She broke into a smile through her tears. She waved the paper in her hand, unable to hide the curve of her lips. With this, you can't bully me anymore. Seeing the stars shining in her eyes, the gloom in his heart seemed to dissipate with a wave. He reached out and pinched her little nose. When did I ever bully you? Tell me. Wen Chuchu wrinkled her nose playfully, speaking in a muffled voice. I was just saying it casually. Threat. Do you know what a threat is? Zhan Heng let go. However, the patch of skin that had touched her little nose remained soft, delicate, the sensation lingering. A tingling sensation lingered in his nerves, challenging his scant rationality. Zhan Heng's eyes darkened again and again. He couldn't help but recall the image of the little girl beneath him, her soft cries and coquettish moans. Each sound was a life-taking blade, yet he relished it willingly. Come to think of it, how long ago was that night? Over 2 months, so long. His gaze falling on Wen Chuchu's belly grew complicated. Your threat has no effect, Zhan Heng said indifferently. Tomorrow I will hire a lawyer to notarize these terms. Additionally, if you successfully give birth, the reward will be 100 million. Wen Chuchu was stunned, her small mouth falling open. 100 million. Are you joking with? That's so much. It was so much that she could barely breathe. So she was being crushed by Zhan Heng's money. She never realized that being buried under such wealth could create such an overwhelming pressure. It's not much. His fingers lightly scratched her cheek as if addicted, lingering repeatedly. Wen Chuchu blushed with embarrassment. Suppressing the urge to explode, she asked, but why? My child, whether son or daughter, is worth this amount. Wen Chuchu stopped questioning. These wealthy people always had some unnecessary sense of dignity. If she irritated him, 100 million might be gone. For the sake of the money. Just now she was full of resentment, but now for the money. She reluctantly agreed to give birth. Wen Chuchu cast a sidelong glance at Zhan Heng and said, well then, I'll follow your arrangements. Not angry anymore. Still a bit angry. Wen Chuchu bit her red lips. Although 100 million was tempting, freedom was still more precious. She pouted. He'll take the money, but you must keep your promises. The man nodded lightly. At last they reluctantly reached an agreement. Then, in a strange atmosphere, holding hands, they went downstairs together to face their mothers. Chuchu, come quickly. There are many wedding dress styles here. You and Zhan Heng should pick the gowns. Wen Chuchu moved over and sat down obediently. Though her eyes skimmed over the wedding dress album, her mind had already wandered far away. 100 million. She was already eagerly planning how to spend it. With that money, she could own her own house in this expensive first-tier city. She would buy one and rent another. Each month she would collect the rent, feast heartily, and be a proper lazy slacker. Bliss. Her eyes turned into hearts. Since Chuchu is pregnant, your wedding must happen as soon as possible before her belly shows and becomes unsightly. Although our Wen family is modest compared to your Zhan family, I still hope the news of the premarital pregnancy won't leak out. Zhan, my son-in-law, can you manage that? Zhang Shania was satisfied with Zhan Heng's abilities. Of course. Zhan Heng sat down opposite Wen Chuchu, his long legs bent, arms resting on his parted knees, fingers naturally intertwined. Due to the proximity, the man's imposing aura made the space feel oppressively narrow. Though the living room was spacious, the air grew thin. Staring at him, Wen Chuchu couldn't help recalling how his handsome face had leaned in and pressed against her lips. He was impossibly handsome. When he kissed her, his stray hair would slide down, trembling slightly with each movement. And she was drunk in his kiss. As she thought, Wen Chuchu's 10 toes curled in shame against the floor. Oh, what was she thinking? Fantasizing about his handsome face in broad daylight. Unacceptable. Mom, you've worked hard raising Chuchu. As the bride price, I will prepare 100 million. What? Wen Chuchu's jaw nearly dropped. 100 million for the birth agreement and another for the bride price. She was astounded. She swallowed hard. Wen Chuchu's eyes bulged like brass bells, unable to believe her ears. Glancing at her mother beside her, she saw the same stunned expression frozen on her face. The air fell into a silence as still as a tableau. Zhan Heng, however, kept a smile lingering at the corners of his lips, as if he had only just tossed out a drizzle. After several seconds, Zhang Shania finally spoke. This is too much. She shot a sideways glance at Wen Chuchu, utterly unconvinced that her daughter was worth such a fortune. It's not too much. Moreover, if Chuchu successfully gives birth to our child, I will reward her with another 100 million. That money will be her personal property. Zhang Shania felt as if 100 million had already knocked her senseless. How could childbirth yield another 100 million? Stars were already swimming before her eyes. Though Wen Chuchu had heard this before, it still struck her with awe. Personal property. What does that mean? It means that if by any chance things go wrong between us, say a divorce, these 200 million belong solely to you. Wen Chuchu was dumbfounded. Let her faint. She longed to pinch her thigh hard in front of everyone. Unbelievable. 200 million. What does it feel like when a salted fish suddenly reaches its ultimate dream? Stunned, She was like someone who had done nothing yet was struck by a pie falling from the sky. Stunned and nothing but stunned. This isn't proper, Wen Chuchu demurred. There's nothing improper. It's a guarantee of your security. Of course I will never give you that chance. Zhan Heng's lips curved in a confident smile, his eyes seeming to hide an entire galaxy of stars. It struck her, filling her heart with exclamation marks. Chuchu, since we are married and have a child, we will naturally walk this path together unwaveringly. Dear in-laws, this is Zhan Heng's pledge to Chuchu. Please don't refuse to take it. After the initial shock, Madame Zhan quickly accepted the situation. For the rest of the time, Zhang Shania and Wen Chuchu were visibly restless. They discussed the wedding arrangements, eventually settling on holding the ceremony this weekend. Zhang Shania soon left. At dinner, Zhan Yichen returned. The middle-aged man exuded an oppressive presence as he sat across the table. Zhan Heng informed Zhan Yichen about the bride price. Zhan Yichen's gaze fell heavily on Wen Chuchu's face. For a few seconds, Chuchu felt as if an entire century had passed. That's your personal account, you have the right to decide. After his words, Zhan Yichen's eyes turned to Wen Chuchu, and unexpectedly the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Chuchu, Zhan Heng likes you very much. I hope you won't let him down. Those words carried a certain weight. Before she could ponder further, Zhan Yichen grabbed a tissue and left with Madame Zhan. Wen Chuchu stole a glance at Zhan Heng, whose face remained impassive, her heart thundering like a drum. In fact, Zhan Heng had previously said she suited his taste. But she never imagined he would throw down such a staggering sum. 100 million, 200 million, right at her. It felt wonderful to be struck. And the feeling of being liked wasn't bad at all. Wen Chuchu's breath grew warm, her cheeks flushed as she voiced the question in her heart. Why? The man's handsome face turned to her, filled with patience. I mean, why 100 million for the bride price? Thump thump. Her heart was racing so fast it seemed about to leap from her throat. Because the Zhan family's wedding cannot be anything less than grand. What nonsense. That cursed answer sent her excited heart plummeting to the valley's floor. Her rosy little lips drooped. She knew she shouldn't have held any expectations for Zhan Heng. Fortunately, she hadn't expected much from him. Drooping her slender lashes, Wen Chuchu said softly, "Oh, then I have no more questions." Seeing the light fade from her face, Zhan Heng's heart tightened. Wen Chuchu fell asleep with a deep sense of disappointment. In the middle of the night, she was awakened by the rumbling of her stomach. Her stomach burned as if on fire, pressed tight against her belly, hungry enough to devour an ox. She struggled out of her dream and turned over to find Zhan Heng sleeping soundly beside her. His thick lashes cast a row of shadows under the soft yellow light. Even in sleep, he was still so elegantly aloof that it made her heart tremble. Wen Chuchu touched her little belly, thinking of the meager dinner she had eaten. She smacked her lips. So hungry, so hungry, so hungry. But she was too unfamiliar with the Zhan residence. Going downstairs to find food seemed a bit improper. Swallowing, she decided to drink some water to ease the hunger, to comfort her trembling stomach. However, the slight rustle of putting on shoes woke the man in bed. A powerful aura surged straight toward Wen Chuchu. She looked up and met Zhan Heng's turbulent eyes. His sleepy gaze was hazy, his thin lips slightly parted. Where are you going? Wen Chuchu was too embarrassed to admit she was hungry. She was about to lie and say she was going to the bathroom, but the next second her stomach let out a violent rumble. The loud sound flushed her face crimson. The lie was impossible to tell. Hungry. A hint of teasing flickered in Zhan Heng's eyes. Wen Chuchu could only nod. The feeling of hunger was truly unbearable. She was still young, with her metabolism at its peak. The thought of going hungry all night was simply intolerable. Wait for me. Wen Chuchu thought Zhan Heng would just ask casually and then fall back asleep. But contrary to her expectations, he was like a wolf. The next moment, he snapped awake from his drowsiness. Throwing off the quilt, his long legs stepped onto the floor, slipped into slippers, and quickly passed her to reach the door. He turned to look at her, tilting his head. Aren't you coming? Huh? Where was she going? Before she could ask, a sudden force swept across her wrist. Zhan Heng firmly took her hand and led her downstairs. The delicate wrist gripped by the man felt numb and tingly. Dazed, she followed him into the dining room, where he pressed her onto the sofa. Then Zhan Heng pushed the menu toward her. With a sharp tilt of his chin, he said, "Order whatever you want." Wen Chuchu felt terribly embarrassed. The chef is probably asleep by now, right? Ordering dishes would be too much trouble. Just whatever is available will do. No need to wake the chef. He'll do it. Zhan Heng's eyes deepened as he looked at her. Wen Chuchu was even more astonished. The richest man, Zhan Heng, staying up late to cook for her. It was overwhelming. Not only shocked, but she also jumped up from the dining chair, nearly toppling both the chair and herself. A scream escaped her throat just as she was about to collide with the floor. In an instant, an arm firmly caught her. The force pulled her directly into the man's chest. Bang! Her forehead met his chest with a muffled thud. Wen Chuchu's body lost balance, and her mind seemed to go dizzy as well. Looking up at Zhan Heng, her face flushed crimson. Oh heavens! Things were getting stranger and stranger. Whenever she was around Zhan Heng, she didn't feel like herself. What was going on? Let go of me. Wen Chuchu's ears burned with shame, not daring to lift her head to look at him, as she forcefully pulled her hand back. Zhan Heng's thin lips curved upward, her shy and timid demeanor inexplicably reminded him of a mimosa. The tip of his nose seemed filled with the faint fragrance of the body wash from her. It stirred his heart, infiltrated his lungs, scratching and teasing, igniting a flame. It burned his gaze deeper and deeper. Clenching his fist against his lips, he strove to suppress the heat surging through his body and said, "Sit down. Wait for dinner." With that, he pressed her shoulders down firmly, leaving no room for argument. What would you like to eat? Wen Chuchu was also uncomfortable. Her ears were still flushed red from the previous intimacy. She took small, shallow breaths to calm her fluttering heart. At the mention of food, all her attention was diverted, and she forgot her shyness. Her eyes curved into bright, sparkling crescents as she said, "I want to eat a big lobster." Ahem, I noticed none of you touched it tonight. I don't mind, I'll eat it for you. Pregnant women shouldn't eat too much. The man's single sentence halted her joy. Wen Chuchu's eyes were visibly dimming. Zhan Heng promptly added, "Eating it occasionally is fine." With that, he turned and walked to the oversized refrigerator, pulling a lively big lobster from the water. Seeing its size, Wen Chuchu's mouth started salivating wildly, and her eyes practically glued themselves to the lobster. It's huge. Even bigger than the one they had for dinner. Do you know how to cook lobster? At the sight of the delicacy, all her reserve was thrown to the wind. She couldn't help standing up, rolling up her sleeves, ready to help. Such good ingredients shouldn't be wasted. To be honest, Wen Chuchu had little regard for Zhan Heng's cooking skills. After all, human energy is limited. Since Zhan Heng was so excellent at making money, it was impossible for him to be good at cooking. As a salted fish, just lazing around, one of her signature skills was making delicious food, and she was very good at it. As her tender pink fingertips were about to touch the lobster's antennae. To be honest, Wen Chuchu had little regard for Zhan Heng's cooking skills. After all, human energy is limited. Since Zhan Heng was so excellent at making money, it was impossible for him to be good. Wen Chuchu's hand jerked back with a whoosh. Her eyes wide with alarm. Really? Then she'd better not do it. Quashing that thought, Wen Chuchu was extremely frustrated. Her eyes clung to the lobster, unable to look away. Ow! Her lobster feast was flying away right before her eyes. How do you want it cooked? It has to be braised. Even after sitting back down at the dining chair when talking about the food, Wen Chuchu was still salivating, her eyes shining. Zhan Heng glanced at her greedy little expression, a faint something scattering in his eyes. Turning around, he deftly began to clean the lobster, cutting it into two halves. Zhan Heng first blanched the lobster in clean water, cooking the meat until it was about 70 to 80% done. Then, using a utensil, he lifted the lobster from the boiling water and plunged it into ice water. His slender fingers slipped into gloves, and he began leisurely to peel the lobster meat. The sweet-scented lobster meat, reminiscent of garlic cloves, was evenly placed on a porcelain plate beside him. Wen Chuchu's eyes widened, staring dumbly at the scene. The lobster hadn't been braised yet, it was merely boiled, not enough to tempt her. What tempted her was the man's tall and slender figure, his handsome face, and his naturally elegant movements. Every gesture seemed precisely calculated, mesmerizing Wen Chuchu into a daze. To be honest, as a face fancier, she had been fascinated by many handsome male stars in the entertainment circle, but none of them could interpret elegance and nobility so soul-stirringly. Next, the man began to prepare the ingredients for braised lobster. He caramelized the sugar. After heating the oil, he added rock sugar cubes. When bubbles started to form, he put in the shelled lobster meat. He flipped the wok. The flames leaped high along the splattered oil. Wen Chuchu, even from a distance, was startled. So handsome. Although she doubted Zhan Heng's culinary skills, just watching his movements was heart-stoppingly handsome. Wen Chuchu's heart began to pound wildly. Thump, thump. Suddenly, a burnt smell. Wen Chuchu sniffed. What's that smell, eh? The next second, Wen Chuchu screamed. Oh, your eyebrows are on fire. Bang! The wok fell heavily from the man's hand onto the stove. What's that smell, eh? The next second, Wen Chuchu screamed. Oh, your eyebrows are on fire. Bang! The wok fell heavily from the man's hand onto cold water, ruthlessly splashed onto Zhan Heng's handsome face. With a whoosh, Zhan Heng shuddered, and the fire on his eyebrows and hair went out. His handsome face was blackened by the fire. Only his eyes, distinctly black and white, stared at Wen Chuchu with innocence and vexation. She knew she shouldn't laugh. But Zhan Heng looked too ridiculous at the moment. As she reached out to wipe his face, she couldn't help but let out a snicker, forcing herself to hold it in until her cheeks ached. How could you be so careless? If you want to laugh, just laugh. Don't hold it in. Zhan Heng's voice was deep, tinged with displeasure. Given permission, Wen Chuchu burst out laughing loudly. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Wen Chuchu doubled over with laughter, her stomach aching out of breath. Zhan Heng. He turned to check the lobster meat in the pot. It was bright red and tempting, having narrowly escaped the fire's devastation. With a dark face, he left the kitchen and headed to the bathroom. Wen Chuchu quickly followed. Such a mishap had occurred, and since Zhan Heng had done it for her, she had to show concern. Before she could get close, the bathroom door slammed bang, nearly hitting her nose. Zhan Heng, are you alright? Wen Chuchu's voice carried laughter mixed with deep concern. I'm fine. Zhan Heng's voice seemed laced with ice, chilling Wen Chuchu into silence. Oh no. Zhan Heng must be angry. A big shot like him must care a lot about his image. Having made such a fool of himself, a slightly petty person would hold a grudge. Her future, as one could imagine, would be miserable. Wen Chuchu's heart pounded fiercely. Fortunately, Zhan Heng didn't keep her waiting long. The bathroom door clicked open, and the man's tall figure came into view. Her gaze fixed on Zhan Heng's handsome face. Wen Chuchu's anxious heart froze. Zhan Heng's eyebrows. One was half missing. This. What could be done? Wen Chuchu pretended to be blind, quickly tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, her eyes flickering as if she had seen nothing. Ahem. Are you alright? The words were filled with guilt. Oh heavens. Pray that Zhan Heng doesn't know his eyebrow is half missing. Do I look like I'm fine? This rhetorical question made Wen Chuchu's heart leap to her throat. Hee, what's wrong with you? Wen Chuchu still played dumb. Are you burned? They'll go get the burn ointment. With that, she turned to flee. However, a force unhurriedly gripped her. Wen Chuchu grinned foolishly, her eyes curved as she looked at the man. She was determined to play dumb to the end. What's wrong? As long as she acted stupid enough, the man's anger would never touch her. Zhan Heng raised the muscle where half his eyebrow had been lost. The hairless image almost made Wen Chuchu burst out laughing. Fortunately, she relied on her dwindling reason to restrain herself. My eyebrow is gone. Off. Wen Chuchu pretended to look up casually. Zhan Heng wore a half smile, every line on his face exuding coldness. The cold, ferocious aura seeped through every pore, intimidating her. However, Zhan Heng, with only half an eyebrow, simply couldn't scare her. The corners of her mouth uncontrollably rose higher and higher. No, I can't hold it in anymore. Uffed. Wen Chuchu broke character. What happened to your eyebrows and hair? Burned. The two words seemed squeezed out between his teeth. Wen Chuchu held back, forbidding herself to laugh. If she laughed anymore, she wouldn't even know how she lost her life. What do we do? What do you suggest? Zhan Heng stepped forward, his oppressive aura over. Wen Chuchu, frightened, stepped back 2 paces, her hands blocking in front of her chest. I. Her mind raced as she tried to think of a way to escape. What to do if you accidentally burned the big shot's eyebrows and hair? Waiting online, pretty urgent. Her eyes rolled around, and then a bright idea struck her. Right, I have a solution. Moi. Zhan Heng's tone clearly showed he didn't trust her. To avoid the man's wrath, Wen Chuchu proactively took his large hand and led him back to the master bedroom. She rummaged through boxes and cabinets, searching for quite a while. As time passed, Zhan Heng's face grew darker and darker. Found it. Wen Chuchu jumped up excitedly, almost tripping, but in time a pair of arms caught her around the waist. Oh, thank you. The temperature of the man's arms burned her heart with unease, so she quickly hopped 2 steps away. Wen Chuchu, you're pregnant. The tone was flat and straightforward, yet carried a sinister undertone. Wen Chuchu didn't understand. Yes, what's wrong? From now on, no jumping or hopping. You're 22, not 3 or 5. The man reached out and took the scissors from her hand. Wen Chuchu was stunned for a few seconds before she understood the man's meaning. A flush of red spread across her face like fire. She reached out to grab the scissors from his hand. Give it to me, that's for trimming your hair. You. The man turned around, his gaze sweeping up and down. Wen Chuchu was provoked. What? Doubting my skills? Speaking of skills, she drove her little car with flair. Although my skills in bed are not that great, I guarantee my haircutting skills are top-notch. Wen Chuchu bragged without a second thought. Her heart was set on fixing the mess she had caused. If she fixed his hair, Zhan Heng would probably forgive the crime of burning off half his eyebrow. Right? Zhan Heng shot her a sideways glance, clearly not taking her words seriously. He shook the scissors and warned, this is too dangerous. You're not allowed to touch it before you give birth. The domineering command left no room for negotiation. Wen Chuchu's heart felt warm and soft. Although Zhan Heng was terrifyingly straight-laced and overwhelmingly bossy, she could tell he cared about her. This feeling was like eating a mouthful of yogurt, sour and sweet. I know my limits. Wen Chuchu stepped forward, took the scissors, and whined softly. Just trust me this once, okay? My skills really are very good. Zhan Heng's handsome Adam's apple rolled up and down once. His throat tightened. Damn it. Her voice was damn seductive. Give it a try. Soft, tender, coquettish. A temptation as seductive as a demon's whisper. The heart that had been fiercely doubting began to waver, melting defenseless. All right. The word stuck in his throat, never quite willing. Thus Wen Chuchu pushed a sullen, life-questioning Zhan Heng into a chair before the bathroom mirror. She pulled out scissors and a comb, pretending to be skilled as she combed through his scorched, tangled hair. Beneath her calm facade, anxiety churned. Wen Chuchu bit her red lips and asked, Heng, do you prefer it longer or shorter? Zhan Heng's gaze swept over from the mirror. How much longer can it be? His icy, harsh tone made Wen Chuchu tremble. You're right. Guiltily swallowing her saliva, Wen Chuchu decided to cut the knot swiftly. Don't be afraid, unleash your best skills, and strive to impress this man who looks down on you. Her adolescent delusions flaring, Wen Chuchu's confidence skyrocketed. She picked up the scissors, snip, and a large clump of hair fell. A massive tuft drifted before Zhan Heng's eyes, and his face instantly darkened. He looked up, and what met his eyes was a bald patch on his forehead. Wen Chuchu. His chilling voice made Wen Chuchu shudder, almost jabbing the scissors into his scalp. I didn't mean it. Once Wen Chuchu saw the extent of the damage, her very soul. Was her skill really this poor? Moments ago she had dreamed of crafting a breathtakingly handsome young man, stunning everyone in sight. And now, stun them she certainly did. But it was far from a good thing. Her voice quivered. Heng, I didn't mean it. She stumbled backward, the scissors slipping from her hand and clattering loudly onto the floor. Let me explain. Wen Chuchu was on the verge of tears. By then Zhan Heng had risen from the chair, his long legs striding forward, his black suit exuding cold menace as he approached her step by step. The muscles in his face were taut, clearly seething with rage. Yet the murderous expression combined with the bald patch on his forehead was utterly absurd. But at that moment Wen Chuchu had no desire to laugh. Her life was at stake. How could she dare to laugh? All she could do was tremble. Wen Chuchu, your skills in bed are terrible, but your haircutting skills are excellent. The drawn-out tone wasn't just Zhan Heng's voice. It multiplied her fear 1,000-fold. I. Even the best horse stumbles, and the best hand slips. A small mistake, just a small mistake. They'll make amends right now. As she spoke, Wen Chuchu crouched down to retrieve the scissors from the floor. The next second, a polished leather shoe stamped down on the scissors, blocking her. Wen Chuchu's soul nearly melted. She looked up only then, realizing how tall Zhan Heng truly was. Standing there was only a few dozen centimeters between them. But crouching, the man's towering height of nearly 2 meters, his overwhelming aura crushed her like an ant. With just a flick of his little finger, he could grind her to dust. As her courage quaked, 2 large hands grabbed her arm and yanked her up. He lowered his head, their breaths mingling. A thick, dangerous aura assaulted her, nearly making her scream. You've cut me like this. How should I punish you? The intimate gesture was like lovers, but the searing danger it radiated was more hostile than an enemy's. Wen Chuchu's legs gave way. Her red lips quivered, her eyes glistening with tears. How do you want to punish me?